I'm not dead. Let me out, Hans." He stepped back. "Sweet Ida!" he exclaimed, and I thought surely he would throw back his head and laugh. Instead, he hissed, "Beast magic!" Then he spun and fled off into the night, bawling, "Guards! Guards!" I lost perhaps 2 seconds gawking after him. I felt a wrench inside me such as I had not felt since Molly had left me. The years of friendship, the long day-in, day-out routine of stable work together, all washed away in a moment of his superstitious terror. It was unfair, but I felt sickened by his betrayal. Coldness welled up in me, but I set heels to Arrow and plunged out into darkness. He trusted me, did that good horse so well trained by Burrich. I took him away from the torch-lit carriage path and the cleared walkways, fleeing through flower beds and plantings, before racing out past a huddle of guards at one of the tradesfolk's gates. They had been watching up the path, but Arrow and I came thundering across the turf and were out the gate before they knew what we were about. They'd wear stripes for that tomorrow, if I knew Regal at all. Beyond the gate, we once more cut across the gardens. Behind us, I could hear shouts of pursuit. Arrow answered my knees and weight very well for a horse that was used to a rein. I convinced him to push through a hedge and out onto a side road. We left the King's Gardens behind us and kept our gallop up through the better section of town, over cobbled streets where torches still burned. But soon we left the fine houses behind as well. We thundered along past inns still lit for travellers, past shops dark and shuttered for the night, Arrow's hooves thudding on the clay roads. As late as it was, there was little movement on the streets. We raced through them, as unchecked as the wind. I let him slow as we reached the commoner section of town. Here, street torches were more widely spaced, and some had already burned out for the night. Still, Arrow sensed my urgency and kept up a respectable pace. Once I heard another horse, ridden hard, and for a moment I thought the pursuit had found us. Then a messenger passed us by, heading the opposite direction without even checking his horse's pace. I rode on and on, always fearing to hear horses behind us, waiting for the sounds of horns. Just when I began to think we had eluded pursuit, I discovered that Tradeford held one more horror for me. I entered what had once been the great circle market of Tradeford. In the earliest days of the city, it had been the heart of it, a wonderful great open market where a man might stroll and find goods from every corner of the known world on display. How it had degenerated from that to Regal's King's Circle, I have never exactly been able to discover. I only knew that as I rode through the great open circle of the market, Arrow snorted at the smell of old blood on the cobbles under his hooves. The old gallows and the whipping posts were still there, elevated now for the benefit of the crowd, along with other mechanical devices whose uses I had no wish to understand. No doubt those in the new King's Circle would be even more imaginatively cruel. I kneed Arrow and passed them all with a chill shudder and a prayer to Ida that I be preserved from them. Then a twist of feeling writhed through the air, wrapped itself around my thoughts and bent them. For a heart-thudding moment, I thought that Will reached after me with the skill and sought to drive me mad. But my skill walls were as stout as I knew how to raise, and I doubt that Will or anyone else would be soon able to skill after Verity's blast. No. This was worse. This came from a deeper, more primal source, as insidious as clear water that was poisoned. It flowed into me, hatred and pain and stifling claustrophobia, and hunger, all rolled into one dreadful longing for freedom and revenge. It reawakened everything I had ever felt in Regal's dungeons. It came from the cages. A great stench came from the row of them at the edges of the circle, a stench of infected wounds and urine and rotted meat. Yet even that affront to my nose was not as great as the press of hell-tinged wit, that emanated from them. They held insane beasts, the creatures kept to savage the human criminals and forged ones that Regal threw to them. There was a bear, heavily muzzled despite the bars he paced behind. There were 2 great cats of a kind I had never seen, in agony from the broken fangs and torn claws they had wasted on their bars, and yet stubbornly battling their prisons still. There was an immense black bull with a great sweep of horns. This last animal's flesh was studded with ribboned darts sunken into wounds that festered and oozed pus down his hide. Their misery dinned at me, clamouring for relief, yet I did not need to stop to see the heavy chains and locks that secured each cage. Had I had a pick, I might have tried to cheat the locks. Had I had meat or grain, I might have freed them with poison. But I had neither of those things, and even less of time, so I rode past them until the wave of their madness and agony crested over and drenched me. I pulled in on the reins. I could not leave them behind, but come to me. The command surged through me, skill graven. It was not endurable to disobey it. I set my heels to jittering arrow and left them behind, tallying up to Regal's account yet another debt that some day I would settle. True light found us finally on the outskirts of town. I had never imagined that Tradeford was so large. We came to a slow stream feeding into the river. I pulled Arrow in, then dismounted, and led him to the waterside. I let him drink a bit, then walked him for a while, then let him drink some more. The whole time my mind seethed with 1,000 thoughts. They were probably searching the roads that led south, expecting me to head back to Buck. I had a good lead on them now, as long as I kept moving. I had a good chance of escape. I recalled my cleverly stashed bundle that would never be reclaimed. My winter clothes, my blanket, my cloak, all lost to me. I wondered suddenly if Regal would blame Hans for my stealing the horse. I kept recalling the look in Hans's eyes before he fled me. I found myself being glad I had not yielded to the temptation to track Molly down. It was hard enough to see that horror and disgust in the face of a friend. I never wanted to see it in her eyes. I recalled again the dumb agony of the beasts that my wit made me witness. Such thoughts were pushed aside by my frustration that my attempt on Regal had been thwarted, and the wondering if they would detect the poisons I had used on his clothes, or if I might yet succeed at killing him. Over all, thundering through me, was Verity's command. "Come to me," he had said, and I could not quite stop hearing those words. A small part of my mind was obsessed with them, nagged me even now not to waste my time in thinking or drinking, but merely to get back on the horse and go to Verity, that he needed me, commanded me. Yet stoop to drink I did, and it was while I was on my knees at the water's edge that I noticed I wasn't dead. I wet the sleeve of the yellow shirt in the stream, then gently peeled the blood-caked fabric loose. The cut I had inflicted on myself was shallow, not much more than a long slice up my arm. It was sore and angry to look at, but it did not appear poisoned. I recalled belatedly that I had used my knife to kill twice that night and wiped it off at least once. There had probably been no more than a trace of poison left on it when I cut myself. Like a morning dawning, hope suddenly gleamed for me. They'd be looking for a body by the road, or searching for a poisoned man hiding somewhere in the city, too ill by now to bestride a horse. The whole coterie had watched me poison myself, and must have sensed my complete belief in my imminent death. Could they convince Regal I was dying? I wouldn't trust to that, but I could hope for it. I remounted and pushed swiftly on. We passed farmsteads, grain fields, and orchards. We passed farmers on carts, too, taking their crops to town. I rode, clutching my arm to my chest, staring straight ahead. It would only be a matter of time before someone thought to question folk coming into town. Best to play my part. Eventually, we began to see stretches of unworked land with sheep or harriger scattered across them in open pasturage. Shortly after noon, I did what I knew I had to do. I dismounted by a brushy creekside, let Arrow water again, and then turned his head back to Tradeford. "Back to the stables, boy," I told him, and when he did not move, I clapped him soundly on the flank. "Go on. Go back to Hans. Tell them all I'm dead somewhere." I pictured his manger for him, brimming with the oats I knew he loved. "Go on, Arrow. Go!" He snorted at me curiously, but then paced off. He paused once to look back at me, expecting me to come after him and catch him. "Go on!" I shouted at him and stamped my foot. He startled at that and then took off at his high-kneed trot, tossing his head, scarcely even tired, that one. When he came back riderless to the stable, perhaps they'd believe I was dead. Perhaps they'd waste more time searching for a body instead of pursuing me. It was the best I could do to mislead them, and certainly better than riding the king's own horse for all to see. Arrow's hoofbeats were fading. I wondered if I'd ever again ride an animal that fine, let alone own one. It didn't seem likely. "Come to me." The command still echoed through my mind. I am, I muttered to myself. "After I hunt for something to eat and get some sleep, but I'm coming." I left the road and followed the creek up into deeper brush. I had a long and weary way to go, with little more than the clothes on my back. 10. Hiring fare. Slavery is a tradition in the Chalced States, and is at the heart of much of its economy. They claim prisoners taken in war are the major source of its slaves. However, a great portion of the slaves who escaped to the Six Duchies tell tales of being taken in pirate raids against their native lands. Chalced's official stance is that such raids do not occur, but Chalced also officially denies that they turn a blind eye to pirates operating from the trade islands. The two go hand in hand. Slavery has never been commonly accepted in the Six Duchies. Many of the early border conflicts between Shokes and the Chalced states had more to do with the slavery issue than actual boundary lines. Shokes' families refused to accept that soldiers wounded or captured in war would be kept the rest of their lives as slaves. Any battle that Shokes lost was almost immediately followed by a second savage attack against the Chalced states to regain those lost in the first battle. In this way, Shokes came to hold much land originally claimed by the Chalced states. The peace between the two regions is always uneasy. Chalced constantly brings complaint that the folk of Shokes not only shelter runaway slaves, but encourage others to escape. No Six Duchies monarch has ever denied the truth of this. My whole drive now was to reach Verity, somewhere beyond the mountain kingdom. To do it, I would have to cross all of Faro first. It would not be an easy task. While the region along the Vin River is pleasant enough, the farther one travels from the Vin, the more arid the countryside becomes. The arable stretches are given over to great fields of flax and hemp, but beyond these are vast stretches of open, uninhabited land. The interior of Faro Duchy, while not a desert, is flat, dry country, used only by the nomadic tribes who move their herds across it, following the forage. Even they forsake it after the green times of the year are past, to congregate in temporary villages along rivers or near watering places. In the days that followed my escape from Tradeford Hall, I came to wonder why King Wielder had ever bothered to subjugate Faro, let alone make it one of the Six Duchies. I knew that I had to strike away from the Vin, to head southwest toward Blue Lake, to cross vast Blue Lake, and then follow the cold river to the hems of the mountains. Yet it was not a journey for a lone man, and without night eyes. That was what I was. There are no sizable cities in the interior, though there are rudimentary towns that subsist year-round near some of the springs that randomly dot the interior. Most of these survive by virtue of the trade caravans that pass near them. Trade does flow, albeit slowly, between the folk of Blue Lake and the Vin River, and by this same path do the goods of the mountain folk come into Six Duchies' hands. The obvious course was to somehow attach myself to one of those caravans. Yet what is obvious is not always easy. When I had entered Tradeford town, I had looked to be the poorest type of beggar imaginable. I left it, finely dressed, on one of the best animals ever bred at Buck Keep. But the moments after I had parted with Arrow, the gravity of my situation began to dawn on me. I had the clothing I had stolen, and my leather boots, my belt and pouch, a knife and a sword, plus a ring, and a medallion on a chain. In my pouch there were no coins left at all, though it did contain implements for fire-making, a sharpening stone for my knife, and a good selection of poisons. Wolves are not meant to hunt alone, so Night Eyes had once told me, and before the day was out I came to appreciate the wisdom of that statement. My meal that day consisted of rice lily roots, and some nuts a squirrel had hoarded in too obvious a hiding place. I would gladly have eaten the squirrel, who sat overhead scolding at me as I raided his cache, but I had not the means to make that wish a reality. Instead, as I pounded the nuts with a stone to open them, I reflected that one by one my illusions about myself had been stripped away. I had believed myself a self-sufficient and clever fellow. I had taken pride in my skills as an assassin, had even, deep down, believed that although I could not completely master my skill ability, my strength at it was easily the equal of any in Galen's coterie. But take away both King Shrewd's largesse and my wolf companion's hunting ability, subtract from me Chade's secret information and plotting skill, and Verity's skill guidance, and what I saw left was a starving man in stolen clothes, halfway between Buck Keep and the mountains, with small prospect of getting any closer to either one. Satisfyingly bleak as such thoughts were, they did nothing to assuage the nagging of Verity's skill suggestion. "Come to me." Had he intended for those words to burn into my mind with such command? I doubted it. I think he had sought only to keep me from killing both Regal and myself, and yet now the compulsion was there, festering like an arrowhead. It even infected my sleep with anxiety, so that I dreamed often of going to Verity. It was not that I had given up my ambition of killing Regal. A dozen times a day I constructed plots in my mind, ways in which I might return to Tradeford and come at him from an unexpected angle. But all such plots began with the reservation, after I have gone to Verity. It had simply become unthinkable to me that there was anything else that had a higher priority. Several hungry days upriver of Tradeford is a town called Landing. While not nearly as large as Tradeford, it is a healthy settlement. Much good leather is made there, not just from cowhide, but from the rough pig skin of the Harriger herds as well. The other main industry of the town seemed to be a fine pottery made from the banks of white clay that front the river. Much that one would expect to be made from wood or glass or metal elsewhere is made from leather or pottery in Landing. Not just shoes and gloves, but hats and other garments are of leather there, as are chair seats and even the roofs and walls of the stalls in the markets. In the shop windows I saw trenchers and candlesticks and even buckets made of finely glazed pottery, all inscribed or painted in 100 styles and colors. I also found, eventually, a small bazaar where one might sell whatever one had to sell and not be asked too many questions. I traded away my fine clothes for the loose trousers and tunic of a workingman, plus 1 pair of stockings. I should have got a better trade, but the man pointed out several brownish stains on the cuffs of the shirt that he believed would not come out, and the leggings were stretched from fitting me so poorly. He could launder them, but he was not sure he could get them back into their proper shape. I gave it up and was content with the bargain I'd made. At least these clothes had not been worn by a murderer escaping from King Regal's mansion. In a shop farther down the street, I parted with the ring, the medallion, and the chain for 7 silver bits and 7 coppers. It was not near the passage fare to join a caravan to the mountains, but it was the best offer of the 6 I'd had. The chubby little woman who bought them from me reached out timidly to touch my sleeve as I turned away.
"I'd not ask this, sir, save I can see you're in a desperate way," she began hesitantly, "so I pray you, take no offence at my offer."
"Which is?" I asked. I suspected she would offer to buy the sword. I had already decided I would not part with it. I would not get enough money for it to make it worth my while to go unarmed. She gestured shyly toward my ear.
"Your freeman's earring. I've a patron who collects such rarities. I believe that one is from the Boutron clan. Am I correct?"
She asked it so hesitantly, as if expecting that at any moment I might fly into a rage. "I do not know," I told her honestly. "It was a gift from a friend. It's not a thing I'd part with for silver." She smiled knowingly, suddenly more confident.
"Oh, I know we are speaking of golds for such a thing. I would not insult you with an offer of silvers."
"Golds?" I asked incredulously. I reached to touch the small bauble at my ear. "For this?"
"Of course."
She assented easily, thinking I was feeling for a bid.
"I can see the workmanship is superior. Such is the reputation of the Boutron clan. There is also the rarity of it. The Boutron clan grants freedom to a slave but rarely. Even this far from Chalced that is known. Once a man or woman wears the Boutron tattoos, well—"
It took very little to draw her into a learned conversation about Chalced's slave trade and slave tattoos and freedom rings. It soon became apparent that she desired Burrich's earring not for any patron, but for herself. She'd had an ancestor who had won his way out of slavery. She still possessed the freedom ring he'd been granted by his owners as the visible sign that he was no longer a slave. The possession of such an earring, correctly matching the last clan symbol tattooed on a slave's cheek, was the only way a former slave might move freely in Chalced, let alone leave that country. If a slave was troublesome, it was easily seen from the number of tattoos across the face, tracking the history of ownership. So that map face was a byword for a slave that had been sold all over Chalced, a troublemaker fit for nothing but galley or mine work. She bade me take the earring off and truly look at it, at the fineness of the linked silver that made up the mesh that entrapped what was definitely a sapphire.
"You see," she explained, "a slave has not only to win himself free, but to then earn from his master the cost of such an earring, for without it, his freedom is little more than an extended leash. He can go nowhere without being stopped at the checkpoints, can accept no freeman's work without the written consent of his former owner. The former master is no longer liable for his food or shelter, but the former slave has no such freedom from his old owner." She offered me 3 golds without hesitation. That was more than caravan fare. I could have bought a horse, a good horse, and not only joined a caravan but travelled in comfort on that. Instead, I left her shop before she would try to dissuade me with a higher offer. With a copper, I bought a loaf of coarse bread and sat down to eat it near the docks. I wondered a great many things. The earring had probably been Burrich's grandmother's. He had mentioned she had been a slave but had won free of that life. I wondered what the earring had come to mean to him, that he had given it to my father, and what it had meant to my father that he had kept it. Had Patience known any of this, when she had passed it on to me. I am human. I tempted myself with her offer of golds. I reflected that if Burrich knew of my situation, he would tell me to go ahead and sell it, that my life and safety were worth more to him than an earring of silver and sapphire. I could get a horse and go to the mountains and find Verity and put an end to the constant nagging of his skill order that was like an itch I could not scratch. I stared out over the river and finally confronted the enormous journey before me. From here, I must journey through near desert to get to Blue Lake. I had no idea how I would cross Blue Lake itself. On the other side, forest trails wound through the foothills up into the rugged lands of the Mountain Kingdom. To Jampe, the capital city, I must go, to somehow obtain a copy of the map Verity had used. It had been based on old writings in the Jampe library. Perhaps the original was still there. Only it could lead me to Verity, somewhere in the unknown territory beyond the Mountain Kingdom. I would need every coin, every resource I could command. But despite all that, I decided to keep the earring, not for what it meant to Burrich, but what it had come to mean to me. It was my last physical link to my past, to who I had been, to the man who had raised me, even to the father who had once worn it. It was oddly difficult to bring myself to do what I knew was wise. I reached up and undid the tiny catch that secured the earring to my ear. I still had the scraps of silk from my masquerade, and I used the smallest one to wrap the earring well, and put it inside my belt pouch. The trader woman had been too interested in it, and marked its appearance too well. If Regal did decide to send seekers after me, that earring would be one of the ways I'd be described. Afterward, I walked about the city, listening to folk talk and trying to learn what I needed to know without asking questions. I loitered in the marketplace, wandering from stall to stall, idly. I allotted myself the lavish sum of 4 coppers, and spent them on what seemed exotic luxuries: a small bag of tea herbs, dried fruit, a piece of looking-glass, a small cooking pot, and a cup. I asked at several herb stalls for elfbark, but either they did not know it, or they knew it by another name in Faro. I told myself it was all right, for I did not expect to have any need for its restorative powers. I hoped I was right. Instead, I dubiously purchased something called sunskirt seeds, which I was assured would revive a man to wakefulness, no matter how weary he might be. I found a rag woman who let me go through her cart for 2 more coppers. I found a smelly but serviceable cloak and some leggings that promised to be as itchy as they were warm. I traded my remaining scraps of yellow silk for a headkerchief, and with many leering remarks, she showed me how to tie it about my head. I did as I had done before, making the cloak into a bundle to carry my things, and then went down to the slaughter yards, east of town. I had never encountered such a stench as I found there. There was pen after pen after pen of animals, veritable mountains of manure, the smell of blood and offal from the slaughter sheds, and the harsh stinks of the tannery pits. As if the assault on my nose was not enough, the air was likewise filled with the bawling of cattle, the squealing of harrogers, the buzzing of the blowflies, and the shouts of the folk moving the animals from pen to pen, or dragging them off to slaughter. Steel myself as I would, I could not insulate myself from the blind misery and panic of the waiting animals. They had no clear knowledge of what awaited them, but the smell of the fresh blood and the cries of the other beasts awoke in some of them a terror equivalent to what I had felt as I sprawled on the dungeon floor. Yet here I must be, for this was where the caravans ended, and also where some began. Folk who had driven animals here to sell would most likely be returning. Most would be buying other trade goods to take back with them, so as not to waste a trip. I had hopes of finding some sort of work with one of them that would gain me the companionship of a caravan, at least as far as Blue Lake. I soon found that I was not the only one with such hopes.
There was a ragtag hiring fair in a space between two taverns that fronted on the holding pens. Some of the folk there were herders who had come from Blue Lake with one herd, stayed in Landing to spend their earnings, and now, out of coin and far from home, were looking for passage back. For some of them, that was the pattern of their lives as drovers. There were a few youngsters there, obviously looking for adventure and travel and a chance to strike out on their own. And there were those who were obviously the dregs of the town, folks who could get no steady work, or had not the character to live in one place for long. I did not blend very well with any group, but I ended up standing with the drovers. My tale was that my mother had recently died, and turned over her estates to my older sister, who had little use for me, and so I had set out to travel to my uncle, who lived past Blue Lake, but my coin had run up before I had reached there. No, I'd not been a drover before, but we'd been wealthy enough to have horses, cattle, and sheep, and I knew the basic care of them, and, so some said, had a way with dumb beasts. I was not hired that day. Few were, and night found most of us bedding down right where we had stood all day. A baker's apprentice came amongst us with a tray of leftover wares, and I parted with another copper for a long loaf of dark bread studded with seeds. I shared it with a stout fellow, whose pale hair kept creeping out of his kerchief and over his face. In return, Crease offered me some dried meat, a drink of the most appalling wine I'd ever tasted, and a great deal of gossip. He was a talker, one of those men who take the most extreme stance on any topic, and have not conversations but arguments with their fellows. As I had little to say, Crease soon needled the other folk about us into a contentious discussion of the current politics in Faro. Someone kindled a small fire, more for light than any need for warmth, and several bottles were passed about. I lay back, my head pillowed on my bundle, and pretended to be dozing as I listened. There was no mention of the red ships, no talk at all of the war that raged along the coast. I understood abruptly how much these folk would resent being taxed for troops to protect a coast they'd never even seen, for warships to sail an ocean they could not even imagine. The arid plains between Landing and Blue Lake were their ocean, and these drovers the sailors who travelled on it. The Six Duchies were not by nature 6 regions of land bound into a whole, but were a kingdom only because a strong line of rulers had fenced them together with a common boundary and decreed them to be one. Should all of the coastal duchies fall to the red ships, it would mean little for these folk here. There would still be cattle to herd and loathsome wine to drink. There would still be grass and the river and the dusty streets. Inevitably, I must wonder what right we had to force these folk to pay for a war so far from their homes. Tilth and Faro had been conquered and added to the duchies. They had not come to us asking for military protection or the benefits of trade. Not that they hadn't prospered, freed of all their petty inland herd lords, and given an eager market for their beef and leather and rope. How much sailcloth, how many coils of good hemp rope had they sold before they were part of the Six Duchies? But it still seemed a minor return. I grew weary of such thoughts. The only constant to their conversation was complaint about the trade embargo with the mountains. I had begun to doze off when my ears pricked up to the words, "Pochtman." I opened my eyes and lifted my head slightly. Someone had mentioned him in the traditional way, as the harbinger of disaster, laughingly saying that Hensil's sheep had all seen him, for they were dying in their pen before the poor man could even sell them. I frowned to myself at the thought of disease in such close quarters, but another man laughed and said that King Regal had decreed it was no longer bad luck to see the pocked man, but the greatest good that could befall one. If I saw that old beggar, I'd not blanch and flee, but tackle him and take him to the king himself. He's offered 100 golds to any man can bring him the pocked man from Buck. "'Was 50, only 50 golds, not 100. Kreese interrupted jeeringly. He took another drink from his bottle. "What a story, 100 gold for a grey old man." "No, it's 100 for him alone, and another 100 for the man-wolf that dogs his heels. I heard it cried anew just this afternoon. They crept into the king's mansion at Tradeford and slew some of his guard with beast magic, throats torn right out that the wolf might drink the blood. He's the one they want bad now. Dresses like a gentleman, they said, with a ring and a necklace and a silver dangle at his ear. Streak of white in his hair, from an old battle with our king, and a scar down his face, and a broken nose from the same. Yes, and a nice new sword slash up his arm is what the king give him this time." There was a low mutter of admiration from several of them at this. Even I had to admire Regal's audacity at claiming that, even as I turned my face back into my bundle and burrowed down as if to sleep. The gossip continued. "Supposed to be Whitbread he is, and able to turn himself into a wolf whenever the moon is on him. They sleep by day and prowl by night, they do. It's said it's a curse put on the king by the foreigner queen he chased out of Buck for trying to steal the crown. The pocked man, it's told, is a half-spirit, charmed from the body of old King Shrewd by her mountain magic, and he travels all the roads and streets anywhere in the Six Duchies, bringing ill wherever he goes, and wearing the face of the old king himself." "Dung and rot," Kreese said disgustedly. He took another swig himself, but some of the others liked this wild tale and leaned closer, whispering for him to go on, go on. "That's what I heard," the storyteller said huffily, "that the pocked man is Shrewd's half-spirit, and he can't know any rest until the mountain queen that poisoned him is in her grave as well. So, if the pocked man is Shrewd's ghost, why is King Regal offering 100 golds reward for him?" Kreese asked sourly. "Not his ghost, his half-spirit. He stole part of the king's spirit as he was dying, and King Shrewd can know no rest until the pocked man is dead, so the king's spirit can be rejoined. And some say," and he dropped his voice lower, "that the bastard was not killed well enough, that he walks again as a man-wolf. He and the pocked man seek vengeance against King Regal to destroy the throne he could not steal, for he was in league to be king to the vixen queen once they'd done away with Shrewd." It was the right sort of night for such a tale. The moon was swollen and orange and riding low in the sky, while the wind brought us the mournful lowing and shifting of the cattle in their pens, mixed with the stench of rotting blood and tanning hides. High tattered clouds drifted from time to time across the face of the moon. The storyteller's words put a shiver up my back, probably for a different reason than he thought. I kept waiting for someone to nudge me with a foot or cry out, "Hey, let's have a better look at him!" No one did. The tone of the man's tale had them looking for wolf eyes in the shadows, not for a weary workman sleeping in their midst. Nonetheless, my heart was thudding in my chest as I looked back down my trail. The tailor, where I'd traded clothes, would recognize that description. Possibly the earring woman, even the old rag woman who had helped me tie the kerchief over my hair. Some might not want to come forward. Some might want to avoid dealing with the king's guards. Some would, though. I should behave as if they all would. The speaker was going on, embroidering his tale of Kettrican's evil ambitions, and how she had lain with me to conceive a child we could use to claim the throne. There was loathing in the storyteller's voice as he spoke of Kettrican, and no one scoffed at his words. Even Kreese at my side was acquiescent, as if these bizarre plots were common knowledge. Confirming my worst fears, Kreese spoke up suddenly. "You tell it like it's all new." But all knew her big belly came not from Verity, but from the wit bastard. Had Regal not driven off the mountain whore, we would eventually have had one like the piebald prince in line for the throne. There was a low murmur of assent to this. I closed my eyes and lay back as if bored, hoping that my stillness and lowered lids could conceal the rage that threatened to consume me. I reached up to tug my kerchief more snugly about my hair. What could be Regal's purpose in letting such evil gossip be noised about? For I knew this kind of poison would come from him. I did not trust my voice to ask any questions, nor did I wish to appear ignorant of what was evidently common knowledge. So I lay still and listened with savage interest. I gathered that all knew Kettricken had returned to the mountains. The freshness of the contempt they had for her suggested to me that this was recent news. There was muttering, too, that it was the fault of the mountain witch that the passes were closed to honest tilth and faro traders. One man even ventured to say that now that trade with the coast was shut down, the mountains saw a chance to fence faro and tilth in and force them to come to terms or lose all trade routes. One man recounted that even a simple caravan escorted by 6 Duchies men in Regal's own colours had been turned back from the mountain border. To me, such talk was obviously stupid. The mountains needed the trade with faro and tilth. Grain was more important to the mountain folk than the lumber and furs of the mountains to these lowlanders. Such free trade had been openly admitted as a reason for wedding Kettricken to Verity. Even if Kettricken had fled back to the mountains, I knew her well enough to be sure she would not support any cutting off of trade between her folk and the 6 Duchies. She was too bonded to both groups, so intent on being sacrifice for all of them. If there were a trade embargo, as I had heard, I was sure it had begun with Regal. But the men about me grumbled on about the mountain witch and her vendetta against the king. Was Regal fomenting a war with the mountains? Had he been attempting to send armed troops there under the guise of escorts for traders? It was a foolish idea. Long ago my father had been sent to the mountains to formalize boundaries and trade agreements with them, marking the end of long years of border skirmishes and raids. Those years of battle had taught King Shrewd that no one was going to take and hold the mountain kingdom passes and trails by force. Unwillingly, I followed that thought. Regal had been the one to suggest Kettricken as a bride for Verity. He had done all the courtier's work of wooing her for his brother. Then, as the time for the wedding drew near, he had attempted to kill Verity with the aim of securing the princess as his own bride. He had failed, and his plots and plans had been revealed to only a few. The chance for him to claim Princess Kettricken as his own, and all that went with her, such as her eventual inheritance of the mountain crown, had slipped through his fingers. I recalled some talk I had once heard between Regal and the traitorous Galen. They had seemed to think that tilth and faro would be best secured if they could control the mountain ranges and passes that backed them. Did Regal now think to take by force what he had once hoped to claim by marriage? Did he think he could rally enough ill will against Kettricken to make his followers believe they were waging a just war, one of vengeance against a mountain witch, one to keep open key trade routes? Regal, I reflected, was capable of believing anything he wished to believe. In the depths of his cups, head wreathed with his smokes, I did not doubt that he now believed his own wild tales. 100 golds for Chade, and another 100 for me. I knew well enough what I had done lately to merit such a head price, but I wondered keenly just what Chade had been up to. In all my years with Chade, he had always worked unnamed and unseen. He still had no name, but his pocked skin and resemblance to his half-brother were known now. That meant he had been seen somewhere by someone. I hoped he was well and safe this night, wherever he was. A part of me yearned to turn back, to return to Buck, and track him down, as if somehow I could keep him safe. Come to me. No matter what I longed to do, no matter what I felt, I knew that first I would go to Verity. I promised myself that over and over, and was finally able to drop off into a weary doze. I dreamed, but they were pale dreams barely touched by the skill, shifting and turning,
as if blown by the autumn winds. My mind seemed to have caught up and jumbled together thoughts of every person I missed. I dreamed of Chade taking tea with Patience and Lacey. He wore a robe of red silk, patterned over with stars, cut in a very odd style, and he smiled charmingly at the women over his cup, and brought laughter even to Patience's eyes, although she looked strangely worn and weary. I then dreamed of Molly peeping out of a cottage door while Burrage stood outside it, pulling his cloak tight against the wind and telling her not to worry. He'd not be gone that long, and any heavy chores could keep until he returned, that she should stay within doors and have only a care for herself. Even of Celerity did I dream, that she had taken shelter in the fabled ice caves of the hungry glacier in Bairns, and hid there with what troops she could still rally, and many of her folk made homeless by the raider wars. I dreamed she tended Faith, who lay suffering with a fever and a festering arrow wound in her belly. I dreamed finally of the fool, his white face turned to ivory as he sat before a hearth and stared into the flames. There was no hope left in his face, and I felt that I was within the flames, looking deeply into his eyes. Somewhere nearby, and yet not very near, Kettricken was weeping inconsolably. My dreams withered in my mind, and then I dreamed of wolves hunting, running down a buck. But they were wild wolves, and if my wolf was among them, he was theirs, and mine no longer. I awoke with a headache and a crick in my back from a stone I'd slept on. The sun had only begun to crack the sky, but I rose anyway, to go to a well and draw water for washing, and to drink as much as I could hold. Burrage had once told me that drinking a lot of water was a good way to stave off hunger. It was a theory I'd have to test today. I put an edge on my knife, considered shaving, then decided against it. Better to let my beard grow over the scar as swiftly as possible. I rubbed reluctantly at the coarse growth that already irritated me. I went back to where the others still slept. They were just beginning to stir when a bulky little man appeared to call shrilly that he would hire a man to help move his sheep from one pen to another. It was only a morning's work, if that, and most of the men shook their heads, wishing to remain where they might be hired for a drover's trip to Blue Lake. He almost pleaded, saying he must move the sheep through the city streets, hence he needed to get it done before the day's common traffic began. Finally, he offered to include breakfast, and I really think that was why I nodded to him and followed him. His name was Damon, and he talked the whole time we walked, fluttering his hands about, explaining needlessly to me just how he wanted these sheep handled. They were good stock, very good stock, and he didn't want them injured or even flustered. Calmly, slowly, that was the best way to move sheep. I nodded wordlessly to his worrying and followed him to a pen far down the slaughter street. It soon became apparent why he was so anxious to move his sheep. The next pen must have belonged to the luckless Hensill. A few sheep still barred in that pen, but most of them were down, dead, or dying of flux. The stench of their sickness added a new foul note to the other smells in the air. Some men were there taking the skins off the dead animals to salvage what they could from the flock. They were making bloody, messy work of it, leaving the skinned, dead animals right there in the pen with the dying ones. It reminded me in some gruesome way of a battlefield, with looters moving among the fallen. I turned my eyes from the sight and helped Damon bunch up his sheep. Trying to use the wit on sheep is almost a waste of time. They are flighty of thought. Even those ones who appear most placid are so because they have forgotten what they were thinking about. The worst of them are capable of an inordinate amount of wariness, becoming suspicious of the simplest act. The only way to deal with them is much as herd dogs do. Convince them they have had a good idea about where they wish to go, and encourage them in it.
I amused myself briefly by considering how Night Eyes would have bunched up and moved these woolly fools. But my even thinking of a wolf caused a few of them to halt in their tracks suddenly and glance about wildly. I suggested to them they should follow the others before they were lost, and they started as if surprised at the notion, then crowded in amongst the rest of the sheep. Damon had given me a general idea of where we were going and a long stick. I worked the back and sides of the flock, running and soon panting like a dog, while he led the way and kept the flock from scattering at every intersection. He took us to an area on the outskirts of town, and we put the sheep into one of the ramshackle pens there. Another pen held a very fine red bull, while there were 6 horses in yet another. After we had caught our breath, he explained that tomorrow a caravan would be forming up here to travel to Blue Lake. He had bought these sheep just yesterday and intended to take them to his home there to add to his flocks. I asked him if he might want another hand to herd the sheep to Blue Lake, and he gave me a considering look, but no answer. He was as good as his word about breakfast. We had porridge and milk, plain fare that tasted wonderfully good to me. It was served to us by a woman who lived in a house near the holding pens and made her living keeping watch over the animals penned there and providing meals and sometimes beds for those in charge of them. After we had eaten, Damon laboriously explained to me that yes, he was in need of an extra hand, possibly 2 for the trip, but that he judged by the cut of my clothes that I knew little of the type of work I was seeking. He'd taken me on this morning because I was the only one who looked really awake and eager for the work. I told him my story of my heartless sister and assured him that I was familiar with handling sheep, horses, or cattle. After much dithering and druthering, he hired me. His terms were that he would provide my food for the journey and, at the end of it, would pay me 10 silver bits. He told me to run and fetch my things and say my goodbyes, but to be certain to be back here by the evening, or he would hire another to take my place. I have nothing to fetch, and no one to bid goodbye to, I told him. It would not be wise to go back to town, not after what I'd heard last night. I wished the caravan were leaving right now. For an instant he looked shocked, but then decided he was well pleased. Well, I have both to attend to, so I shall leave you here to watch over the sheep. They'll need water hauled to them. That was one reason I was leaving them in the town pens. They've a pump there. But I didn't like to have them so near sick sheep. You haul them water, and I'll send a man out with a cart for hay for them. See you give them a good feed. Now, mind, I'll judge how we are to go on together by how you begin with me. And so on he went, telling me to the last detail how he wished the animals watered, and how many separate piles of feed to make, to be sure each animal got a share. I suppose it was to be expected. I did not look like a shepherd. It made me miss Burridge, and his calm assumption that I would know my business and do it. As he was turning to go, he suddenly turned back. "And your name, lad?" he called to me. "Tom," I said, after an instant's hesitation. Patience had thought once to call me that, before I had accepted the name FitzChivalry. The reflection called to mind something Regal had once flung at me. "You have to but scratch yourself to find Nameless, the dog boy," he'd sneered. I doubted he would think Tom the shepherd much above that. There was a dug well not very near the pens, with a very long rope to its bucket. By working constantly, I finally managed to get the water trough filled. Actually, I filled it several times before the sheep allowed it to remain filled. And then a cart with hay arrived, and I carefully created 4 separate piles of feed in the corners of the pen. It was another exercise in frustration, as the sheep bunched and fed off each pile as I created it. It was only after all but the weakest were satiated that I could finally establish a pile in each corner. I whiled away the afternoon with drawing more water. The woman gave me the use of a large kettle to heat it, and a private place where I could wash the worst of the road from my body. My arm was healing well, not bad for a deadly injury, I told myself, and hoped Chade would never hear of my blundering. How he would laugh at me. When I was clean, I fetched more water to heat, this for washing out the clothes I bought from the rag woman. I discovered the cloak was actually a much lighter grey than I had thought it. I could not get all the smell out of it, but by the time I hung it to dry, it smelled more of wet wool and less of its previous owner. Damon had left me no provision for food, but the woman offered to feed me if I would haul the water for the bull and the horses, as it was a chore she'd grown much weary of doing for the last 4 days. So I did, and earned myself a dinner of stew and biscuits and a mug of ale to wash it all down. Afterward, I checked on my sheep, finding them all placid. Habit made me turn to the bull and the horses. I stood leaning on the fence, watching the animals, wondering how it would be if this were all there was to my life. It made me realize that it would not have been bad. Not if there'd been a woman like Molly waiting for me to come home at night. A rangy white mare came over to rub her nose up my shirt and beg to be scratched. I petted her and found her missing a freckled farm girl who had brought her carrots, and called her Princess. I wondered if anyone anywhere got to live the life he'd wanted. Perhaps Night Eyes finally had. I truly hoped so. I wished him well, but was selfish enough to hope that sometimes he'd miss me. Sullenly, I wondered if perhaps that was why Verity had not come back. Maybe he'd just got sick of the whole business of crowns and thrones, and kicked over all his traces. But even as I thought it, I knew it was not so. Not that one. He'd gone to the mountains to rally the elderlings to our aid, and if he'd failed at that task, then he'd think of another way. And whatever it was, he'd called me to help him do it. 11. Shepherd. Chade Fallstar, adviser to King Shrewd, was a loyal servant of the Farseer throne. Few knew of his services during the years he served King Shrewd. This did not displease him, for he was not a man who sought glory. Rather, he was devoted to the Farseer reign with a loyalty that surpassed his loyalty to himself, or any other consideration most men have. He took most seriously his vow to the royal family. With the passing of King Shrewd, he pursued his vow to see that the crown followed the true line of succession. For this reason alone, he was sought after as an outlaw, for he openly challenged Regal's claim to be king of the Six Duchies. In missives he sent to each of the dukes as well as to Prince Regal, he revealed himself after years of silence, declaring himself as a loyal follower of King Verity, and vowing he would follow no other until he was shown proof of the king's death. Prince Regal declared him a rebel and a traitor, and offered reward for his capture and death. Chade Fallstar evaded him by many clever artifices, and continued to rally the coastal dukes to the belief that their king was not dead, and would return to lead them to victory over the red ships. Bereft of any hope of aid from King Regal, many of the lesser nobles clung to these rumors. Songs began to be sung, and even the common folk spoke with hope that their skilled king would return to save them, with the legendary elderlings riding at his back. By late afternoon, folk began to gather for the caravan. One woman owned the bull and horses. She and her husband arrived in a wagon drawn by a brace of oxen. They built their own fire, cooked their own food, and seemed content with their own company. My new master returned later, a bit tipsy, and goggled at the sheep to be sure I'd fed and watered them. He arrived in a high-wheeled cart drawn by a sturdy pony, one he immediately entrusted to my care. He'd hired another man, he told me, one Crease. I should watch for him to come and show him where the sheep were. He then disappeared into a room to sleep. I sighed to myself to think of a long journey with Crease's tongue and abrasive way to speed it, but did not complain. Instead, I busied myself caring for the pony, a willing little mare named Drum. Next to arrive was company of a merrier sort. They were a troop of puppeteers with a gaily painted wagon drawn by a team of dappled horses. There was a window in one side of the wagon that could be let down for puppet shows, and an awning that could be unrolled from the side to roof a stage where they were using the larger marionettes. The master puppeteer was named Dell. He had 3 apprentices and 1 journey puppeteer, as well as a minstrel who had joined them for the trip. They did not make their own fire, but proceeded to liven up the woman's little house with song and the clacking of marionettes and a number of mugs of ale. 2 teamsters came next, with 2 wagons full of carefully packed crockery, and then finally the caravan master and her 4 helpers. These were the ones who would do more than guide us. The very look of their leader inspired confidence. Madge was a stoutly built woman, her slate-grey hair constrained from her face by a band of beaded leather. 2 of her helps seemed to be a daughter and a son. They knew the waterholes, clean and foul, would defend us from bandits, carried extra food and water, and had agreements with nomads whose pasturing territory we'd be passing through. That last was as important as any of the rest, for the nomads did not welcome folk who passed through their lands with grazing animals to eat the feed their own flocks needed. Madge called us together that evening to inform us of this, and to remind us that they would keep order within our group as well. No theft or troublemaking would be tolerated. The pace set would be one all could sustain. The caravan master would handle all dealings at the watering places and with the nomads, and all must agree to abide by the decisions of the caravan master as law. I murmured my assent along with the others. Madge and her help then checked the wagons to be sure each was fit for travel, that the teams were sound, and that there were adequate water and food supplies for emergencies. We would travel a zigzag course from watering place to watering place. Madge's wagon carried several oak casks for water, but she insisted every private wagon and team carry some for their own needs. Crease arrived with the setting of the sun, after Damon had already gone back to his room and bed. I dutifully showed him the sheep, and then listened to his grumbling that Damon had not provided us with a room to sleep in. It was a clear, warm night, with only a bit of wind, so I saw little to complain about. I did not say so, but let him mutter and complain until he was weary of it. I slept just outside the sheep pen, on guard lest any predators come near. But Crease wandered off to annoy the puppeteers with his dour nature and extensive opinions. I don't know how long I truly slept. My dreams parted like curtains blown by a wind. I came alert to a voice whispering my name. It seemed to come from far away, but as I listened, I was compelled inexorably to it, as if summoned by a charm. Like an errant moth, I became aware of candle flames and was drawn toward them. 4 candles burned brightly on a rough wooden table, and their mingling scents sweetened the air. The 2 tall tapers gave off the scent of bayberry. 2 smaller ones burned before them, giving off a sweet spring scent. Violets, I thought, and something else. A woman leaned forward over them, breathing deeply of the rising perfume. Her eyes were closed, her face misted with sweat. Molly. She spoke my name again. Fitz. Fitz. How could you die and leave me like this? It wasn't supposed to be this way. You were supposed to come after me. You were supposed to find me so I could forgive you. You should have lit these candles for me. I wasn't supposed to be alone for this. The words were interrupted by a great gasp, as of a wrenching pain, and with a wave of fear frantically fought down. "It's going to be all right," Molly whispered to herself. "It's going to be all right. It's supposed to be like this, I think." Even within the skill dream, my heart stood still. I looked down at Molly as she stood near the hearth in a small hut. Outside, an autumn storm was raging. She grasped the edge of a table and half crouched, half leaned over it. She wore only a nightrobe, and her hair was slick with sweat. As I watched, aghast, she took another great gulping breath and then cried out, not a scream, but a thin caw of a sound, as if that were all she had strength for. After a minute she straightened a bit and put her hand softly on the top of her belly. I felt dizzied at the size of it. It was so distended she looked pregnant. She was pregnant. If it were possible to lose consciousness when one is asleep, I think I would have done so. Instead, my mind reeled suddenly, reordering every word she had said to me when we had parted, recalling the day when she had asked me what I would do if she had been carrying my child. The baby was the one she had spoken of, the one she had left me for, the one she would put ahead of every other in her life, not another man. Our child. She'd left to protect our child. And she hadn't told me because she was afraid I wouldn't go with her. Better not to ask than to ask and be refused. And she had been right. I wouldn't have gone. There had been too much happening at Buckkeep, too pressing the duties to my king. She'd been right to abandon me. It was so like Molly to make the leaving and the facing this alone her own choice. Stupid. But so like her I wanted to hug her. I wanted to shake her. She clutched the table again suddenly, her eyes going wide, voiceless now with the force that moved through her. She was alone. She believed I was dead, and she was having the child alone in that tiny, wind-swept hut. Somewhere. I reached for her, crying, "Molly, Molly!" But she was focused inward on herself now, listening only to her own body. I suddenly knew Verity's frustration, those times when he could not make me hear him, and most desperately needed to reach me. The door gusted open suddenly, admitting blowing storm wind into the hut, and a blast of cold rain with it. She lifted her eyes, panting, to stare at it. "Burridge!" she called breathlessly. Her voice was full of hope. Again I felt a wave of astonishment, but it was drowned by her gratitude and relief when his dark face peered suddenly around the door-frame. "It's only me, soaked through. I couldn't get you any dried apples, no matter what I offered. The town stores are bare. I hope the flour didn't get wet. I'd have been back sooner, but this storm—" He was coming in as he spoke, a man coming home from town, a carry-sack over his shoulder. Water streamed down his face and dripped from his cloak. "It's time. It's now," Molly told him frantically. Burridge dropped his sack as he dragged the door shut and latched it. "What?" he asked her, as he wiped rain from his eyes and pushed the wet hair back from his face. "The baby's coming." She sounded oddly calm now. He looked at her blankly for an instant. Then he spoke firmly. "No. We counted. You counted. It can't be coming now." Abruptly he sounded almost angry. He was so desperate to be right. "Another 15 days, maybe longer. The midwife, I talked to her today and arranged everything. She said she'd come to see you in a few days." His words died away as Molly gripped the table's edge. Her lips drew back from her teeth as she strained. Burridge stood like a man transfixed. He went as pale as I'd ever seen him. "Shall I go back to the village and get her?" he asked in a small voice. There was the sound of water pattering on the rough floorboards. After an eternity, Molly caught a breath. "I don't think there's time." Still he stood as if frozen, his cloak dripping water onto the floor. He came no farther into the room, stood still as if she were an unpredictable animal. "Shouldn't you be lying down?" he asked uncertainly. "I tried that. It really hurts if I'm lying down, and a pain comes. It made me scream." He was nodding like a puppet. "Then you should stand up, I suppose, of course." He didn't move. She looked up at him pleadingly. "It can't be that different," she panted, "from a foal or a calf." His eyes went so wide I could see the whites all around them. He shook his head fiercely, mutely. "But, Burridge, there's no one else to help me, and I'm—" Her words were suddenly torn away from her in a sort of cry. She leaned forward on the table, her legs folding so her forehead rested on the edge of it. She made a low sound, full of fear as well as pain. Her fear broke through to him. He gave his head a tiny, quick shake, a man awakening. "No, you're right. It can't be that different, can't be. I've done this hundreds of times. Just the same, I'm sure of it, all right? Now let's see. I'm going to be all right. Let me just, He tore off his cloak and let it drop to the floor. He hastily pushed his wet hair back from his face, then came to kneel beside her. "I'm going to touch you," he warned her, and I saw her bowed head give a small bob of agreement. Then his sure hands were on her belly, stroking down gently but firmly, as I'd seen him do when a mare was having a bad time, and he wished to hasten things for her. "Not long now. Not much more," he told her. "It's really dropped." He was suddenly confident, and I felt Molly take heart from his tone. He kept his hands on her as another contraction took her. "That's good, that's right." I'd heard him say those same comforting words 100 times in the stalls of Buck Keep. Between pains, he steadied her with his hands, talking all the while softly, calling her his good girl, his steady girl, his fine girl that was going to drop a fine baby. I doubt either of them heard the sense of what he said. It was all the tone of his voice. He rose once to get a blanket and folded it on the floor beside him. He said no awkward words as he lifted Molly's nightdress out of the way, but only spoke softly, encouragingly, as Molly clenched the table's edge. I could see the ripple of muscle, and then she cried out suddenly, and Burridge was saying, keep going, here we are, keep going, that's fine. And what do we have here? Who's this?" Then the child was in his grasp, head in one cupped, calloused hand, his other supporting the tiny, curled body, and Burridge sat down suddenly on the floor, looking as amazed as if he had never seen anything born before. The women's talk I had overheard had made me expect hours of screaming and pools of blood. But there was little blood on the babe that looked up at Burridge with calm, blue eyes. The greyish cord coiling from the belly looked large and thick compared to the tiny hands and feet. All was silence, save for Molly's panting. Then, "Is he all right?" Molly demanded. Her voice shook. "Is something wrong? Why doesn't he cry?" "She's fine," Burridge said softly. "She's fine. And as beautiful as she is, what would she have to cry about?" He was silent for a long time, a man transfixed. Finally, he reluctantly set her gently aside on the blanket, turned a corner of it up to cover her. "You've a bit more work to do here, girl, before we're done," he told Molly gruffly. But it was not long before he had Molly seated in a chair by the fire, a blanket about her to keep her from taking a chill. He hesitated a moment, then cut the cord with his belt-knife before wrapping the child in a clean cloth and taking her to Molly. Molly immediately unwrapped her. While Burridge was tidying the room, Molly examined every inch of her, exclaiming over her sleek black hair, the tiny fingers and toes with their perfect nails, the delicacy of her ears. Then Burridge did the same, while he held the baby and turned his back, so that Molly might change into a nightgown that wasn't soaked through with sweat. He studied her with an intentness I'd never seen him give to a foal or a pup. "You're going to have chivalry's brow," he told the babe softly,
He smiled at her and touched her cheek with one finger. She turned her head toward the touch. When Molly came back to her seat by the fire, he handed the child back to her, but crouched on the floor beside her chair as Molly put the babe to her breast. It took the baby a few tries to find and hold the nipple, but when she finally suckled, Burrich heaved such a sigh that I knew he had been holding his breath for fear she would not nurse. Molly had eyes only for the child, but I marked how Burrich lifted his hands to rub at his face and eyes, and that those hands trembled. He smiled as I had never seen him do before. Molly lifted her gaze to him, her face like a sunrise. "Would you make me a cup of tea, please?" she softly asked him, and Burrich nodded, grinning like a simpleton. I came out of my dream hours before dawn, not knowing at first when I passed from thoughtfulness to wakefulness. I became aware my eyes were open, and I was staring at the moon. It would be impossible to describe my feelings at that time, but slowly my thoughts took shape, and I understood the previous skill dreams I'd had of Burrich. It explained much. I'd been seeing him through Molly's eyes. He'd been there all this time with Molly, taking care of her. She was the friend he'd gone to help, the woman who could use a man's strength for a bit. He'd been there with her, while I had been alone. I felt a sudden rising of anger that he had not come to me and told me that she carried my child. It was quickly quenched as I suddenly realized that perhaps he'd tried. Something had brought him back to the cabin that day. I wondered again what he had thought when he'd found it abandoned, that all of his worst fears for me had come true, that I'd gone feral, never to return. But I would return, like a door swinging open. I suddenly understood that I could do that. Nothing truly stood between Molly and me. There was no other man in her life, only our child. I grinned suddenly to myself. I would not let so small a thing as my death come between us. What was death compared to a child's life shared? I would go to her and explain. I'd tell her everything this time, and this time she would understand and she'd forgive me, because there would never be any other secrets between us. I didn't hesitate. I sat up in the darkness, picked up my bundle that I'd been using as a pillow, and set out. Downriver was so much easier than up. I had a few silvers. I'd get onto a boat somehow, and when they ran out, I'd work my passage. The Vin was a slow river, but once I was past her lake, the Buck River would rush me along in its strong current. I was going back home, to Molly and our daughter. "Come to me." I halted. It was not Verity skilling to me, I knew that. This came from within me, the mark left by that sudden and powerful skilling. I was certain that if he knew why I had to go home, he'd tell me to hurry, not to worry about him, that he'd be fine. It would be all right. All I had to do was keep walking. One step after another down a moonlit road. With each footfall, with each beat of my heart, I heard words in my mind, "Come to me, come to me." "I can't," I pleaded. "I won't." I defied them. I kept walking. I tried to think only of Molly, only of my tiny daughter. She would need a name. Would Molly have named her before I got there? "Come to me." We'd need to get married right away, find some local witnesser in some small village. Burrich would vouch that I was a foundling with no parentage for the witnesser to memorize. I'd say my name was Newboy. An odd name, but I'd heard odder, and I could live with it the rest of my life. Names, once so important to me, no longer mattered. They could call me horse dung, as long as I could live with Molly and my daughter. Come to me. I'd need to get work of some kind, any kind. I abruptly decided that the silvers in my pouch were far too important to spend, that I'd have to work for my entire passage home.
And once I was there, what could I do to earn a living? What was I fit for? I pushed the thought aside angrily. I'd find something, I'd find a way. I'd be a good husband, a good father. They would want for nothing. Come to me. My steps had gradually slowed. Now I stood upon a small rise, looking down the road before me. Lights still burned in the river town below. I had to go down there and find a barge heading downriver, willing to take on an unproven hand. That was all. Just keep moving. I did not then understand why I could not. I took a step. I stumbled. The world swung around me dizzily, and I went to my knees. I could not go back. I had to go on. To Verity. I still do not understand it, so I cannot explain it. I knelt on the rise, looking down at the town, knowing clearly what I wished with all my heart to do. And I could not do it. Nothing held me back. No man lifted a hand or sword to me and bid me turn aside. Only the small, insistent voice in my mind battering at me, "Come to me, come to me, come to me." And I could not do otherwise. I could not tell my heart to stop beating. I could not cease breathing and die. And I could not ignore that summoning. I stood alone in the night, trapped and suffocating in another man's will for me. A cool-headed portion of myself said, "There, well, you see, that is how it is for them. For Will and the rest of the coterie, skill imprinted by Galen, to be loyal to Regal. It did not make them forget they had had another king. It did not make them believe what they did was right. They simply had no choice about it any more. And to take it back a generation, that was how it had been for Galen, forced to be so frantically loyal to my father. Verity had told me that his loyalty was a skill imprinting, done by chivalry when they were all little more than boys. Done in anger against some cruelty Galen had wrought against Verity. The act of an older brother taking revenge on someone who had been mean to his little brother. It had been done to Galen in anger and ignorance, not even knowing fully that such a thing was possible. Verity said chivalry had regretted it, would have undone it if he had known how. Had Galen ever awakened to what had been done to him? Did that account for his fanatical hatred of me? Had it been a passing down to the son of the anger he could not allow himself to feel toward chivalry? My father? I tried to get to my feet, and failed. I sank slowly to the dirt in the center of the moonlit road, then sat there, hopelessly. It didn't matter. None of it mattered, save that there were my lady and my child, and I could not get to them. Could no more go to them than I could climb the night sky and take down the moon. I gazed afar to the river, shining blackly in the moonlight, rippled like black slate, a river that could carry me home but would not, because the fierceness of my will was still not enough to break past that command in my mind. I looked up to the moon. "Burrich," I pleaded aloud as if he could hear me. "Oh, take care of them. See they come to no harm. Guard them as if they were your own, until I can come to them." I do not recall going back to the holding pens, or lying down to sleep. But morning came, and when I opened my eyes, that was where I was. I lay looking up at the blue arc of the sky, hating my life. Crease came to stand between me and the heavens, and looked down on me. "You'd better get up," he told me, and then, peering closer, he observed, "Your eyes are red. You got a bottle you didn't share?" "I've got nothing to share with anybody," I told him succinctly. I rolled to my feet. My head was pounding. I wondered what Molly would name her. A flower name, probably. Lilac, or something like that. Rose, marigold. What would I have named her? It didn't matter. I stopped thinking. For the next few days I did what I was told. I did it well and thoroughly, distracted by no thoughts of my own. Somewhere inside me, a madman raged in his cell, but I chose not to know of that. Instead, I herded sheep. I ate in the morning, I ate in the evening. I lay down at night and I rose in the morning, and I herded sheep. I followed them, in the dust of the wagons and the horses, and the sheep themselves, the dust that clotted thick on my eyelashes and skin, dust that coated my throat with dryness, and I thought of nothing. I did not need to think to know that every step carried me closer to Verity. I spoke so little that even Crease wearied of my company, for he could not provoke me to argument. I herded the sheep as single-mindedly as the best sheepdog that ever lived. When I lay down to sleep at night, I did not even dream. Life went on for the rest of them. The caravan master guided us well, and the trip was blessedly uneventful. Our misfortunes were limited to dust, little water, and sparse grazing, and those misfortunes were one we accepted as part of the road. In the evenings, after the sheep were settled and the meal cooked and eaten, the puppeteers rehearsed. They had 3 plays, and they seemed bent on perfecting all of them before we reached Blue Lake. Some nights it was merely the motions of the puppets and their dialogue, but several times they set up completely, torches, stage, and backdrops. The puppeteers dressed in the pure white drapings that signified their invisibility, and went through the entire repertoire of plays. The master was a strict one, very ready with his strap, and he did not spare even his journeyman a lash or two if he thought he deserved it. A single line intoned incorrectly, one flip of a marionette's hand that was not as Master Dell dictated it, and he was amongst his cast, flaying about with the strap. Even if I had been in the mood for amusements, that would have spoiled it for me. So more often I went and sat looking out over the sheep while the others watched the performances. The minstrel, a handsome woman named Starling, was often my companion. I doubted that it was from any desire for my company. Rather, it was that we were far enough from the camp that she could sit and practice her own songs and harpings, away from the endless rehearsals and the weeping of the corrected apprentices. Perhaps it was that I was from Buck and could understand what she missed when she spoke quietly of the gulls crying and the blue sky over a sea after a storm. She was a typical Buck woman, dark-haired and dark-eyed and no taller than my shoulder. She dressed simply, blue leggings and tunic. There were holes in her ears for earrings, but she wore none, nor were there any rings on her fingers. She would sit not far from me and run her fingers over her harp strings and sing. It was good to hear a Buck accent again, and the familiar songs of the coastal duchies. Sometimes she talked to me. It was not a conversation. She spoke to herself in the night, and I just happened to be within earshot, as some men talk to a favourite dog. So it was that I knew she had been one of the minstrels in a small keep in Buck, one I'd never been to, held by a minor noble whose name I didn't even recognize. Too late to worry about visiting or knowing, the keep and the noble were no more, swept through and burned out by the red ships. Starling had survived, but without a place to rest her head or a master to sing for. So she had struck out on her own, resolved to head so far inland that she'd never again see a ship of any colour. I could understand that drive. By walking away she saved Buck for herself, as a memory of how it had been once. Death had come close enough to her to brush her with its wingtips, and she wasn't going to die as she was, a minor minstrel for a lesser noble. No, somehow she was going to make her name, was going to witness some great event and make a song about it that would be sung down the years. Then she'd be immortal, remembered as long as her song was sung. It seemed to me she would have had a better chance of witnessing such an event if she'd stayed on the coast where the war was. But, as if in answer to my unspoken thought, Starling assured me that she was going to witness something that left its witnesses alive. Besides, if you've seen one battle, you've seen them all. She saw nothing especially musical about blood. To that, I nodded mutely. "Ah, I thought you looked more like a man-at-arms than a shepherd. Sheep don't break one's nose or leave a scar like that on your face." "They do if you tumble down a cliff, looking for some in a mist," I told her dourly, and turned my face aside from her. For a long time, that was as close as I came to having a conversation with anyone. We journeyed on, moving only as fast as laden wagons and a herd of sheep would permit. The days were remarkably similar. The countryside we passed was remarkably similar. There were a few novelties. Sometimes there were other folk camped at the watering places we came to. At one, there was a tavern of sorts, and here the caravan master delivered some small kegs of brandy. Once we were followed for half a day by folk on horseback, who might have been bandits. But they veered off and left our trail in the afternoon, either bound to a destination of their own, or deciding what we possessed wasn't worth the effort of a raid. Sometimes other folk passed us, messengers and folk travelling on horseback, unslowed by sheep and wagons. Once it was a troop of guards in the pharaoh colours, pushing their horses hard as they passed us. I felt an uneasiness as I watched them pass our caravan, as if an animal scrabbled briefly against the walls that shielded my mind. Did a skilled one ride amongst them, Burl or Carrad, or even Will? I tried to persuade myself it was merely the sight of the golden-brown livery that unnerved me. On another day we were intercepted by 3 of the nomadic folk whose grazing territory we were in. They came to us on tough little ponies that wore no more harness than a hackamore. The 2 grown women and the boy were all blonde with faces baked brown by the sun. The boy's face was tattooed with stripes, like a cat's. Their arrival occasioned a complete halting of the caravan, while Madge set up a table and cloth and brewed a special tea, which she served to them with candied fruit and barley sugar cakes. No coin exchanged hands that I saw, only this ceremonial hospitality. I suspected from their manner that Madge was long known to them, and that her son was being groomed to continue this passage arrangement. But most days were the same plodding routine. We rose, we ate, we walked. We stopped, we ate, we slept. One day I caught myself wondering if Molly would teach her to make candles and tend bees. What could I teach her? Poisons and strangling techniques, I thought bitterly. No. Her letters and numbers she'd learned from me. She'd still be young enough when I returned for me to teach her that, and all Burrich had ever taught me about horses and dogs. That was the day when I realized I was looking ahead again, was planning for a life after I'd found Verity and somehow taken him safely back to Buck. My baby was just an infant now, I told myself, suckling at Molly's breasts and looking about with wide eyes and seeing all new. She was too young to know something was missing, too young to know her father wasn't there. I'd be back with them soon, before she learned to say, Pa. I'd be there to see her first steps. That resolve changed something in me. I'd never looked forward to something so much. This was not an assassination that would end in someone's death. No. I looked forward to a life, and imagined teaching her things, imagined her growing up bright and pretty, and loving her father, knowing nothing ever of any other life he'd ever led. She wouldn't remember me with a smooth face and a straight nose. She'd only know me as I was now. That was oddly important to me. So I would go to Verity because I had to, because he was my king and I loved him and because he needed me. But finding him no longer marked the end of my journey, but the beginning. Once I had found Verity, I could turn about and come home to them. For a time, I forgot Regal. So I thought to myself sometimes, and when I did, I walked behind the sheep in their dust and stink and smiled a tight-lipped smile behind the kerchief over my face. At other times, when I lay down alone at night, all I could think of was the warmth of a woman and a home and a child of my own. I think I felt every mile that stretched between us. Loneliness was a thing that ate at me then. I longed to know every detail of what was going on. Every night, every moment of quiet was a temptation to reach out with the skill. But I understood Verity's admonition now. If I skilled to them, then Regal's coterie could find them, as well as me. Regal would not hesitate to use them against me in any way he could imagine. So I hungered for knowledge of them, but dared not attempt to satisfy that hunger. We came to one village that was almost worthy of the name. It had sprouted up like a fairy ring of mushrooms around a deep water spring. It had an inn, a tavern, and even several stores, all catering to travellers, with a scattering of houses surrounding it. We got there at midday, and Madge declared that we would have a rest, and not move on until the following morning. No one really objected. Once we'd watered our animals, we moved our beasts and wagons to the outskirts of town. The puppeteer decided to take advantage of the situation, and announced in the tavern and inn that his troupe would stage a performance for the whole town, with gratuities cheerfully accepted. Starling had already found a corner of the tavern to call her own, and was introducing this Faroe town to some buck ballads. I was content to stay with the sheep on the outskirts of town. I was soon the only one at our encampment. I did not especially mind. The horse's owner had offered me an extra copper if I'd keep an eye on them. They scarcely needed watching. They were hobbled, but even so, all the animals were grateful to stop for a bit and search out whatever grazing they could find. The bull was staked out and likewise occupied with scavenging grass. There was a sort of peace to being still and alone. I was learning to cultivate an emptiness of spirit. I could now go for long stretches without thinking of anything in particular. It made my endless waiting less painful. I sat on the tail of Damon's cart and stared out over the animals and the gentle undulating of the brush-spotted plain beyond them. It did not last for long. In the late afternoon the puppeteer's wagon came rattling into camp. Only Master Dell and the youngest apprentice were in it. The others had stayed in town to drink and talk and generally enjoy themselves. But the shouting of the master soon made it apparent that his youngest apprentice had disgraced herself with forgotten lines and incorrect movements. Her punishment was to stay in camp with the wagon. To this he added several sharp cuts with his strap. Both the snap of the leather and yelps of the girl were clearly audible across camp. I winced at the second one, and was on my feet by the third one. I had no clear idea of my intention, and was actually relieved to see the master go striding off away from the wagon and back into town. The girl wept noisily as she went about the task of unhitching the team and pegging it out. I'd noticed her before in a casual way. She was the youngest of the troop, no more than 16, and seemed most often to be under her master's lash. Not that that was unusual. It was not uncommon for a master to have a lash to keep his apprentices devoted to their tasks. Neither Burridge nor Chade had ever taken a strap to me, but I'd had my share of cuffs and raps and an occasional boot from Burridge if I wasn't moving fast enough to suit him. The puppeteer was no worse than any masters that I'd seen, and kinder than some. All of his underlings were well fed and well clothed. I suppose what irritated me about him was that one snap of his lash never seemed enough for him. It was always 3 or 5, or even more when he was in a temper. The peace of the night was gone. Long after she'd finished staking out the horses, her deep sobbing rent the stillness. After a time I could not stand it. I went to the back of their travelling wagon and rapped on the small door. The weeping paused with a sniff. "Who is it?" she asked hoarsely. "Tom, the shepherd. Are you all right?" I'd hoped that she'd say she was and tell me to go away. Instead, the door opened after a moment and she stood peering out at me. Blood was dripping from her jawline. I saw at a glance what had happened. The end of the strap had curled past her shoulder, and the tip had bitten wickedly into her cheek. I didn't doubt that it hurt badly, but I suspected the amount of blood was scaring her even more. I saw a looking-glass set up on a table behind her, and a bloody cloth beside it. For a moment we looked at one another wordlessly. Then, "He's ruined my face," she sobbed. I couldn't think of words to say. Instead, I stepped up into the wagon and took her by the shoulders. I sat her down. She'd been using a dry rag to poke at her face. Had she no sense at all? "Sit still," I told her tersely. "And try to be calm. I'll be right back." I took her rag and damped it in cool water. I went back in and dabbed the blood away. As I suspected, the cut was not large, but it was bleeding profusely as cuts to the face or scalp often do. I folded the rag into a square and pressed it against her face. "Hold that there. Press on it a bit, but don't move it. I'll be back." I looked up to find her eyes fastened to the scar on my cheek as tears brimmed over from her eyes. I added, "Skin as fair as yours doesn't scar all that easily. Even if it leaves a mark, it won't be large." The hugeness of her eyes at my words let me know I'd said exactly the wrong thing. I left the wagon, berating myself for getting involved at all. I'd lost all my healing herbs and my pot of Burrich's ointment when I had abandoned my things in Tradeford. I'd noticed a flower that looked a bit like a stunted goldenrod in the area when the sheep were grazing, however, and some succulents, sort of like bloodroot. So I pulled up one of the succulents, but it smelled wrong, and the juice from the leaves was sticky rather than like jelly. I washed my hands and then looked at the stunted goldenrod. It smelled right. I shrugged. I started out picking just a handful of leaves, but then decided as long as I was at it, I could restock a bit of what I'd lost. It appeared to be the same herb, but growing smaller and more straggly in this dry, rocky soil. I spread out my harvest on the tail of the cart and sorted through it. The fatter leaves I left to dry. The smaller tips I crushed between two cleaned stones, and then took the resulting paste on one of the stones to the puppeteer's wagon. The girl looked at it with doubt, but nodded hesitantly when I told her. "This will stop the bleeding. Soonest closed is smallest scar." When she took the rag away from her face, I saw that it had almost stopped bleeding. I smoothed on a fingertip's worth of the wound-wart paste anyway. She sat quietly under my touch, and it was suddenly unnerving to recall that I had not touched a woman's face since I'd last seen Molly. This girl had blue eyes, and they were wide open and looking up into my face. I looked aside from the earnest gaze. "There. Now leave it alone. Don't wipe at it. Don't touch it with your fingers. Don't wash it. Let the scab form, and then do your best to leave that alone." "Thank you," she said in a tiny voice. "Welcome," I told her, and turned to leave. "My name is Tassin," she said to my back. "I know. I've heard him roaring it at you," I said. I started to go down the steps. "He's an awful man. I hate him. I'd run away if I could." It didn't seem like a good time simply to walk away from her. I stepped off the wagon and paused. "I know it's hard to feel a strap when you're trying hard, but that's how it is. If you ran away and had no food, no place to sleep, and your clothing all going to rags, that would be worse. Try to do better so he won't take up the strap." I believed so little of what I said I could scarcely form the words. But those words seemed better than to tell her to leave now and run away. She wouldn't survive a day on the open prairie. "I don't want to do better." She found a spark of spirit to be defiant. "I don't want to be a puppeteer at all. Master Dell knew that when he bought my years." I edged away back toward my sheep.
but she came down the steps and followed after me. There was a man I liked in our village. He'd made an offer for me to be his wife, but had no money just then. He was a farmer, you see, and it was spring. No farmer has money in spring. He told my mother he'd pay a bride price for me at harvest time, but my mother said if he's poor now with one mouth to feed, he'll only be poorer after he has two. Or more. And then she sold me to the puppeteer for half what he'd usually pay for an apprentice, because I wasn't willing. They do it differently where I'm from, I said awkwardly. I couldn't grasp what she was telling me. Parents pay a master to take on their child as apprentice, hoping the child can make a better life. She smoothed her hair back from her face. It was light brown with a lot of curl to it. I've heard of that. Some do it that way, but most don't. They buy an apprentice, usually a willing one, and if he doesn't work out, then they can sell him for a drudge. Then you're not much better than a slave for 6 years. She sniffed. Some say it makes an apprentice try harder, to know he may end up doing scut work in a kitchen or pumping a bellows in a smithy for 6 years if his master isn't pleased. Well, it sounds to me like you'd better learn to like puppets, I said lamely. I sat on the tail of my master's cart and looked out over my flock. She sat down next to me. Or hope someone buys me from my master, she said despondently. You make yourself sound like a slave, I said reluctantly. It's not that bad, is it? Doing something you think is stupid, day after day? She asked me. And being hit for not doing it perfectly? How is that better than being a slave? Well, you're fed and clothed and sheltered, and he's giving you a chance to learn something, a trade that would let you travel all over the Six Duchies if you became good at it. You might end up performing for the King's Court at Buckkeep. She looked at me oddly. You mean Tradeford? She sighed and shifted herself closer to me. It's lonely for me. All the others, they all want to be puppeteers. They get angry at me when I make mistakes and always call me lazy and won't talk to me when they say I spoiled a performance. But there's not one kind one among them. None of them would have cared about my face getting scarred, as you did. There seemed nothing to reply to that. I didn't know the others well enough to agree or disagree, so I said nothing, and we sat, watching the sheep. The silence lengthened as the night got darker. I thought that soon I should kindle a fire. So, she began, after a few more minutes of my silence. How did you become a shepherd? My parents died. My sister inherited. She didn't particularly care for me, and here I am. What a bitch, she said fiercely. I took a breath to defend my fictitious sister and then realized I'd only be extending the conversation. I tried to think of something I needed to go and do, but the sheep and other beasts were right there before us, grazing peacefully. Useless to hope that the others would soon return, not with a tavern and new faces to talk to after our days on the road. I finally made excuse that I was hungry, and got up to gather stones and then dry dung and sticks for a fire. Tassin insisted on cooking. I was not truly hungry, but she ate with a hearty appetite, and fed me well from the puppeteer's travelling supplies. She made a pot of tea as well, and afterward we sat by the fireside sipping it from heavy red porcelain mugs. Somehow, the silence had changed from awkward to companionable. It had been pleasant to sit and watch someone else prepare the meal. She had chattered at first, asking if I liked this sort of spice and did I make my tea strong, but not really listening for any answers. Seeming to find some sort of acceptance in my silence, she had gone on to speak more intimately of herself. With a sort of despair, she spoke of days spent learning and practicing a thing she had no desire to learn nor practice. She spoke with a grudging marvel of the dedication of the other puppeteers and their enthusiasm that she could not share. Her voice dwindled off, and she looked up at me with eyes full of misery.
She did not need to explain to me the loneliness she felt. She turned the talk to lighter things, the minor irritations she felt, the foods they ate that she disliked, the way one of the other puppeteers always smelled of old sweat, of one woman who reminded her to speak her lines by pinching her. Even her complaints were pleasant, in an odd way, filling my mind with her trivialities so that I could not focus on my larger problems. Being with her was in some ways like being with the wolf. Tassin was focused on the now, on this meal and this night, with little thought of anything else. From considering this, my thoughts wandered to Night Eyes. I quested softly toward him. I could sense him, somewhere, alive, but could tell little more than that. Perhaps too great a distance separated us. Perhaps he was too focused on his new life. Whatever the reason, his mind was not as open to me as it had once been. Perhaps he was simply becoming more attuned to the ways of his pack. I tried to feel glad that he had found such a life for himself, with many companions and possibly a mate. "What are you thinking about?" Tassin asked. She spoke so softly that I replied without thinking, still staring into the fire. "That sometimes it only makes one more lonely to know that somewhere else one's friends and family are well." She shrugged. "I try not to think of them. I suppose my farmer found another girl, one whose parents would wait for a bride price. As for my mother, I suspect her prospects were better without me. She was not so old that she could not catch another man." She stretched, an oddly cat-like gesture, then turned her head to gaze into my face and added, "There's no sense of thinking of what's far away and what you haven't got. It will only make you unhappy. Be content with what you can have now." Our eyes were locked, suddenly. There was no mistaking her meaning. For an instant I was shocked. Then she leaned across the small space between us. She put one hand on each side of my face. Her touch was gentle. She pushed the kerchief back from my hair, then used both hands to smooth the hair back from my face. She looked into my eyes as the tip of her tongue moistened her lips. She slid her hands down the sides of my face, down my neck to my shoulders. I was as entranced as a mouse looking at a snake. She leaned forward and kissed me, opening her mouth against mine as she did so. She smelled like sweet, smoky incense. I wanted her with a suddenness that dizzied me, not as Tassin, but as woman and gentleness and closeness. It was lust that raced through me, and yet it was not that at all. It was like the skill hunger that eats at a man, demanding closeness and total communion with the world. I was unutterably weary of being alone. I caught her to me so quickly I heard her gasp of surprise. I kissed her as if I could devour her and somehow be less lonely by doing so. Suddenly, we were prone and she was making small, pleased sounds that suddenly changed to her pushing at my chest. "Stop a moment," she hissed. "Just wait. There's a rock under me, and I mustn't spoil my clothes. Give me your cloak to spread out." I watched her avariciously as she spread my cloak out on the earth by the fire. She lay down upon it and patted a place beside her. "Well, aren't you coming back?" She asked me flirtatiously. More lewdly she added, "Let me show you all I can do for you." She smoothed her hands down the front of her shirt, inviting me to think of my hands doing the same. If she had said nothing, if we had never paused, if she had simply looked up at me from the cloak. But her question and her manner were all wrong. Suddenly, all the illusion of gentleness and closeness was gone, replaced by the same sort of challenge another fighter might offer me in a practice yard with staves. I am no better than any man. I didn't want to think, to consider anything. I longed to be able to simply throw myself down upon her and quench myself in her, but instead I heard myself asking, "And if I get you with child?"
"Oh!"
And she laughed lightly, as if she had never considered such a thing.
"Then you can marry me and buy my 'prentice years from Master Dell. Or not," she added, as she saw my face change. "A baby's not so large a thing to be rid of as a man might think. A few silvers for the right herbs. But we needn't think of that now. Why worry about a thing that may never come to pass?"
Why, indeed? I looked at her, wanting her with all the lust of my months alone and untouched, but I knew also that for that deeper hunger for companionship and understanding she offered me no more solace than any man might find in his own hand. I shook my head slowly, more to myself than to her. She smiled up at me mischievously and reached a hand toward me. "No." I said the word quietly. She looked up at me, so incredulously amazed that I nearly laughed. "This is not a good idea," I said, and hearing the words aloud I knew they were true. There was nothing lofty in it, no thoughts of undying faithfulness to Molly, or shame that I had already left one woman with the burden of bearing a child alone. I knew those feelings, but they were not what came to me then. What I sensed was a hollowness in me that would only be made worse by laying myself down beside a stranger. "It's not you," I said as I saw her cheeks redden suddenly and the smile fade from her face. "It's me. The fault's with me." I tried to make my voice comforting. It was a waste. She stood up suddenly.
"I know that's stupid," she said scathingly. "I only meant to be kind to you, nothing more."
She stalked angrily away from the fire, blending with the shadows quickly. I heard the slam of the wagon door. I stooped slowly to pick my cloak up and shake the dust from it. Then, the night having become suddenly colder with a rising wind, I put it around my shoulders and sat down again to stare into my fire. 12. Suspicions. The use of the skill is addictive. All students of this magic are warned of this from the very beginning. There is a fascination to this power that draws the user in, tempting him to use it more and more often. As the user's expertise and power increase, so does the lure of the skill. The fascination of the skill eclipses other interests and relationships, yet it is a difficult attraction to describe to anyone who has not experienced the skill itself. A rising covey of pheasant on a crisp autumn morning, or catching the wind's benefit perfectly in a boat sail, or the first mouthful of hot savory stew after a cold and hungry day. These are all sensations that hover for only a moment. The skill sustains that sensation for as long as the strength of the user lasts. It was very late when the others came back to our campsite. My Master Damon was drunk and leaning companionably on Crease, who was drunk and irritable and reeked of smoke. They dragged their blankets off the cart and rolled up in them. No one offered to relieve me in my watch. I sighed, doubting that I'd get any sleep until the next night. Dawn came as early as it always does, and the caravan master was merciless in insisting that we rise and get ready for the road. I suppose she was wise. If she'd allowed them to sleep as long as they wanted, the earlier risers would have gone back to town, and she'd have had to spend the day rounding them up. But it made for a miserable morning. Only the teamsters and the minstrel Starling seemed to have known when to stop drinking. We cooked and shared porridge, while the others compared headaches and complaints. I've noticed that drinking together, especially to excess, forms a bond between folk. So when the master decided his head ached too badly for him to drive the cart, he allotted that task to Crease. Damon slept in the cart as it jostled along while Crease drowsed over the reins as the pony followed the other wagons. They'd tied the bellwether to the tail of the cart, and the flock followed. Somewhat. To me fell the task of trotting behind in the dust, keeping the flock as well bunched as I could. The sky was blue, but the day remained chill, with rising winds that stirred and carried the dust we raised. The night had been sleepless for me, and my head soon pounded with pain. Madge called a brief halt at noon. Most of the caravan folk had recovered enough by then that they wished to eat. I drank from the water casks on Madge's wagon, then wet my kerchief and sopped some of the dust from my face. I was trying to rinse grit from my eyes when Starling came up beside me. I stepped aside, thinking she wanted water. Instead, she spoke softly. "I'd keep my kerchief on were I you." I wrung it out and retied it about my head. "I do. It does nothing to keep the dust from my eyes, though." Starling looked at me levelly. "It's not your eyes you should worry about. It's that white shock of hair. You should black it with grease and ash tonight, if you get a private moment. It might make it a bit less noticeable." I looked questioningly at her, trying to keep my expression bland. She smiled at me archly. "King Regal's guards had been through that water town just a few days before we arrived. They told the folk there that the king believed that the pocked man would be crossing Faro. And you with him." She paused, expecting me to say something. When I just looked at her, her grin widened. "Or perhaps it's some other fellow with a broken nose, scar down his face, white streak in his hair, and—" She gestured toward my arm. "A fresh sword slash up his forearm?" I found my tongue and a measure of my wits. I pushed back my sleeve, offered my arm for her inspection. "A sword slash? This is just a scratch I got off a nail-head in a tavern door. On my way out, a bit unwillingly. Take a look for yourself, it's almost healed now anyway." She leaned over and looked at my arm obligingly. "Oh, I see. Well, my mistake. Still—" And she met my eyes again. "I'd keep your kerchief on anyway, to prevent anyone else from making the same mistake." She paused, then canted her head at me. "I'm a minstrel, you see. I'd rather witness history than make it, or change it. But I doubt all the others in this caravan feel that way." I watched mutely as she strolled away, whistling. Then I drank again, being careful not to take too much, and went back to my sheep. Crease was on his feet and helping, somewhat, for the rest of the afternoon. Even so, it seemed a longer, wearier day than I'd had in a time. There was nothing complicated about my task to make it so. The problem, I decided, was that I'd begun thinking again. I let my despair over Molly and our child drag me down. I'd let my guard down. I hadn't been fearful enough on my own behalf. Now it occurred to me that if Regal's guard managed to find me, they'd kill me. Then I'd never see Molly or our daughter. Somehow that seemed worse than the threat to my life. At the evening meal that night, I sat back farther from the fire than usual, even though it meant wrapping myself in my cloak against the cold. My silence was taken as normal. The rest of them talked, much more than usual, about the last evening in town. I gathered the beer had been good, the wine poor, while the resident minstrel had had small goodwill toward Starling for performing for his captive audience. The members of our caravan seemed to take it as a personal victory that Starling's song had been well received by the villagers. "You sang well, even if all you knew was those buck ballads." Crease even conceded magnanimously. Starling nodded to that dubious praise. As she did every evening, Starling unwrapped her harp after the meal. Master Dell was giving his troop a rare night off from their constant rehearsing, by which I gathered he had been pleased with his performers, save Tassin. Tassin had not even a glance for me that evening, but instead perched by one of the teamsters, smiling up at his every word. I noticed that her injury was little more than a scratch on her face with some bruising around it. It would heal well. Crease went off to stand night watch over our flock. I stretched out on my cloak just beyond reach of the firelight, thinking to drowse off immediately. I expected the others would soon be off to bed as well. The hum of their conversation was lulling, as was the hazy strumming of Starling's fingers on her harp strings. Gradually, the strumming changed to a rhythmic plucking, and her voice lifted in song. I was floating at the edge of sleep when the words "Antler Island Tower" jolted me awake. My eyes flew open as I realized she was singing about the battle there last summer, the Rurisk's first real engagement with the Red Ship raiders. I recalled both too much and very little about that battle. As Verity had observed more than once, despite all Hod's weapons instruction, I tended to revert to brawling in any sort of a fight. So I'd carried an axe into that battle and used it with a savagery I'd never expected of myself. Afterward, it had been said that I'd killed the chief of the raiding party we'd cornered. I'd never known if that was true or not. In Starling's song, it certainly was. My heart nearly stood still when I heard her sing of chivalry's son with eyes of flame, who carried his blood if not his name. The song went on with a dozen improbable embellishments of blows I'd dealt and warriors I'd felled. It was strangely humiliating to hear those deeds sung of as noble and now almost legendary. I knew there were many fighters who dreamed of having songs sung of their exploits. I found the experience uncomfortable. I didn't recall the sun striking flames from my axe-head, or that I fought as bravely as the buck on my crest. Instead, I recalled the clinging smell of blood and treading on a man's entrails, a man who squirmed and moaned still. All the ale in Buck Keep that night had not been enough to bring me any sort of peace. When the song was finally done, one of the teamsters snorted. "So, that's the one you daren't sing in the tavern last night, eh, Starling?" Starling gave a deprecating laugh. Somehow I doubted it would be enjoyed. Songs about Chivalry's bastard would not have been popular enough to earn me a penny there. "It's an odd song," observed Dell. "Here's the king offering gold for his head, and the guard telling all, 'Beware! The bastard has the wit and used it to trick death, but your song makes him out to be some sort of hero.'" "Well, it's a Buck song, and he was well thought of in Buck, at least for a time," Starling explained. "But not any more, I'd wager. Save that any man would think well of 100 gold coins if one could turn him over to the king's guard," one of the teamsters observed. "Like as not," Starling agreed easily, "though there's still some in Buck who would tell you that not all his tale has been told, and the bastard was not so black as he's been tarred of late." "I don't understand it. I thought he was executed for using the wit to kill King Shrewd," complained Madge. "So some say," Starling replied. "Truth of it was, he died in his cell before he could be executed and was buried instead of burned. And the tale goes," and here Starling's voice dropped to a near whisper, "that when spring came, not a leaf of greenery would grow on his grave, and an old wise woman, hearing this, knew that meant his wit magic still slept in his bones and might be claimed by any bold enough to pull a tooth from his mouth. And so she went by full moonlight and took a manservant with a spade with her. She put him to digging up the grave, but he hadn't turned but a shovel of earth before he found splintered wood from the bastard's coffin." Starling paused theatrically. There wasn't a sound save the crackling of the fire. The box was empty, of course, and those who saw it said that the coffin had been splintered out from inside, not stove in. And one man told it to me
that caught in the splintered edge of the coffin lid were the coarse grey hairs of a wolf's coat. A moment longer the silence held. Then, "Not truly?" Madge asked Starling. Her fingers ran lightly over her harp strings. "So I heard it told in Buck. But I also heard the Lady Patience, she that buried him, say it was all nonsense, that his body had been cold and stiff when she washed it and wrapped it in a grave-cloth. And of the pocked man that King Regal so fears, she declared he is no more than an old adviser of King Shrewd's, some old recluse with a scarred face, come out of his hermitage to keep alive a belief that Verity still lives, and lend heart to those who must go on battling the red ships. So, I suppose you can choose to believe whichever you wish." Melody, one of the puppeteers, gave a mock shiver. So, sing us something merry now to go to sleep on. I've no wish to hear more of your ghost tales before I seek my blankets tonight." So Starling willingly swept into a love ballad, an old one with a lilting refrain that Madge and Melody joined in singing. I lay in the darkness, pondering all I'd heard. I was uncomfortably aware that Starling had stirred it up, intending for me to hear it. I wondered if she thought she was doing me a favour, or if she simply wished to see if any of the others had suspicions of me. 100 gold coins for my head. That was enough to make a duke greedy, let alone a strolling minstrel. Despite my weariness, it was a long time before I dozed off that night. The next day's drive was almost comforting in its monotony. I paced along behind my sheep and tried not to think. It was not as easy to do as previously. It seemed that whenever I blanked my mind to my worries, I heard Verity's "Come to me" echoing inside my head. When we made camp that night, it was on the banks of a great sinkhole with water at its centre. The talk about the fire was desultory. I think we were all more than a little weary of our trudging pace and longed to see the shores of Blue Lake. I wished simply to go to sleep, but I had first watch over the flock. I climbed slightly up the hillside to where I could sit, looking down on my woolly charges. The great bowl of the sinkhole cupped our whole caravan, with the small cook fire near the water showing like a star at the bottom of a well. Whatever wind blew passed us by, leaving us sheltered in a great stillness. It was almost peaceful. Tassin probably thought she was being stealthy. I watched her come silently, her cloak pulled well up over her hair and about her face. She circled widely as if to pass by me. I did not follow her with my eyes, but listened to her as she went above me on the hillside, and then came back down behind me. I caught her scent, even in the still air, and felt an involuntary anticipation. I wondered if I'd have the strength of will to refuse her a second time. Mistake it might be, but my body was all in favour of making it. When I judged her about a dozen steps away, I turned to look at her. She startled back from my gaze. "Tassin?" I greeted her quietly, and then turned to look back at my sheep. After a moment, she came down the slope to stand a few steps away from me. I turned slightly and looked up at her without speaking. She pushed her hood back from her face and confronted me, challenge in her eyes and stance. "You're him, aren't you?" she demanded breathlessly. There was a very slight edge of fear in her voice. It was not what I'd expected her to say. I didn't have to pretend surprise. "I'm him? I'm Tom the Shepherd, if that's the him you mean." "No, you're him, that wit bastard the King's Guard is seeking. Drew the teamster told me what they were saying in town after Starling told that tale last night." "Drew told you I was a wit bastard?" I spoke carefully, as if baffled by her tumbling words. A terrible cold fear was welling up inside me. "No!" A trace of anger mixed with her fear. "Drew told me what the King's Guard said of him. A broken nose and a scar on the cheek, And a white streak in his hair. And I saw your hair last night. You've a white streak in it.
Any man who's had a hit on the head can have a white streak in his hair. It's an old scar. I tilted my head and looked at her critically. I'd say your face is healing well.
You're him, aren't you?
She sounded even angrier that I'd tried to change the subject. Of course not. Look. He's got a sword slash on his arm, hasn't he? Look at this. I bared my right arm for her inspection. The knife slash I'd given myself was down the back of my left forearm. I was gambling that she'd know a slash taken defending myself would have been on my sword arm. She scarcely glanced at my arm.
Do you have any coin?
She asked me suddenly. If I'd had any coin, why would I have stayed in camp when the others went to town? Besides, why would you care?
I wouldn't, but you would. You could use it to buy my silence. Otherwise I might go to Madge with what I suspect, or the Teamsters.
She lifted her chin defiantly at me. Then they could look at my arm as easily as you've done, I said wearily. I turned away from her to look back over my sheep. You're being a silly little girl, Tassin, letting Starling's ghost tales get you all stirred up. Go back to bed. I tried to sound disgusted with her.
You've a scratch on your other arm, I saw it. Some might take it for a sword slash.
Probably the same ones that would take you for intelligent, I said derisively.
Don't make mock of me,
she warned in a voice gone flat with ugliness.
I won't be made fun of.
Then don't say stupid things. What's the matter with you anyway? Is this some sort of revenge? Are you angry because I wouldn't bed you? I told you it's nothing to do with you. You're pretty to look at, and I don't doubt there'd be pleasure in touching you. But not for me. She spat, suddenly, on the ground beside me.
As if I'd have let you. I was amusing myself, Shepherd. No more than that.
She made a small sound in her throat.
Men! How can you look at yourself and think anyone would want you for your own sake? You stink of sheep, you're skinny, and your face looks like you've lost every fight you've ever been in.
She turned on her heel, then seemed to abruptly remember why she'd come.
I won't tell any of them. Yet. But when we get to Blue Lake, your master must pay you something. See you bring it to me, or I'll have the whole town seeking you out.
I sighed. Whatever amuses you, I'm sure you'll do. Create all the fuss you wish. When it comes to naught and folk laugh about it, it will probably give Dell one more reason to beat you. She turned away from me and went stalking off down the hillside. She lost her footing in the moonlight's uncertainty and nearly took a tumble. But she recovered herself and then glared back at me, as if daring me to laugh. I had no such inclination. Despite my defiance of her, my stomach was clenched up under my throat. 100 gold coins. Spread a rumor of it, and that much money was enough to start a riot. After I was dead, they'd probably decide they had the wrong man. I wondered how well I'd do at crossing the rest of the Faroe Plains alone. I could leave right after Kreese relieved me on the watch. I'd go to the wagon and get my things quietly and sneak away into the night. How much farther could it be to Blue Lake anyway? I was pondering that as I watched yet another figure slip away from the campsite and come up the slope toward me. Starling came quietly, but not stealthily. She lifted a hand to me in greeting before she sat down companionably at my side.
I hope you didn't give her any money.
She greeted me affably. Huh, I said, letting her take it however she wished.
Because you're at least the third man who's supposedly got her pregnant on this trip. Your master had the honor of being the first accused. Madge's son was the second, at least I think he was. I don't know how many fathers she's selected for this possible child.
I haven't been with her, so she could scarcely accuse me of that, I said defensively.
Oh? Well, then you're probably the only man in the caravan who hasn't.
That jolted me a bit. Then I thought about it and wondered if I would ever reach a place in which I ceased finding out how stupid I could be. So, you think she's with child and is looking for a man to buy her out of her apprenticeship? Starling snorted. I doubt she's with child at all. She wasn't asking to be married, only for coin to buy herbs to shake the child loose. I think Madge's boy might have actually given her some. No, I don't think she wants a husband, just some money. So she looks for ways that allow her a bit of a tumble, and a man who might pay her for it afterward. She shifted, tossed aside an offending stone. So, if you haven't got her pregnant, what have you done to her? I told you. Nothing. Ah, that explains why she speaks so ill of you then. But only in the last day or so, so I suppose you nothinged her the night the rest of us went to town. Starling. I began warningly, and she raised a placating hand. I shan't say a word about whatever you didn't do to her, not another word. That's not what I came up here to speak to you about anyway. She paused, and when I refused to ask the question, she did. What do you plan to do after we get to Blue Lake? I glanced at her. Collect my pay. Have a beer and a decent meal, a hot bath, and a clean bed for one night at least. Why, what do you plan? I thought I might go on to the mountains. She gave me a sideways glance. To seek your song-worthy event there? I tried to keep my question casual. Songs are more likely to be found clinging to a man than bound to a place, she suggested. I thought you might be going to the mountains as well. We could travel together. You've still that idiotic notion that I'm the bastard. I accused her flatly. She grinned. The bastard. The witted one. Yes. You're wrong, I said flatly. And even if you were right, why follow him to the mountains? I'd take the chance for a bigger profit and sell him to the King's Guard with 100 gold pieces who'd need to make songs. Starling made a small sound of disgust. You've more experience of the King's Guard than I have, I'm sure. But even I've enough to know that a minstrel who tried to claim that reward would probably be found floating in the river a few days later, while some guardsman became suddenly very wealthy. No. I've told you. I'm not after gold, bastard. I'm after a song. Don't call me that. I warned her sharply. She shrugged and turned away. After a moment she twitched as if I'd poked her, and then turned back to me with a grin widening across her face. Ah, I believe I've worked it out. That's how Tassin was squeezing you, isn't it? Asking for money to still her tongue. I made no reply. You're smart to refuse her. Give her any and she'll think she's right. If she truly believed you were the bastard, she'd be holding her secret to sell to the King's Guard. Because she's had no experience of them and would believe she might actually get to keep the gold. Starling stood, stretching leisurely. Well, I'm back to bed while I may, but keep my offer in mind. I doubt you'll find a better one. She swirled her cloak about herself theatrically, then bowed to me, as if I were the king. I watched her stroll away from me down the hill, sure-footed as a goat, even in the moonlight. She reminded me briefly of Molly. I considered slipping away from the camp and going on to Blue Lake on my own. I decided that if I did, Tassin and Starling would only become certain that they had guessed correctly. Starling might try to follow and find me. Tassin would try to find a way to collect the reward. I wanted neither of those things. Better to stick it out and plod along as Tom the shepherd. I lifted my eyes to the night sky. Clear and cold it arched above me. The dead of the night had a nasty chill to it of late. By the time I got to the mountains, winter would be more than just a threat. If only I hadn't wasted those early months of summer being a wolf, I'd be in the mountains by now. But that was another useless thought. The stars were close and bright tonight. It made the world seem a smaller place to have the sky so close. I felt suddenly that if I just opened up and reached for Verity, I would find him there, right at my fingertips. Loneliness swelled so suddenly inside me that I felt it would tear its way out of me. Molly and Burrich were no farther away than the closing of my eyes. I could go to them, could trade the hunger of not knowing for the pain of being unable to touch. The skill walls clutched so closely every waking moment since I had left Tradeford, now felt suffocating rather than shielding. I bowed my head to my drawn-up knees and hugged myself against the chill emptiness of the night. After a time, the hunger passed. I lifted my head and looked out over the peaceful sheep, the cart and wagons, the motionless camp. A glance at the moon told me my watch was well over. Crease was never good about rousing himself to take his turn, so I stood and stretched and went down the hill to poke him from his warm blankets. The next 2 days passed uneventfully, save that the weather grew colder and windier. On the evening of the 3rd, just as we had settled for the night and I had taken up my first watch of the evening, I saw a dust cloud on the horizon. I thought little of it at first. We were on one of the more travelled caravan routes, and had stopped at a watering place. A wagon full of a tinker family had already been there. I assumed that whoever was raising the dust would also be seeking a water place to rest for the night, so I sat and watched the dust get closer as the evening darkened. Slowly the dust resolved into figures on horseback, riding in an orderly formation. The closer they came, the more certain I became. King's Guards. The light was too weak for me to see the gold and brown of Regal's colours, but I knew. It was all I could do to keep myself from leaping up and fleeing. Cold logic told me that if they were seeking me specifically, it would only take them a few minutes to ride me down. This vast plain offered me no near hiding places, and if they were not seeking me, to flee would only attract their attention and make both Tassin and Starling certain in their suspicions. So I gritted my teeth and remained where I was, sitting with my stick across my knees, watching the sheep. The riders bypassed me and the sheep and went directly to the water. I counted as they went, 6 of them. I recognized one of the horses, a buckskin colt Burrich had said would be a good courser some day. Seeing him reminded me too vividly of how Regal had plundered Buck Keep of every valuable thing before he left it to fend for itself. A tiny spark of anger ignited in me, one that somehow made it easier to sit and bide my time. After a while I decided that they were just on their way as they were, and had stopped only to water and rest for the night. Then Crease came lumbering out to find me. "You're wanted in the camp," he told me with ill-conceived irritability. Crease always liked to sleep as soon as he'd eaten. I asked him what had changed our schedule as he settled down in my place. "King's Guards," he huffed angrily, pushing everybody about, demanding to see every member of our caravan. They searched all the wagons, too. "What are they looking for?" I asked idly. "Damned if I know. Didn't care to get a fist in the face for asking either, but you suit yourself about finding out." I took my staff with me as I walked back into the camp. My short sword still hung at my side. I thought of concealing it, then decided against it. Anyone might carry a sword, and if I needed to draw it, I didn't want to be wrestling with my trousers. The camp was like a stirred hornet's nest. Madge and her folk looked both apprehensive and angry. The guardsmen were currently harassing the tinker. One guardswoman kicked over a stack of tin pots with a fine clatter, and then shouted something about searching anything she pleased, any way she pleased. The tinker stood by his wagon, his arms crossed on his chest. He looked as if he'd already been knocked down once. 2 guardsmen had his wife and youngsters backed up against the tail of the wagon. The wife had a trickle of blood coming from her nose. She still looked ready to fight. I drifted into camp as silent as smoke and took a place beside Damon, as if I'd always been there. Neither of us spoke. The leader of the guards turned away from his confrontation with the tinker, and a shiver went up my back. I knew him. It was Bolt, favoured by Regal for his skill with his fists. I'd last seen him in the dungeon. He was the one who had broken my nose. I felt the beating of my heart pick up speed and heard my pulse in my ears. Darkness threatened the edges of my vision. I fought hard to breathe quietly. He paced to the center of the camp and cast a disdainful eye over us. "This is everyone?" he demanded more than queried. We all bobbed our heads. He cast his gaze over us, and I looked down to avoid it. I forced my hands to be still, to stay away from both knife and sword. I tried not to let my tension show in my stance. "A sorry lot of vagabonds as I've ever seen." His tone dismissed our importance. "Caravan master, we've been riding all day. Have your boys see to our horses. We'll want food prepared, and more fuel gathered for the fire, and warm us some water for washing." He ran his glance over us again. "I want no trouble. The men we were looking for aren't here, and that's all we were required to know. Just do as we ask, and there won't be any problems. You can go about your normal business." There were a few mutters of agreement, but mostly silence greeted this. He snorted his disdain for us, then turned to his riders and spoke quietly to them. Whatever orders he was giving did not seem to sit well with them, but the two that had cornered the tinker woman came to heel at his words. They took over the fire Madge had built earlier, forcing the folk of our caravan to move off from it. Madge spoke quietly to her help, sending two off to care for the guards' horses, and another to fetch water and set it to warm. She herself strode heavily past our cart toward her own wagon and the food stores. An uneasy semblance of order returned to the camp. Starling kindled a second, smaller fire. The puppeteers' troop, the minstrel and the teamsters resettled next to it. The horse owner and her husband went quietly off to bed. "Well, seems to have settled down," Damon observed to me, but I noticed that he still twisted his hands nervously. "I'm off to bed. You and Crease settle out the watches between you." I started to go back to my sheep. Then I paused and looked back around the camp. The guards were silhouettes around the fire now, lounging and talking, while a single one of them stood slightly back of the group, keeping a general watch. He was looking toward the other fire. I followed his gaze. I could not decide if Tassin was looking back at him or simply staring off at the other guards about their fire. Either way, I suspected I knew what was on her mind. I turned aside and went to the back of Madge's wagon. She was scooping out beans and peas from sacks and measuring them into a soup kettle. I touched her lightly on the arm, and she jumped. "Beg pardon. Could you use some help with that?" She raised an eyebrow at me. "Why would I?" I glanced down at my feet and chose my lie carefully. "I didn't care for how they looked at the tinker woman, ma'am." "I know how to handle myself among rough men, Shepherd. I couldn't be a caravan master if I didn't." She measured salt into the kettle, then a handful of seasonings. I nodded my head and said nothing. It was too obviously true for me to protest. But I did not leave either, and after a few moments she handed me a bucket and told me to fetch her some clean water. I obeyed her willingly, and when I brought it back I stood holding it until she took it from me. I watched her fill the soup kettle and stood at her elbow until she told me with some asperity to get out from under her feet. I apologized and backed away, upsetting her water bucket as I did so I took it and fetched her more fresh water in it. After that, I went and got a blanket from Damon's cart and rolled up in it for a few hours. I lay under the cart as if sleeping and watched, not the guardsmen, but Starling and Tassin. I noticed that she did not take out her harp that night, as if she did not wish to call any attention to herself either. That somewhat reassured me about her. It would have been easy enough for her to visit their fire with her harp, to ingratiate herself with a few songs, and then offer to sell me. Instead, she seemed as intent on watching Tassin as I was. Tassin rose once to leave on some excuse. I did not hear what Starling said quietly, but Tassin glared at her, and Master Dell angrily ordered her back to her place. Certainly Dell wanted nothing to do with the guards in any way. But even after they had all gone off to bed, I could not relax.
When it came time to relieve Crease on watch, I went reluctantly, not at all sure that Tassin would not choose the small hours of night in which to seek out the guards. I found Crease sound asleep, and had to wake him to send him back to the cart. I sat down, my blanket around my shoulder, and thought of the 6 men down below, now sleeping around their fire. I had cause for true hatred of only one of them. I recalled Bolt to myself as he had been then, smirking as he drew on his leather gloves to beat me, sulking when Regal reprimanded him for breaking my nose, lest it make me less presentable if the dukes wished to see me. I recalled the disdainful way he had performed his task for Regal, hammering easily past my token defence as I strove to keep Will and his skill out of my mind. Bolt hadn't even known me. He'd run his eyes over me and dismiss me, not even recognizing his own handiwork. I sat thinking for a bit about that. I supposed I had changed that much. Not just the scars he'd given me, not just the beard and the workman's garb and the dirt of the road on me, and my gauntness. FitzChivalry wouldn't have lowered his eyes before his gaze, would not have stood silent and let the tinkerfolk fend for themselves. FitzChivalry would not, perhaps, have poisoned all 6 guards for the sake of killing one. I wondered if I had grown wiser or wearier. Both, perhaps. It did not make me proud. The wit sense gives me an awareness of other living things, all other living things around me. I am seldom startled by anyone, so they did not take me by surprise. The dawn had just begun to blanch the blackness from the sky when Bolt and his guards came for me. I sat still, first feeling and then hearing their stealthy approach. Bolt had roused all 5 of his soldiers for the task. With a sinking dismay, I wondered what had gone wrong with my poison. Had it lost its potency from being carried about so long, been rendered useless by the cooking with the soup? I swear that for a moment my uppermost thought was that Chade would not have made this error. But I had no time to think about it. I glanced about at the gently undulating, near-featureless plain, scrub brush, and a few rocks. Not even a gully or a mound for cover. I could have run, and perhaps lost them for a time in the darkness, but in the end, that game was theirs. I'd have to come back for water eventually. If they did not track me down on the flat land by daylight on horseback, they could simply sit by the water-hole and wait me out. Besides, to flee was to admit I was FitzChivalry. Tom the shepherd would not run. And so I looked up, startled and anxious when they came for me, but not, I hoped, betraying the heart-pounding fear I felt. I came to my feet, and when one seized me by an arm, I did not struggle, but only looked up at him incredulously. Another guard came up from the other side to take both my knife and my sword. "Come down to the fire," she told me gruffly. "Captain wants to look at you." I went quietly, almost limply, and when they had reassembled at the campfire to present me to Bolt, I looked fearfully from one face to another, being careful not to single out Bolt. I was not sure I could look at him full face at close range and betray nothing. Bolt stood up, kicked at the fire to stir up the flames, and then came to inspect me. I caught a glimpse of Tassin's pale face and hair peeking at me around the end of the puppeteer's wagon. For a time, Bolt just stood, looking at me. After a time, he pursed his mouth and gave his guards a disgusted look. With a small shake of his head, he let them know I wasn't what he'd wanted. I dared to take a deeper breath. "What's your name?" Bolt suddenly demanded of me sharply. I squinted at him across the fire. "Tom, sir. Tom the shepherd. I've done nothing wrong." "Haven't you? Then you're the only man in the world who hasn't. You sound like a buckman, Tom. Take off your kerchief." "I am, sir. From Buck, sir. But times are hard there." I hastily dragged my kerchief off, then stood clutching and wringing it. I hadn't taken Starling's advice about staining my hair. That wouldn't have done any good during a close inspection. Instead,
I used my looking-glass and plucked out a good portion of the white hairs. Not all of them, but what I had now appeared more as a scattering of grey hair above my brow, rather than a white streak. Bolt came around the fire to have a closer look at it. I flinched when he gripped me by the hair and tilted my head back to stare down into my face. He was as big and muscled as I remembered him. Every evil memory I had of him suddenly flooded my mind. I swear I even recalled the smell of him. The wretched sickness of fear filled me. I offered him no resistance as he glared down at me. Nor did I meet his eyes, but rather shot frightened looks at him and then glanced away as if beseeching help. I noticed that Madge had come from somewhere and was standing, arms crossed on her chest, regarding us. "Got a scar on your cheek, don't you, man?" Bolt demanded of me. "Yes, sir, I do. Got it when I was a boy. I fell out of a tree and a branch cut me." "You break your nose then, too?" "No, sir, no. That was a tavern brawl. That was about a year ago." "Take off your shirt," he demanded. I fumbled at the neck of it, then dragged it off over my head. I had thought he would look at my forearms and was prepared with my nail story for that. Instead, he leaned over to look at a place between my shoulder and my neck where a forged one had bitten a chunk out of me in a long-ago fight. My bowels turned to water. He looked at the gnarled scar there, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Damn! I didn't think it was you, bastard! I was sure it wasn't, but that's the mark I remember seeing. The first time I drove you into the floor." He looked at the men standing around us, surprise and delight still on his face. "It's him! We've got him! The king's got his skill wizards spread from the mountains to the coast looking for him, and he falls like fruit into our hands." He licked his lips and ran his eyes over me gloatingly. I sensed a strange hunger in him, one he almost feared. He seized me suddenly by the throat and hauled me up on my toes. He brought his face close to mine and he hissed, "Understand me. Verity was a friend. It's not 100 gold pieces for you alive that keeps me from killing you here. It's only my faith that my king can come up with more interesting ways for you to die than I can improvise here. You're mine again, bastard, in the circle. Or as much of you as my king leaves for me, anyway." He shoved me violently away from him into the fire. I stumbled through it and was immediately seized by 2 men on the other side. I looked from one to the other wildly. "It's a mistake!" I cried out. "A terrible mistake!" "Shackle him!" Bolt ordered them hoarsely. Madge stepped suddenly forward. "You're certain of this, man?" she asked him directly. He met her eyes, captain to captain. "I am. It's the wit bastard." A look of total disgust crossed Madge's face. "Then take him and welcome to him." She turned on her heel and walked away. The guards had been watching the conversation between Madge and their captain rather than paying attention to the trembling man between them. I chanced it all, breaking toward the fire as I snapped my arms free of their careless grips. I shouldered a startled Bolt aside and fled like a rabbit. I wove through the camp, past the tinker's wagon, and saw only wide-open country before me. Dawn had greyed the plain to a featureless, rumpled blanket. No cover. No destination. I just ran. I had expected men on foot after me, or men on horses. I hadn't expected a man with a sling. The first rock hit me on the flat of my left shoulder, numbing my arm. I kept running. I thought at first I'd taken an arrow. Then the bolt of lightning hit me. When I woke up, my wrists were chained. My left shoulder ached horribly, but not as badly as the lump on my head. I managed to wiggle up to a sitting position. No one paid much attention to me. A shackle on each of my ankles was hooked to the length of chain that ran up and through a loop forged onto the chain that shackled my wrists together. A second, much shorter chain between my ankles was not even enough to let me take a full step. If I'd been able to stand. I said nothing, did nothing. Shackled, I had no chance against 6 armed men. I didn't want to give them any excuse to brutalize me. Still, it took every bit of my will to sit quietly and consider my situation. The sheer weight of the chain was daunting, as was the chill of the iron biting into my flesh in the cold night air. I sat, head bowed, looking at my feet. Bolt noticed I was awake. He came to stand looking down at me. I kept my eyes on my own feet.
"Say something, damn you!"
Bolt ordered me suddenly. "You've got the wrong man, sir," I said timidly. I knew there would be no convincing him of that, but perhaps I could shake his men's belief. Bolt laughed. He went and sat back down by the fire. Then he lay back on his elbows.
"If I have, it's just too damn bad for you. But I know I don't. Look at me, bastard. How was it you didn't stay dead?"
I shot a fearful glance at him. "I don't know what you mean, sir." It was the wrong response. He was tigerish in his speed, coming up from his reclining position to fly across the fire at me. I scrabbled to my feet, but there was no escaping him. He seized me by the chains, drew me up, and slapped me stingingly. Then,
"Look at me!"
he ordered. I brought my eyes back to his face.
"How was it you didn't die, bastard?"
"It wasn't me. You've got the wrong man." I got the back of his hand the second time. Chade had once told me that, under torture, it is easier to resist questioning if you focus your mind on what you will say, rather than what you must not. I knew it was stupid and useless to tell Bolt I was not FitzChivalry. He knew I was. But having adopted that course, I stuck to it. The 5th time he hit me, one of his men spoke out behind me.
"With all respect, sir."
Bolt flashed a furious look at the man.
"What is it?"
The man wet his lips.
"The captive was to be alive, sir, for the gold to be paid."
Bolt turned his eyes back to me. It was unnerving to see the hunger in him, a craving such as Verity had for the skill. This man liked to give pain, liked to kill slowly. It only made him hate me all the more that he could not.
"I know that,"
he said brusquely to the man. I saw his fist coming, but there was no way to avoid it. When I came awake, it was full morning. There was pain. For a time, that was all I really knew. Pain. Bad pain in one shoulder and down my ribs on the same side. He'd probably kicked me, I'd decided. I didn't want to move any part of my face. Why, I wondered, is pain always worse when you're cold? I felt curiously detached from my situation. I listened for a time with no desire at all to open my eyes. The caravan was getting ready to move on. I could hear Master Dell yelling at Tassin, who was crying that it was her money by right, that if he'd only help her get it he could have his apprentice fee back and full welcome to it. He ordered her to get in the wagon. Instead, I heard her footsteps crunching across the dry earth as she hurried over to me. But it was Bolt she spoke to in a whining voice. "I was right. You didn't believe me, but I was right. I found him for you. If it weren't for me, you'd have ridden off looking right at him. That gold is mine by right, but I'll give you half, and be more than happy. That's better than fair for you. You know it is."
"I'd get in that wagon were I you,"
Bolt answered her coldly.
"Otherwise, once it leaves and we leave, you're left with nothing but a long walk."
She had the sense not to argue with him, but she muttered dirty names to herself all the way back to the wagon. I heard Dell tell her she was nothing but trouble, and he'd be well rid of her at Blue Lake.
"Get him on his feet, Joff,"
Bolt ordered someone. They dashed water on me. I got one eye open. I watched a guard pick up the slack of my chain and jerk on it. That woke a host of lesser pains. "Get up!" she ordered me. I managed to nod. One of my teeth was loose. I could only see out of one eye. I started to lift my hands to my face to see how bad it was, but a tug on my chain prevented me. "Does he walk or ride?" the one holding my chain asked Bolt as I staggered upright. "I'd love to drag him, but it would slow us down too much. He rides." "You double with Arno and put him on your horse. Tie him in the saddle and keep a tight grip on your horse's lead. He's playing dumb now, but he's mean and he's tricky. I don't know if he can do all the wit things they say he can, but I don't want to find out, so keep a good grip on that lead rope. Where's Arno anyway?" "Off in a scrub, sir. His guts ain't too well today. He was up and down all night, dumping his sack." "Get him!" Bolt's tone made it plain that he wasn't interested in the man's problems. My guard hurried off, leaving me swaying on my feet. I lifted my hands to my face. I had only seen the one blow coming, but plainly there had been others. "Endure," I told myself sternly. "Live and see what chances are offered you." I dropped my hands to find Bolt watching me. "Water?" I asked in a slurry voice. I didn't really expect any, but he turned to one of his other guards and made a small motion. A few moments later the fellow brought me a bucket of water and 2 dry biscuits. I drank and splashed my face. The biscuits were hard and my mouth was very sore, but I tried to get down what I could of them. I doubted I'd get much more in the day to come. I noticed then that my pouch was gone. I supposed Bolt had taken it while I was unconscious. My heart sank at the thought of Burrich's earring gone. As I gnawed gingerly at my biscuit, I wondered what he had thought of the powders in my pouch. Bolt had us mounted and riding out before the caravan left. I caught one glimpse of Starling's face, but could not read her expression. Crace and my master carefully avoided even looking at me for fear of catching my taint. It was as if they had never known me at all. They'd put me on a sturdy mare. My wrists were strapped tightly to the saddle pommel, making it impossible to ride comfortably, or well, even if I hadn't felt like a bag of broken bones. They hadn't taken the shackles off, only removed the short chain between my ankles. The longer chain to my wrists was looped up over the saddle. There was no way to avoid the chains chafing. I had no idea what had become of my shirt, but I sorely missed it. The horse and motion would warm me somewhat, but not in any comfortable way. When a very pale-faced Arno was mounted behind his fellow guard, we set off, back toward Tradeford. My poison, I reflected ruefully, had done no more than give one man slack bowels. Such an assassin I was. "Come to me." Would that I could, I told myself wearily, as I was led off in the wrong direction. Would that I could. Every step the mare took rubbed my pains together. I wondered if my shoulder were broken or dislocated. I wondered at the strange sense of removal I felt from everything. And I wondered if I should hope to get to Tradeford alive, or try to get them to kill me before then. I could imagine no way of talking my way out of the chains, let alone fleeing in this flat land. I lowered my throbbing head and watched my hands as we rode. I shivered with the cold and the wind. I groped toward the mare's mind, but only succeeded in making her aware of my pain. She had no interest in jerking her head free and galloping away with me. She didn't much like the way I smelled of sheep either. The second time we halted for Arno to empty his guts, Bolt rode back and reined in beside me. "Bastard!" I turned my head slowly to look at him. "How did you do it?" "I saw your body and you were dead. I know a dead man when I see one, so how are you walking around again?" My mouth wouldn't let me form words, even if I'd had any. After a moment he snorted at my silence. "Well, don't count on it happening again. This time I'm cutting you up personally. I've got a dog at home, eats anything. Figure he'll get rid of your liver and heart for me. What do you think of that, bastard?" I felt sorry for the dog, but I said nothing. When Arno staggered back to his horse, Joff helped him mount. Bolt spurred his horse back to the lead of our column. We rode on. The morning was not even half gone when Arno had his friend halt for the third time. He slipped down from the horse's back and staggered a few steps away, to vomit. He doubled up, holding his aching guts as he did so, and then suddenly fell forward on his face in the dirt. One of the other guards laughed aloud, but when Arno only rolled over, groaning, Bolt ordered Joff to see what ailed him. We all watched as Joff dismounted and took water to Arno. Arno could not take the proffered water bottle, and when Joff put it to his mouth, the water just ran over his chin. He turned his head aside from it slowly and closed his eyes. After a moment, Joff looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief.
"He's dead, sir!"
Joff's voice went a bit shrill on the words. They scraped out a shallow grave for him and heaped rocks over the top. 2 more guards had vomited before the burial was completed. Bad water was the consensus, though I caught Bolt looking at me with narrowed eyes. They hadn't bothered to take me off my horse. I hunched over my belly as if it pained me and kept my eyes down. It was no difficulty at all to look sick. Bolt got his men remounted and we pushed on. By noon, it was apparent that no one was well. One boy was swaying in his saddle as we rode. Bolt halted us for a brief rest, but it turned into a longer one. No sooner would one man finish retching than another would begin. Bolt finally ordered them tersely back to their saddles, despite their groaning complaints. We went on, but at a gentler pace. I could smell the sour reek of sweat and puke on the woman who led my mare. As we were going up a gentle rise, Joff fell from her saddle into the dust. I gave my mare a sharp nudge with my heels, but she only sidled sideways and put her ears back, too well trained to gallop off with her reins dangling down from her bit. Bolt halted his troop, and every man immediately dismounted, some to puke, others to simply sink down in misery beside the horses. "Make camp," Bolt ordered, despite the early hour. Then he walked aside a little way to crouch and retch dryly for a time. Joff didn't get up. It was Bolt who walked back to me and cut my wrists loose from my saddle pommel. He gave a tug at my chain, and I all but fell down on top of him. I staggered away a few steps, then sank down, my hands over my belly. He came to hunker down beside me. He grabbed the back of my neck, gripped it tightly. But I could feel his strength was not what it had been. "What do you think, bastard?" he asked me in a hoarse growl. He was very close to me, and his breath and body stank of sickness. "Was it bad water? Or something else?" I made gagging sounds and leaned toward him as if to puke. He moved wearily away from me. Only 2 of his guards had managed to unsaddle their mounts. The others were collapsed miserably in the dirt. Bolt moved among them, cursing them uselessly but feelingly. One of the stronger guards finally began to gather the makings for a fire, while another crabbed down the line of horses, doing little more than uncinching saddles and dragging them from the horses' backs. Bolt came to fasten the hobble chain between my ankles. 2 more guards died that evening. Bolt himself dragged their bodies to one side, but could not find the strength to do more than that. The fire they had managed to kindle died soon for lack of fuel. The open night on the flat land seemed darker than anything I had ever known, and the dry cold a part of the darkness. I heard the groans of the men, and one babbling about his guts. I heard the restless shifting of the unwatered horses. I thought longingly of water and warmth. Odd pains bothered me. My wrists were chafed raw from the shackles. They hurt less than my shoulder, but in an ever-present way I could not ignore. I guessed the blade bone in my shoulder was at least fractured. Bolt came staggering over to where I lay at dawn. His eyes were sunken, his cheeks drawn with his misery. He fell to his knees beside me and gripped my hair. I groaned. "Are you dying, bastard?" he asked me hoarsely. I moaned again and tried feebly to pull free of him. It seemed to satisfy him. "Good. Good, then. Some were saying it was the wit magic you'd put on us, bastard, but I think bad water can kill a man, be he witted or honourable. Still, let's be sure of it, this time." It was my own knife that he drew out. As he dragged back on my hair to expose my throat, I brought up my shackled hands to crash the chain against his face. At the same time I repelled at him with all the strength of wit I could muster. He fell back from me. He crawled a few paces away, then fell on his side in the sand. I heard him breathing heavily. After a time, he stopped. I closed my eyes, listening to that silence, feeling the absence of his life like sunlight on my face. After a time, when the day was stronger, I forced myself to open my eye. It was harder to crawl over to Bolt's body. All my aches had stiffened and combined to one pain that shrieked whenever I moved. I went over his body carefully. I found Burrich's earring in his pouch. Odd to think that I stopped right then and put it back in my ear lest I lose it. My poisons were there as well. What wasn't in his pouch was the key to my shackles. I started to sort my possessions out from his, but the sun was pounding spikes into the back of my head. I simply put his pouch at my belt. Whatever he'd had in there was mine now. Once you've poisoned a man, I reflected, you might as well rob him as well. Honour no longer seemed to have much to do with my life. Whoever had shackled me probably carried the key, I surmised. I crawled to the next body, but found nothing in his pouch save some smoke herbs. I sat up, and became aware of faltering footsteps crunching over the dry earth toward me. I lifted my eyes, squinted against the sunlight. The boy came slowly toward me, his steps wavering. In one hand he had a water skin. In the other, he held the key where I might see it. A dozen steps away from me, he halted. "Your life for mine," he croaked. He was swaying where he stood. I made no response. He tried again. "Water and the key to your bonds. Any horse you want to take, I won't fight you. Only lift your wit curse off me." He looked so young and pitiful standing there. "Please." He begged me abruptly. I found myself shaking my head slowly. "It was poison," I told him. "There's nothing I can do for you." He stared at me bitterly, incredulous. "Then I have to die? Today?" His words came out as a dry whisper. His dark eyes locked to mine. I found myself nodding. "Damn you!" He shrieked the words, burning whatever life strength he had left. "Then you die too! You die right here!" He flung the key from us as far as he could, then staggered off in a feeble run, squawking and flailing at the horses. The beasts had stood all night, unpicketed, and even waited all morning, hoping for grain and water. They were well-trained animals. But the smell of sickness and death and this boy's incomprehensible behaviour were too much for them. When he screamed suddenly, and then fell face down, almost amongst them, a big grey gelding threw up his head, snorting. I sent calming thoughts toward him, but he had thoughts of his own. He pranced nervously away, then suddenly decided this was a good decision, and broke into a canter. The other horses followed his lead. Their hooves were not a thundering on the plain, rather, they were the diminishing patter of a rainstorm as it vanishes, taking all hope of life with it. The boy did not move again, but it was a time before he died. I had to listen to his soft weeping as I searched for the key. I wanted desperately to go look for water-skins instead, but I feared that if I turned away from the area where he had thrown it, I would never be able to decide which unremarkable stretch of sand held my salvation. So I crawled over it on my hands and knees, manacles cutting and chafing at my wrists and ankles, as I peered at the ground with my one good eye. Even after the sound of his weeping became too soft to hear, even after he died, I heard it still inside my mind. Sometimes I still can. Another young life ended senselessly, to no profit, as a result of Regal's vendetta with me. Or perhaps because of mine with him. I did eventually find the key, just as I was certain that the setting sun would hide it forever. It was crudely made and turned very stiffly in the locks, but it worked. I opened the shackles, prying them out of my puffy flesh. The one on my left ankle had been so tight that my foot was cold and near numb. After a few minutes, pain flooded back into my foot with life. I didn't pay much attention. I was too busy seeking for water. Most of the guards had drained their water-skins just as my poison had drained all fluid from their guts. The one the boy had shown me held only a few mouthfuls. I drank them very slowly, holding the water in my mouth for a long time before swallowing it. In Bolt's saddlebags I found a flask of brandy. I allowed myself one small mouthful of it, then capped it and set it aside. It was not much more than a day's walk back to the water-hole. I could make it. I'd have to. I robbed the dead for what I needed. I went through the saddlebags and bundles on the heaped saddles. When I was finished, I wore a blue shirt that fit me in the shoulders, though it hung almost to my knees. I had dried meat and grain, lentils and peas, my old sword that I decided fit me best, Bolt's knife, a looking-glass, a small kettle, a mug, and a spoon. I spread out a sturdy blanket and put these things on it. To them, I added a change of clothing that was too large for me, but would be better than nothing. Bolt's cloak would be long on me, but it was the best made. So I took it. One of the men had carried some linen for bandaging and some salves. I took these, an empty water-skin, and Bolt's flask of brandy. I could have gone over the bodies for money and jewellery. I could have burdened myself with a dozen other, perhaps useful possessions. I found I wanted only to replace what I'd had, and to be away from the smell of the bloating bodies. I made a bundle as small and tight as I could, cinching it with leather straps from the horse's harness. When I lifted it to my good shoulder, it still felt much too heavy. "My brother?" The query seemed tentative, faint with more than distance, with disuse, as if a man spoke in a language he had not used in many years. "I live, Night Eyes. Stay with your pack and live also. Do you need me?" I felt his twinge of conscience as he asked this. "I always need you. I need to know you are alive and free." I sensed his faint assent, but little more than that. After a time I wondered if I had not imagined his touch against my mind, but I felt oddly strengthened as I walked away from the bodies, into the deepening night. 13. Blue Lake. Blue Lake is the terminus of the Cold River. It is also the name of the largest town on its shores. Early in King Shrewd's reign, the country surrounding the northeast side of the lake was renowned for its grain fields and orchards. A grape peculiar to its soil produced a wine with a bouquet no other could rival. Blue Lake wine was known not just throughout the Six Duchies, but was exported by the caravan load as far as Bingtown. Then came the long droughts and the lightning fires that followed them. The farmers and vintners of the area never recovered. Blue Lake subsequently began to rely more heavily on trade. The present-day town of Blue Lake is a trade town where the caravans from Faroe and the Chalced states meet to barter for the goods of the mountain folk. In summers, huge barges navigate the placid waters of the lake, but in winter, the storms that sweep down from the mountains drive the barge folk from the lake and put an end to trade on the water. The night sky was clear, with an immense orange moon hanging low. The stars were true, and I followed their guidance, sparing a few moments for weary wonderment that these were the same stars that had once shone down on me as I made my way home to Buck Keep. Now they guided me back to the mountains. I walked the night away, not swiftly and not steadily, but I knew that the sooner I got to water, the sooner I could ease my pains. The longer I went without water, the weaker I would become. As I walked, I moistened one of the linen bandages with Bolt's brandy and dabbed at my face. I had looked at the damage briefly in the looking-glass. There was no mistaking that I had lost another fight. Most of it was bruising and minor cuts. I expected no new scars. The brandy stung on the numerous abrasions, but the moisture eased some of the scabbing so that I could open my mouth with minimal pain. I was hungry, but feared the salty, dried meat would only accentuate my thirst. I watched the sun come up over the great Faroe plain in a marvelous array of colors. The chill of the night eased, and I loosened Bolt's cloak. I kept walking. With the increasing light, I scanned the ground hopefully. Perhaps some of the horses had headed back to the water-hole. But I saw no fresh tracks, only the crumble-edged hoof-prints we had made yesterday, already being devoured by the wind. The day was still young when I reached the water place. I approached it cautiously, but my nose and my eyes told me it was blessedly deserted. I knew I could not depend on my luck that it would be that way long. It was a regular stopping place for caravans. My first act was to drink my fill. Then there was a certain luxury to building my own small fire, heating a kettle of water and adding lentils, beans, grain, and dried meat to it. I set it on a stone close to the fire to simmer while I stripped and washed in the water-hole. It was shallow at one end, and the sun had almost warmed it. The flat blade of my left shoulder was still quite painful to touch or move, as were the chafed places on my wrists and ankles, the knot on the back of my head, my face in general. I left off cataloguing my pain for myself. I wasn't going to die from any of it. What more than that mattered? The sun dried me while I shivered. I sloshed out of my clothes and spread them on some brush, while the sun dried them. I wrapped myself in Bolt's cloak, drank brandy, and stirred my soup. I had to add more water, and it seemed to take years for the dried beans and lentils to soften. I sat by my fire, occasionally adding some more branches or dried dung to it. After a time I opened my eyes again and tried to decide if I were drunk, beaten, or incredibly weary. I decided that was as profitable as cataloguing my pain. I ate the soup as it was, with the beans still a bit hard. I had more of the brandy with it. There wasn't much left. It was difficult to persuade myself to do it, but I cleaned the kettle and warmed more water. I cleaned the worst of my cuts, treated them with the salve, wrapped the ones that could be bandaged. One ankle looked nasty. I could not afford for it to become infected. I lifted my eyes to find the daylight fading. It seemed to have gone swiftly. With the last of my energy, I put out my fire, bundled up all my possessions, and moved away from the water-hole. I needed to sleep, and I would not risk being discovered by other travelers. I found a small depression that was slightly sheltered from the wind by some terry-smelling brush. I spread out the blanket, covered myself with Bolt's cloak, and sank down into sleep. I know for a time I slept dreamlessly. Then I had one of those confusing dreams in which someone called my name, but I could not find who. A wind was blowing, and it was rainy. I hated the sound of the blowing wind. So lonely. Then the door opened and Burrich stood in it. He was drunk. I felt both irritated and relieved. I had been waiting for him to come home since yesterday, and now he was here. He was drunk. How dared he be so? A shivering ran over me, an almost awakening, and I knew that these were Molly's thoughts. It was Molly I was skill-dreaming. I knew I should not. But in that edgeless dream state, I had not the will to resist. Molly stood up carefully. Our daughter was sleeping in her arms. I caught a glimpse of a small face, pink and plump, not the wrinkled red face of the newborn I'd seen before. To have already changed so much. Silently, Molly carried her to the bed and placed her gently on it. She turned up a corner of the blanket to keep the baby warm. Without turning around, she said in a low, tight voice, "I was worried. You said you'd be back yesterday."
"I know. I'm sorry. I should have been, but—"
Burrich's voice was hoarse. There was no spirit in it. "But you stayed in town and got drunk." Molly filled in coldly.
Yes. I got drunk."
He shut the door and came into the room. He moved to the fire to warm his red hands before it. His cloak was dripping, and so was his hair, as if he had not bothered to pull the hood up as he walked home. He set a carry-sack down by the door. He took the soaked cloak off and sat down stiffly in the chair by the hearth. He leaned forward to rub his bad knee. "Don't come in here when you're drunk," Molly told him flatly.
"I know that's how you feel. I was drunk yesterday. I had a bit earlier today, but I'm not drunk. Not now. Now I'm just tired. Very tired."
He leaned forward and put his head in his hands. "You can't even sit up straight." I could hear the anger rising in Molly's voice. "You don't even know when you're drunk." Burrich looked up at her wearily.
"Perhaps you're right,"
he conceded, shocking me. He sighed.
"I'll go,"
he told her. He rose, wincing as he put weight on his leg, and Molly felt a pang of guilt. He was still cold, and the shed where he slept at night was draughty and damp. But he'd brought it on himself. He knew how she felt about drunkards. Let a man have a drink or two, that was fine. She had a cup herself now and then, but to come staggering home like this and try to tell her—
"Can I see the baby for a moment?"
Burrich asked softly. He had paused at the door. I saw something in his eyes, something Molly did not know him well enough to recognize, and it cut me to the bone. He grieved. "She's right there on the bed. I just got her to sleep." Molly pointed out briskly.
"Can I hold her? Just for a minute?"
"No. You're drunk and you're cold. If you touch her, she'll wake up. You know that. Why do you want to do that?" Something in Burrich's face crumpled. His voice was hoarse as he said,
"Because Fitz is dead, and she's all I have left of him or his father, and sometimes—"
He lifted a wind-roughened hand to rub his face.
"Sometimes it seems as if it's all my fault."
His voice went very soft on those words.
"I should never have let them take him from me when he was a boy. When they first wanted to move him up to the keep, if I'd put him on a horse behind me and gone to chivalry, maybe they'd both still be alive. I thought of that. I nearly did it. He didn't want to leave me, you know, and I made him. I nearly took him back to chivalry instead, but I didn't. I let them have him, and they used him."
I felt the trembling that ran suddenly through Molly. Tears stung suddenly at her own eyes. She defended herself with anger. "Damn you, he's been dead for months. Don't try to get around me with drunkard's tears."
"I know," Burrich said. "I know he's dead.
He took a sudden deep breath and straightened himself in that old familiar way. I saw him fold up his pains and weakness and hide them deep inside himself. I wanted to reach out and put a steadying hand on his shoulder, but that was truly me and not Molly. He started for the door and then paused.
"Oh, I have something."
He fumbled inside his shirt.
This was his. I took it from his body after he died. You should keep it for her, so she has something of her father's. He had this from King Shrewd.
My heart turned over in my chest as Burrich stretched out his hand. There, on his palm, was my pin, with the ruby nestled in the silver. Molly just looked at it. Her lips were set in a flat line, anger or tight control of whatever she felt. So harsh a control even she did not know what she hid from. When she did not move toward him, Burrich set it carefully on the table. It all came together for me suddenly. He'd gone up to the shepherd's cabin, to try again to find me, to tell me I had a daughter. Instead, what had he found? A decayed body, probably not much more than bones by now, wearing my shirt with the pin still thrust safely into the lapel. The forged boy had been dark-haired, about my height and age. Burrich believed I was dead, really and truly dead. And he mourned for me. "Burrich, Burrich, please, I'm not dead. Burrich, Burrich!" I rattled and raged around him, battering at him with every bit of my skill sense, but as always, I could not reach him. I came suddenly awake, trembling and clutching at myself, feeling as if I were a ghost. He'd probably already gone to Chade. They'd both think me dead. A strange dread filled me at that thought. It seemed terribly unlucky to have all of one's friends believe one to be dead. I rubbed gently at my temples, feeling the beginning of a skill headache. A moment later I realized my defenses were down, that I'd been skilling as fiercely as I was able toward Burrich. I slammed my walls up and then curled up, shivering in the dusk. Will hadn't stumbled onto my skilling that time, but I could not afford to be so careless. Even if my friends believed me dead, my enemies knew better. I must keep those walls up, must never take a chance of letting Will into my head. The new pain of the headache pounded at me, but I was too weary to get up and make tea. Besides, I had no elf bark, only the Tradeford woman's untried seeds. I drank the rest of Bolt's brandy instead and went back to sleep. At the edge of awareness, I dreamed of wolves running. "I know you live. I shall come to you if you need me. You need but ask." The reaching was tentative, but true. I clung to the thought like a friendly hand as sleep claimed me. In the days that followed, I walked to Blue Lake. I walked through wind carrying scouring sand in it. The scenery was rocks and scree, crackly brush with leathery leaves, low-growing, fat-leaved succulents, and far ahead, the great lake itself. At first, the trail was no more than a scarring in the crusty surface of the plain, the cuts of hooves and the long ridges of the wagon paths fading in the ever-present cold wind. But as I drew closer to the lake, the land gradually became greener and gentler. The trail became more of a road. Rain began to fall with the wind, hard pattering rain that pelted its way through my clothes. I never felt completely dry. I tried to avoid contact with the folk that traveled the road. There was no hiding from them in that flat country, but I did my best to look uninteresting and forbidding. Hard-riding messengers passed me on that trail, some headed toward Blue Lake, others back toward Tradeford. They did not pause for me, but that was small comfort. Sooner or later, someone was going to find 5 unburied King's Guards, and wonder at that. And the tale of how the bastard had been captured right in their midst would be too juicy a gossip for Crease or Starling to forbear telling. The closer I got to Blue Lake, the more folk were on the road, and I dared to hope I blended in with other travellers, for in the rich grassy pasturelands there were holdings and even small settlements. One could see them from a great distance, the tiny hummock of a house and the wisp of smoke rising from a chimney. The land began to have more moisture in it, and brush gave way to brushes and trees. Soon I was passing orchards, and then pastures with milk cows and chickens scratching in the dirt by the side of the road. Finally, I came to the town that shared the name of the lake itself. Beyond Blue Lake was another stretch of flat land, and then the foothills. Beyond them, the mountain kingdom, and somewhere beyond the mountain kingdom was Verity. It was a little unsettling when I considered how long it had taken me to come this far afoot, compared to the first time when I had travelled with a royal caravan to claim Kettricken as bride for Verity. Out on the coast, summer was over and the wind of the winter storms had begun their lashing. Even here, it would not be long before the harsh cold of an inland winter seized the plains in the grip of the winter blizzards. While up in the mountains, I supposed the snow had already begun to fall in the higher stretches. It would be deep before I reached the mountains, and I did not know what conditions I would face as I travelled up into the heights, to find Verity in the lands beyond. I did not truly know if he still lived. He had spent much strength helping me win free of Regal. Yet, "Come to me, come to me," seemed to echo with the beating of my heart, and I caught myself keeping step to that rhythm. I would find Verity, or his bones, but I knew I would not truly belong to myself again until I had done so. Blue Lake Town seems a larger city than it is because it sprawls so. I saw few dwellings of more than one story. Most were low, long houses, with more wings added to the building as sons and daughters married and brought spouses home. Timber was plentiful on the other side of Blue Lake, so the poorer houses were of mud brick, while those of veteran traders and fishers were of cedar plank, roofed with wide shingles. Most of the houses were painted white or grey or light blue, which made the structures seem even larger. Many had windows with thick, whorled panes of glass in them. But I walked past them and went to where I always felt more at home. The waterfront was both like and unlike a seaport town's. There were no high and low tides to contend with, only storm-driven waves, so many houses and businesses were built out on pilings quite away into the lake itself. Some fisherfolk were able to tie up literally at their own doorsteps, and others delivered their catch to a back door so that the fish merchant might sell it out the front. It seemed strange to smell water without salt or iodine riding the wind. To me, the lake air smelled greenish and mossy. The gulls were different, with black-tipped wings, but in all other ways as greedy and thieving as any gulls I'd ever known. There were also entirely too many guardsmen for my liking. They prowled about like trapped cats in Pharaoh's golden-brown livery. I did not look in their faces, nor give them reason to notice me. I had a total of 15 silvers and 12 coppers, the sum of my funds and what Bolt had been carrying in his own purse. Some of the coins were a style I did not recognize, but their weight felt good in my hand. I assumed they'd be accepted. They were all I had to get me as far as the mountains, and all I had that I might ever take home to Molly. So they were doubly valuable to me, and I did not intend to part with any more than I must. But neither was I so foolish as to even consider heading into the mountains without some provisions and some heavier clothes. So spend some I must, but I also hoped to find a way to work my passage across Blue Lake, and perhaps beyond. In every town there are always poorer parts and shops or carts where folk deal in the cast-off goods of others. I wandered Blue Lake for a bit, staying always to the waterfront where trade seemed the liveliest, and eventually I came to streets where most of the shops were of mud brick, even if they were roofed with shingles. Here I found weary tinkers selling mended pots, and rag-pickers with their carts of well-worn wares, and shops where one might buy odd crockery and the like. From now on, I knew, my pack would be heavier, but it could not be helped. One of the first things I bought was a sturdy basket, plaited from lake reeds with carry straps to go over my shoulders. I placed my present bundle inside it. Before the day was out, I had added padded trousers, a quilted jacket such as the mountain folk wore, and a pair of loose boots, like soft leather socks. This last item had leather lacing to secure them tightly to my calves. I bought also some thick woolen stockings, mismatched in colour but very thick, to wear beneath the boots. From another cart I purchased a snug woolen cap and a scarf. I bought a pair of mittens that were too large for me, obviously made by some mountain wife to fit her husband's hands. At a tiny herb stall I was able to find elf bark, and so secured a small store of that for myself. In a nearby market I bought strips of dried smoked fish, dried apples, and flat cakes of very hard bread that the vendor assured me would keep well no matter how far I might travel. I next endeavoured to book passage for myself on a barge across Blue Lake. Actually, I went to the waterfront hiring square, hoping to work my passage across. I swiftly found out no one was hiring.
"Look, mate,"
a boy of 13 loftily told me.
"Everyone knows the big barges don't work the lake this time of year, unless there's gold in it. And there ain't this year. Mountain Witch shut down all the trade to the mountains. Nothing to haul means no money worth taking the risk, and that's it, plain and simple. But even if the trade was open, you'd not find much going back and forth in winter. Summer is when the big barges can cross from this side to that. Winds can be iffy even then, but a good crew can work a barge, sail and oar, there and back again, but this time of year, it's a waste of time. The storms blow up every 5 days or so, and the rest of the time the winds only blow one way, and if they aren't full of water, they're carrying ice and snow. It's a fine time to come from the mountainside to Blue Lake Town, if you don't mind getting wet and cold and chopping ice off your rigging all the way. But you won't find any of the big freight barges making the run from here to there until next spring. There's smaller boats that will take folk across, but passage on them is dear and for the daring. If you take ship on one of those, it's because you're willing to pay gold for the passage and pay with your life if your skipper makes a mistake. You don't look as if you got the coin for it, man, let alone to pay the king's tariff on the trip." Boy he might have been, but he knew what he spoke about. The more I listened, the more I heard the same thing. The mountain witch had closed the passes, and innocent travellers were being attacked and robbed by mountain brigands. For their own good, travellers and traders were being turned back at the border. War was looming. That chilled my heart and made me all the more certain I must reach Verity. But when I insisted I had to get to the mountains, and soon, I was advised to somehow avail myself of 5 gold pieces for the passage across the lake, and good luck from there. In one instance, a man hinted he knew of a somewhat illegal endeavour in which I might gain that much in a month's time or less, if I were interested. I was not. I already had enough difficulties to contend with. Come to me. I knew that somehow I would. I found a very cheap inn, run down and draughty, but at least not smelling too much of smoke. The clientele could not afford it. I paid for a bed and got a pallet in an open loft above the common room. At least heat also rose with the errant smoke from the hearth below. By draping my cloak and clothes over a chair by my pallet, I was finally able to dry them completely for the first time in days. Song and conversation, both rowdy and quiet, were a constant chorus to my first effort at sleep. There was no privacy, and I finally got the hot bath I longed for at a bath and steam house 5 doors away. But there was a certain weary pleasure in knowing where I would sleep at night. If not, how well. I had not planned it, but it was an excellent way also to listen to the common gossip of Blue Lake. The first night I was there, I learned much more than I wished to of a certain young noble who had got not 1, but 2 serving women with child, and the intimate details of a major brawl in a tavern 2 streets away that had left Jake Ruddynose without his namesake portion of anatomy, having had it bitten off by Crookarm the scribe. The second night I was at the inn, I heard the rumour that 12 king's guards had been found slaughtered by brigands half a day's ride past Jernigan's spring. By the next night, someone had made the connection, and tales were told of how the bodies had been savaged and fed upon by a beast. I considered it quite likely that scavengers had found the bodies and fed from them. But as the tale was told, it was clearly the work of the wit bastard who had changed himself into a wolf to escape his fetters of cold iron, and fallen upon the whole company by the light of a full moon to wreak his savage violence on them. As the teller described me, I had little fear of being discovered in their midst. My eyes did not glow red in firelight, nor did my fangs protrude from my mouth. I knew there would be other, more prosaic descriptions of me passed about. Regal's treatment of me had left me with a singular set of scars that were difficult to conceal. I began to grasp how difficult it had been for Chade to work with a pock-scarred face. The beard I had once found an irritant now seemed natural to me. It grew in wiry curls that reminded me of Verity's, and was just as unruly. The bruises and cuts Bolt had left on my face were mostly faded, though my shoulders still ached endlessly in the cold weather. The damp chill of the wintry air reddened my cheeks above my beard, and fortunately made the edge of my scar less noticeable. The cut on my arm had long healed, but the broken nose I could do little about. It, too, no longer startled me when I saw it in a mirror. In a way, I reflected, I was as much Regal's creation now as Chade's. Chade had only taught me how to kill. Regal had made me a true assassin. My third evening at the inn, I heard the gossip that made me cold. The king himself it was, aye, and the head skill wizard. Cloaks of fine wool with so much fur at the collar and hood you could scarcely see their faces. Riding black horses with gold saddles, fine as you please, and a score of brown and golds riding at their heels, cleared the whole square so they might pass, did the guards. So I said to the fellow next to me, "Hey, what's all this, you know?" And he told me King Regal has come to town to hear for himself what the mountain witch has been doing to us and to put an end to it. And more. Says he, the king himself has come to track down the pocked man and the witted bastard, for it's well known they work hand in glove with the mountain witch. I overheard this from a rheumy-eyed beggar who'd earned enough coin to buy a mug of hot cider and nurse it next to the inn fire. This bit of gossip earned him another round, while his patron told him yet again the tale of the wit bastard, and how he had slaughtered a dozen of the king's guard and drunk their blood for his magic. I found myself a turmoil of emotions, disappointment that my poisons had evidently done nothing to Regal, fear that I might be discovered by him, and a savage hope that I might have one more chance at him before I found my way to Verity. I scarcely needed to ask any questions. The next morning found all of Blue Lake abuzz with the king's arrival. It had been many years since a crowned king had actually visited Blue Lake, and every merchant and minor noble intended to take advantage of the visit. Regal had commandeered the largest and finest inn in the town, blithely ordering that all the rooms be cleared for him and his retinue. I heard rumours that the innkeeper was both flattered and aghast at being chosen, for while it would certainly establish the reputation of his inn, there had been no mention of recompense, only a lengthy list of victuals and vintages that King Regal expected to be available. I dressed in my new winter garments, pulled a wool cap down over my ears and set forth. The inn was found easily. No other inn at Blue Lake was 3 stories high, nor could any boast so many balconies and windows. The streets outside the inn were thick with nobles attempting to present themselves to King Regal, many with comely daughters in tow. They were jostling elbow to elbow with minstrels and jugglers offering to entertain, merchants bearing samples of their finest wares as gifts, as well as those making deliveries of meat, ale, wine, bread, cheese, and every other foodstuff imaginable. I did not attempt to get in, but listened mostly to those coming out.
The tap-room was packed with guardsmen, and a rude lot were they, bad-mouthing the local ale and whores as if they got better in Tradeford. And King Regal was not receiving today. No, he felt poorly after his hasty trip, and had sent for the best stocks of Marybud to settle his complaints. Yes, there was to be a dinner this evening, a most lavish affair, my dear, only the very finest of folk to be invited. And did you see him with that one eye gone like a dead fish's? Fair give me the creeps. Was I the king, I'd find a better-made man to advise me, skill or no. Such was the talk from a variety of folk, leaving by front door and back, and I stored it all away, as well as noting which windows in the inn were curtained against the day's brief light. Resting, was he? I could aid him with that. But there I found my dilemma. A few weeks ago I would simply have slipped in and done my best to plant a knife in Regal's chest, and damn the consequences. But now I had not only Verity's skill command eating at me, but also the knowledge that if I survived, I had a woman and child awaiting me. I was no longer willing to trade my life for Regal's. This time, I needed a plan. Nightfall found me on the roof of the inn. It was a cedar shake roof, sharply peaked and very slippery with frost. There were several wings to the inn, and I lay in the juncture of the pitched roofs between two of them, waiting. I was grateful to Regal for having chosen the largest and finest inn. I was up well above the level of the neighbouring buildings. No one was going to see me with a casual glance. They'd have to be looking for me. Even so, I waited till full dark before I half slid and half clambered down to the edge of the eaves. I lay there a time, calming my heart. There was nothing to hold on to. The roof had a generous eave to shield the balcony below it. I would have to slide down, catch the eave with my hands in passing, and swing myself in if I was to land on the balcony. Otherwise, it was a 3-story drop to the street. I prayed I would not land upon the balcony's decoratively spiked railing. I had planned well. I knew which rooms were Regal's bedchamber and sitting-room. I knew the hour at which he would be at dinner with his guests. I had studied the door and window latches on several buildings in Blue Lake. I found nothing I was unfamiliar with. I had secured some small tools, and a length of tight line would provide my exit. I would enter and leave without a trace. My poisons waited in my belt pouch. 2 awls taken from a cobbler's shop earlier in the day provided my hand grips as I worked my way down the roof. I thrust them, not into the tough shakes, but between them, so they caught on the overlapping shakes below. I was most nervous for the moments when part of my body dangled off the roof, with no clear view of what was happening below. At the critical moment, I swung my legs a few times for impetus, and braced myself to let go. Trap! Trap! I froze where I was. My legs curled under the eave of the roof, while I clung to the 2 awls sunk between the shakes. I did not even breathe. It was not Night Eyes. No, small ferret. Trap, trap, go away, trap, trap. It's a trap. Trap, trap for Fitz Wolf. Old Blood knows. Big Ferret said, go with, warn Fitz Wolf. Rolf Bear knew your smell. Trap, trap, go away! I almost cried out when a small, warm body suddenly struck my leg and then ran up my clothes. In a moment, a ferret poked its whiskery face into mine. Trap, trap, he insisted. Go away, go away! Dragging my body back up onto the roof was more difficult than lowering it down. I had a bad moment when my belt caught on the edge of the eaves. After a bit of wriggling, I got loose and slowly slithered back up onto the roof. I lay still a moment, catching my breath, while the ferret sat between my shoulders, explaining over and over. Trap, trap! A tiny, savagely predatory mind was his, and I sensed a great anger in him. I would not have chosen such a bond animal for myself, but someone had. Someone who was no more.
"Big ferret hurt to death. Tell small ferret, go with, go with. Take the smell, warn Fitzwolf, trap, trap."
There was so much I wanted to ask. Somehow Black Rolf had interceded for me with the old blood. Since I had left Tradeford, I had feared that every witted one I encountered would be against me. But someone had sent this small creature to warn me, and he had held to his purpose, even though his bond partner was dead. I tried to learn more from him, but there was not much more in that small mind. Great hurt and outrage at the passing of his bond partner, a determination to warn me. I would never learn who Big Ferret had been, nor how he had discovered this plan, nor how his bond beast had managed to conceal himself in Will's possession. For that was whom he showed me waiting silently in the room below. One Eye. The trap. "Come with me," I offered him. Fierce as he was, he still seemed small and alone. To touch minds with him was like seeing what remained of an animal cloven in two. The pain drove from his mind all save his purpose. There was room for only one other thing now.
"No, go with, hide in One Eye's things. Warn Fitzwolf, go with, find old Blood-Hater, hide, wait. Old Blood-Hater, sleep, small ferret, kill."
He was a small animal, with a small mind. But an image of Regal, old Blood-Hater, was fixed in that simple mind. I wondered how long it had taken Big Ferret to implant this notion firmly enough for him to carry it for weeks. Then I knew. A dying wish. The little creature had been driven all but mad by the death of his bondhuman. This had been Big Ferret's last message to him. It seemed a futile errand for so small a beast. "Come with me," I suggested gently. "How can small ferret killed old Blood-Hater?" In an eye blink, he was at my throat. I actually felt the sharp teeth grip the vein in my throat.
"Snip, snip when he sleeps. Drink his blood like a coney. No more Big Ferret, no more holes, no more conies. Only old Blood-Hater, snip, snip."
He let go of my jugular and slipped suddenly inside my shirt.
"Warm."
His small, clawed feet were icy on my skin. I had a strip of dried meat in my pocket. I lay on the roof and fed it to my fellow assassin. I would have persuaded him to come with me if I could, but I sensed he could no more change his mind than I could refuse to go to Verity. It was all he had left of Big Ferret. Pain and the dream of revenge.
"Hide. Go with the One Eye. Smell the old Blood-Hater. Wait until he sleeps, then snip, snip. Drink his blood like a coney's. Yes. My hunt. Trap, Fitzwolf. Go away.
I took his advice. Someone had given much to send me this courier. I did not wish to face Will in any case. Much as I wanted to kill him, I knew now I was not his equal in the skill, nor did I wish to spoil small ferret's chance. There is honor among assassins, of a kind. It warmed my heart to know I was not Regal's only enemy. Soundless as the dark, I made my way over the inn roof, and then down to the street by the stable. I returned to my dilapidated inn, paid my copper and took a place at a plank table beside two other men. We ate the inn's potato and onion mainstay. When a hand fell on my shoulder, I did not startle so much as flinch. I had known there was someone behind me. I had not expected him to touch me. My hand went to my belt knife, stealthily, as I turned on my bench to face him. My table-mates went on eating, one noisily. No man in this inn professed an interest in any business save his own. I looked up at Starling's smiling face, and my guts turned over inside me. "Tom!" She greeted me jovially, and claimed a seat at the table beside me. The man next to me gave over his space without a word, scraping his bowl, along with himself, over the stained table plank. After a moment I took my hand from my knife and put it back on the table's edge. Starling gave a small nod to that gesture. She wore a black cloak of good thick wool, trimmed with yellow embroidery. Small silver rings graced her ears now. She was entirely too pleased with herself to suit me. I said nothing, but only looked at her. She made a small gesture toward my bowl. "Please go on eating. I didn't mean to disturb your meal. You look as if you could use it. Short rations lately?" "A bit," I said softly. When she said no more, I finished the soup, wiping out the wooden bowl with the last 2 bites of coarse bread that had come with it. By then, Starling had attracted the attention of a serving girl, who brought us 2 mugs of ale. She took a long draw from hers, made a face, and then set it back on the table. I sipped at mine and found it no worse to the palate than the lake water that was the alternative. "Well?" I said at last, when she had still not spoken. "What do you want?" She smiled affably, toying with the handle of her mug. "You know what I want. I want a song, one that will live after me." She glanced about us, especially at the man who was still noisily sucking down his soup. "Have you a room?" she asked me. I shook my head. "I have a pallet in the loft, and I've no songs for you, Starling." She shrugged her shoulders, a tiny movement. "I've no songs for you right now, but I've got tidings that would interest you. And I've a room. At an inn some way from here. Walk there with me, and then we shall talk. There was a fine shoulder of pork roasting on the hearth fire when I left. It would likely be cooked by the time we got there." Every sense I had pricked up at the mention of meat. I could smell it. I could almost taste it. I couldn't afford it. I told her bluntly. "I could." She offered blandly. "Get your things. I'll share my room as well." "And if I decline?" I asked quietly. Again she made the tiny shrugging motion. "It's your choice." She returned my gaze levelly. I could not decide if there was a threat in her small smile or not. After a time I rose and went to the loft. When I returned I had my things. Starling was waiting for me by the base of the ladder. "Nice cloak," she observed wryly. "Haven't I seen it somewhere before?" "Perhaps you have," I said quietly. "Would you like to see the knife that goes with it?" Starling only smiled more broadly and made a small warding gesture with her hands. She turned and walked away, not looking back to see if I followed. Again, there was that curious mixture of trusting me and challenging me. I walked behind her. Outside it was evening. The sharp wind that blew through the streets was full of lake damp. Even though it was not raining, I felt the moisture beading on my clothes and skin. My shoulder began to ache immediately. There were no street torches still burning. What little light there was escaped from shutters and door sills. But Starling walked with sureness and confidence, and I followed, my eyes swiftly adjusting to the darkness. She led me away from the waterfront, away from the poorer quarters of the town, up to the merchant streets and the inns that served the tradesfolk of the town. It was not so far from the inn where King Regal was not truly staying at all. She opened an inn door that was inscribed with a tusked boar's head, and nodded to me to precede her. I did, but cautiously, glancing about well before I entered. Even after I saw no guardsman, I was not sure if I was running my head into a snare or not. The inn was bright and warm, with glass as well as shutters for its windows. The tables were clean, the reeds on the floor almost fresh, and the smell of roasting pork filled the air. A serving boy walked by us with a tray full of brimming mugs, looked at me, then raised an eyebrow to Starling, obviously questioning her choice of men. Starling replied with a swooping bow, and in the process swept off her damp cloak. I followed suit more slowly, and then trailed after her as she led me to a table near the hearth. She seated herself, then looked up at me. She was confident she had me now. "Let's eat before we talk, shall we?" She invited me engagingly, and indicated the chair opposite her. I took the offered seat, but turned it so my back was to the wall, and I could command a view of the room. A small smile twitched at her mouth, and her dark eyes danced. "You've nothing to fear from me, I assure you. On the contrary, it is I who place myself at risk in seeking you out." She glanced about, then called to a boy named Oak that we wished 2 platters of the roast pork, some fresh bread and butter, and apple wine to go with it. He hastened off to fetch it, and served it out on our table with a charm and grace that bespoke his interest in Starling. He exchanged some small chatter with her. He noticed me very little, save to make a face of distaste as he stepped around my damp carry-basket. Another patron called him away, and Starling attacked her plate with appetite. After a moment, I sampled mine. I had not had fresh meat in some days, and the hot, crackling fat on the pork almost made me dizzy with its savour. The bread was fragrant, the butter sweet. I had not tasted food this good since Buck Keep. For a second, my appetite was all I considered. Then, the taste of the apple wine put me suddenly in mind of Rurisk, and how he had died of poisoned wine. I set my goblet carefully back on the table and recalled my caution. "So, you sought me out, you say?" Starling nodded as she chewed. She swallowed, wiped her mouth, and added, "And you were not easy to find, for I was not asking folk for news of you, only looking with my own 2 eyes. I hope you appreciate that." I gave a half nod. "And now that you have found me, what do you want of me? A bribe for your silence? If so, you'll have to content yourself with a few coppers." "No." She took a sip of wine, then cocked her head to look at me. "It is as I've told you. I want a song. It seems to me I've missed one already, not following you when you were removed from our company, though I hope you'll favour me with the details of exactly how you survived." She leaned forward, the power of her trained voice dropping down to a confidential whisper. "I can't tell you what a thrill that was for me when I heard they'd found those 6 guardsmen dead. I had thought I was wrong about you, you see. I truly believed they had dragged off poor old Tom the shepherd as a scapegoat. Chivalry's son, I told myself, would never go as quietly as all that. And so I let you go, and I didn't follow, but when I heard the news, it put a shiver up my spine as stood every hair on my body on end. It was him, I chided myself. The bastard was there, and I watched him taken away and never stirred a finger. You can't imagine how I cursed myself for doubting my instincts. But then I decided, well, if you survived, you'd still come here. You're on your way to the mountains, aren't you?" I just looked at her. A flat gaze that would have sent any Buck Keep stable boy scuttling, and wiped the grin from the face of a buck guard. But Starling was a minstrel. Singers of songs are never easily abashed. She went on with her meal, waiting for my answer. "Why would I be going to the mountains?" I asked her softly. She swallowed, took a sip of wine, then smiled. "I don't know why. To rally to Kettrican's aid, perhaps? Whatever the reason, I suspect there's a song in it, don't you?" A year ago her charm and smile might have won me. A year ago I would have wanted to believe this engaging woman. I'd have wanted her to be my friend. Now she only made me tired. She was an encumbrance, a connection to avoid. I didn't answer her question. I only said, "It's a foolish time to even think of going to the mountains. The winds are against the trip. There will be no barge runs until spring, and King Regal has forbidden travel or trade between the Six Duchies and the mountains. No one's going to the mountains." She nodded her agreement. "I understand the King's Guards pressed 2 barges and their crews a week ago,
and forced them to attempt the trip. Bodies from at least one barge washed back to the shore. Men and horses. No one knows if the other soldiers made it across or not, but—" She smiled with satisfaction and drew closer to me as she dropped her voice. "I do know of one group who are still bound for the mountains." "Who?" I demanded. She made me wait a moment. "Smugglers." She spoke the word very softly. "Smugglers?" I asked cautiously. It made sense. The tighter the restrictions on trade, the more profitable for those who managed it. There would always be men who would risk their lives for a profit. "Yes, but that is not truly why I sought you out. Fitz, you must have heard that King Regal has come to Blue Lake, but it's all a lie, a trap to lure you in. You must not go there." I knew that. I told her calmly. "How?" she demanded. She spoke quietly, but I could see how annoyed she was that I had known before she had told me. Perhaps a little bird told me. I told her loftily. "You know how it is. We witted ones speak the tongues of all the animals." "Truly?" she asked me, gullible as a child. I raised one eyebrow at her. "It would be more interesting to me to know how you knew." "They tracked us down to question us. Everybody they could find from Madge's caravan." "And?" "And such tales as we told. According to Crease, several sheep were lost along the way, dragged off at night without a sound. And then Tassin told of the night you tried to rape her. She said it was only then she noticed that your nails were black like a wolf's claws, and your eyes glowed in the darkness." "I never tried to rape her," I exclaimed, and then hushed myself when the waiting boy turned toward us inquiringly. Starling leaned back in her chair. "But such a fine tale as it made, it fair brought tears to my eyes. She showed the skill wizard the mark on her cheek where you'd clawed her, and said she would never have escaped you, but for the wolfsbane that happened to grow nearby." "It sounds to me as if you should follow Tassin about if you are looking for a song," I muttered disgustedly. "Oh, but the tale I told was even better," she began, then shook her head at the serving boy as he approached. She pushed away her empty plate and glanced about the room. It was starting to fill with the evening's customers. "I have a room upstairs," she invited me. "We can talk more privately there." This second meal had finally filled my belly, and I was warm. I should have felt wary, but the food and the warmth were making me sleepy. I tried to focus my thoughts. Whoever these smugglers were, they offered the hope of getting to the mountains, the only hope I'd had lately. I gave a small nod. She rose and I followed with my carry-basket. The room upstairs was clean and warm. There was a feather bed on the bed frame and clean wool blankets upon it. A pottery ewer of water with a wash-basin rested on a small stand by the bed. Starling lit several candles in the room, driving the shadows back into the corners. Then she gestured me in. As she latched the door behind us, I sat down on the chair. Odd how a simple, clean room could seem such a luxury to me now. Starling sat down on the bed. "I thought you said you had no more coin than I did," I commented. "I didn't, back then. But since I came to Blue Lake, I've been in demand. Even more so since the guards' bodies were found." "How is that?" I asked her coldly. "I'm a minstrel," she retorted, "and I was there when the wit bastard was taken. Do you think I can't tell the story of that well enough to be worth a coin or two?" "So I see." I mulled over what she had told me, then asked, "So, do I owe my glowing red eyes and fangs to your telling?" She gave a snort of disdain. "Of course not. Some street-corner ballad-maker came up with that." Then she halted and smiled almost to herself. "But I'll admit to a bit of embroidery. As I tell it, Chivalry's bastard was stoutly thewed and fought like a buck, a young man in the prime of his years, despite the fact that his right arm still bore the savage marks of King Regal's sword. And above his left eye, he'd a streak of white as wide as a man's hand in his hair. It took 3 guardsmen just to hold him, and he did not stop fighting. And when the leader of the guard struck him so hard, it knocked the teeth from the front of his mouth. She paused and waited. When I said nothing, she cleared her throat. You might thank me for making it a bit less likely that folk would recognize you on the street.
Thank you, I suppose. How did Kreese and Tassin react to that?
They nodded all the while. My story only made theirs all the better, you see.
I see.
But you still haven't told me how you know it was a trap. They offered us money for you. If any of us had had word from you. Kreese wanted to know how much. We had been taken up to the king's own sitting room for this questioning, to make us feel more important, I suppose. We were told the king himself felt ill after his long trip, and was resting right next door. While we were there, a servant came out, bringing the king's cloak and his boots to be cleaned of mud. Starling gave me a small smile. The boots were immense.
And you know the size of the king's feet? I knew she was correct. Regal had small hands and feet, and was more vain of them than many a court lady.
I've never been to court, but a few of those better born at our keep had been up to Buck Keep for occasions. They spoke much of the handsome youngest prince, of his fine manners and dark curling hair, and his tidy feet, and how well he danced on them.
She shook her head.
I knew it was not King Regal in that room. The rest was easy to deduce. They had come to Blue Lake too promptly following the killings of the guards. They came for you.
Perhaps. I conceded.
I was beginning to have a high opinion of Starling's wits.
Tell me more of the smugglers. How did you come to hear of them?
She shook her head, smiling. If you strike a bargain with them, it will be through me, and I shall be a part of it.
How are they getting to the mountains? I asked.
She looked at me. If you were a smuggler, would you tell others what route you used?
Then she shrugged.
I've heard gossip that smugglers have a way to cross the river. An old way. I know there was once a trade route that went upriver and then across. It fell out of favor when the river became so unpredictable. Since the bad fires a few years back, the river floods every year. When it does, it shifts in its bed. So the regular traders have come to rely more on boats than on a bridge that may or may not be intact. She paused to gnaw briefly at a thumbnail. I think that at one time there was a bridge away upstream, but after the river washed it out for the 4th consecutive year, no one had the heart to rebuild it. Someone else told me that in summer there is a pulley ferry, and that they used to cross on the ice in winter, in the years when the river freezes. Maybe they are hoping the river will freeze this year. My own thought is, when trade is stopped in one place, it starts in another. There will be a way across.
I frowned. No, there must be another way to the mountains.
Starling seemed mildly insulted that I doubted her. Ask about it yourself if you choose. You might enjoy waiting with the king's guard that strut all about the waterfront, but most folk will tell you to wait for spring. A few will tell you that if you want to get there in the winter, you don't start from here. You could go south, around Blue Lake entirely. From there, I gather, there are several trade routes to the mountains, even in winter.
By the time I did that, it would be spring.
I could get to the mountains just as quickly by waiting it out here. That's another thing I've been told. Starling agreed smugly. I leaned forward and put my head in my hands. Come to me. Are there no close, easy ways across that damnable lake? No. If there were an easy way to cross, there would not still be guardsmen infesting the entire waterfront.
There seemed no other choice for me. Where would I find these smugglers? Starling grinned broadly. "Tomorrow I will take you to them," she promised. She rose and stretched. "But tonight I must take myself to the Gilded Pin. I have not sung my songs there yet, but yesterday I was invited. I've heard their clients can be quite generous to travelling minstrels." She stooped to gather up her well-wrapped harp. I rose as she picked up her still damp cloak. "I must be on my way as well," I said politely. "Why not sleep here?" she offered. "Less chance of being recognized and a lot fewer vermin in this room." A smile twisted the corner of her mouth as she looked at my hesitant face. "If I wanted to sell you to the King's Guard, I could have done it. As alone as you are, FitzChivalry, you had better decide to trust someone." When she called me by my name, it was as if something twisted inside me. And yet— "Why?" I asked her softly. "Why do you aid me? And don't tell me it's the hope of a song that may never be." "That shows how little you understand minstrels," she said. "There is no more powerful lure for one than that. But I suppose there is more. No, I know there is." She looked up at me suddenly, her eyes meeting mine squarely. "I had a little brother, Jay. He was a guard stationed at the Antler Island Tower. He saw you fight the day the raiders came." She gave a brief snort of laughter. "Actually, you stepped over him. You sank your axe into the man who had just struck him down, and waded deeper into the battle without even a glance back at him." She looked at me from the corner of her eye. "That is why I sing Antler Tower Raid, slightly differently from any other minstrel. He told me of it, and I sing you as he saw you. A hero. You saved his life." She looked abruptly aside from me. "For a time, anyway. He died later, fighting for Buck, but for a time he lived because of your axe." She stopped speaking and swung her cloak around her shoulders. "Stay here," she told me. "Rest. I won't be back until late. You can have the bed until then if you want." She whisked out the door without waiting for a reply. I stood for a time staring at the closed door. FitzChivalry. Hero. Just words. But it was as if she had lanced something inside me, drained away some poison, and now I could heal. It was the strangest feeling. Get some sleep, I advised myself. I actually felt as if I could. 14. Smugglers. There are few spirits so free as those of travelling minstrels, at least within the Six Duchies. If a minstrel is sufficiently talented, he can expect almost all rules of conduct to be suspended for him. They are permitted to ask the most prying of questions as a normal part of their trade. Almost without exception, a minstrel can presume hospitality anywhere from the king's own table to the lowliest hovel. They seldom marry in youth, though it is not unusual for them to bear children. Such children are free of the stigma of other bastards, and are frequently keep-raised to become minstrels themselves. It is expected of minstrels that they will consort with outlaws and rebels, as well as nobles and merchants. They carry messages, bring news, and hold in their long memories many an agreement and promise. At least, so it is in times of peace and plenty. Starling came in so late, Burrich would have regarded it as early morning. I was awake the instant she touched the latch. I rolled quickly off her bed as she came in, then wrapped myself well in my cloak, and lay down on the floor. "FitzChivalry." She greeted me fuzzily, and I could smell the wine on her breath. She stripped off her damp cloak, looked sideways at me, then spread it over me as an extra covering. I closed my eyes. She dropped her outer clothing to the floor behind me with a fine disregard for my presence. I heard the give of the bed as she threw herself onto it. "Ah, still warm," she muttered, shouldering into the bedding and pillows. "I feel guilty taking your warm spot." Her guilt could not have been too sharp-edged, for in just a matter of moments her breathing went deep and even. I followed her example. I awoke very early and left the inn. Starling didn't stir as I let myself out of her room. I walked until I found a bathhouse. The baths were almost deserted at this hour of the day. I had to wait while the day's first water was warmed. When it was ready, I stripped down and clambered gingerly in. I eased the ache in my shoulder in the deep, hot tub. I washed myself. Then I leaned back in the hot water in silence and thought. I didn't like taking up with the smugglers. I didn't like linking up with Starling. I couldn't see any other choice. I could not think of how I'd bribe them to take me. I had little enough coin. Burrich's earring? I refused to consider it. For a long time I lay up to my chin in the water and refused to consider it. Come to me. I would find another way. I swore to myself I would. I thought of what I had felt back in Tradeford when Verity had intervened to save me. That blast of skill had left Verity without reserves. I did not know his situation, only that he had not hesitated to expend all he had for my sake. And if I had to choose between parting with Burrich's earring and going to Verity, I would choose Verity. Not because he had skill summoned me, nor even for the oath I had sworn to his father. For Verity. I stood up and let the water stream off me. I dried off, spent a few minutes attempting to trim my beard, gave it up as a bad job, and went back to the Boar's Head. I had one bad moment on my way back to the inn. A wagon passed me as I strode along, none other than the wagon of Dell the puppeteer. I kept walking briskly, and the young journeyman driving the wagon gave no sign of noticing me. Nonetheless, I was glad to reach the inn and get inside. I found a corner table near the hearth, and had the serving boy bring me a pot of tea and a loaf of morning bread. This last proved to be a farro concoction full of seeds and nuts and bits of fruit. I ate slowly, waiting for Starling to descend. I was both impatient to be out to meet these smugglers and reluctant to put myself in Starling's power. As the morning hours dragged by, I caught the serving boy looking idly at me twice. The third time I caught his stare, I returned it, until he blushed suddenly and looked aside. I divined the reason for his interest. I'd spent the night in Starling's room, and no doubt he wondered what would possess her to share quarters with such a vagabond. But it was still enough to make me uncomfortable. The day was more than halfway to noon anyway. I rose up and went up the stairs to Starling's door. I knocked quietly and waited, but it took a second round of louder knocking before I heard a sleepy reply. After a bit she came to the door, opened it a crack, then yawned at me and motioned me in. She wore only her leggings and a recently donned oversized tunic. Her curly dark hair was tousled all about her face. She sat down heavily on the edge of her bed, blinking her eyes as I closed and fastened the door behind me. "Oh, you took a bath," she greeted me, and yawned again. "Is it that noticeable?" I asked her testily. She nodded at me affably. "I woke up once and thought you'd just left me here. I wasn't worried about it, though. I knew you couldn't find them without me." She rubbed her eyes and then looked at me more critically. "What happened to your beard?" I tried to trim it, without much success. She nodded in agreement. "But it was a good idea," she said comfortingly. "It might make you look a bit less wild, and it might prevent crease or tassin,
or anyone else from our caravan from recognizing you. Here, I'll help you. Go sit on that chair. Oh, and open the shutters. Let some light in here." I did as she suggested, without much enthusiasm. She arose from the bed, stretched, and rubbed her eyes. She took a few moments to splash some water on her face, then worried her own hair back into order and fastened it with a couple of small combs. She belted the tunic to give it a shape, then slipped on her boots and laced them up. In a remarkably short time she was presentable. Then she came to me, and taking hold of my chin, turned my face back and forth in the light with no shyness at all. I could not be as nonchalant as she was. "Do you always blush so easily?" she asked me with a laugh. "It's rare to see a buckman able to flush so red. I suppose your mother must have been fair-skinned." I could think of nothing to say to that. So I sat silently as she rummaged in her pack and came up with a small pair of shears. She worked quickly and deftly. "I used to cut my brother's hair," she told me as she worked, "and my father's hair and beard, after my mother died. You've a nice shape to your jaw under all this brush. What have you been doing with it, just letting it grow out any way it pleased?" "I suppose," I muttered nervously. The scissors were flashing away right under my nose. She paused and brushed briskly at my face. A substantial amount of curly black hair fell to the floor. "I don't want my scar to be visible," I warned her. "It won't," she said calmly. "But you will have lips and a mouth instead of a gap in your moustache. Tilt your chin up. There. Do you have a shaving blade?" "Only my knife," I admitted nervously. "We'll make do, then," she said comfortingly. She walked to the door, flung it open, and used the power of a minstrel's lungs to bellow for the serving boy to bring her hot water, and tea, and bread, and some rashers of bacon. And when she came into the room, she cocked her head and looked at me critically. "Let's cut your hair, too," she proposed. "Take it down." I moved too slowly to satisfy her. She stepped behind me, tugged off my kerchief, and freed my hair from the leather thong. Unbound, it fell to my shoulders. She took up her comb and curried my hair roughly forward. "Let's see," she muttered, as I gritted my teeth to her rough combing. "What do you propose?" I asked her, but hanks of hair were already falling to the floor. Whatever she had decided was rapidly becoming a reality. She pulled hair forward over my face, then cut it off square above my eyebrows, tugged her comb through the rest of it a few times, then cut it off at jaw length. "Now," she told me, "you look a bit more like Faro merchant stock. Before, you were obviously a buckman. Your colouring is still buck, but now your hair and clothes are Faro. As long as you don't talk, folk won't be certain where you're from." She considered a moment, then went to work again on the hair above my brow. After a moment she rummaged around and gave me a mirror. "The white will be a lot less noticeable now." She was right. She had trimmed out most of the white hair and pulled forward black hair to fall over the stubble. My beard now hugged my face as well. I nodded a grudging approval. There was a knock at the door. "Leave it outside," Starling called through the door. She waited a few moments, then fetched in her breakfast and the hot water. She washed, then suggested I put a good edge on my knife while she ate. I did so, wondering as I honed the blade if I felt flattered or irritated at her refashioning of me. She was beginning to remind me of Patience. She was still chewing as she came to take the knife from my hand. She swallowed, then spoke. "I'm going to give your beard a bit more shape. You'll have to keep it up, though. I'm not going to shave you every day," she warned me. "Now, damp your face down well." I was substantially more nervous as she brandished the knife, especially as she worked near my throat, but when she was finished and I took up the looking-glass, I was amazed at the changes she had wrought. She had defined my beard, confining it to my jaw and cheek. The square-cut hair hanging over my brow made my eyes look deeper. The scar on my cheek was still visible, but it followed the line of my moustache and was less noticeable. I ran my hand lightly over my beard, pleased with how much less of it there was. "It's quite a change," I told her. "It's a vast improvement," she told me. "I doubt that Crease or Dell would recognize you now. Let's just be rid of this." She gathered up the hair cuttings and opened the window to fling them out onto the wind. Then she shut it and brushed off her hands. "Thank you," I said awkwardly. "You're welcome," she told me. She glanced about the room and breathed a small sigh. "I'm going to miss that bed," she told me. She set to packing with a swift efficiency. She caught me watching her and grinned. "When you're a minstrel who wanders, you learn to do this quickly and well." She tossed in the last items, then laced her pack shut. She swung it to one shoulder. "Wait for me at the bottom of the back stairs," she commanded, "while I go settle my bill." I did as she bade me, but waited substantially longer in the cold and wind than I'd expected. Eventually she emerged, rosy-cheeked and ready for the day. She stretched herself like a wild cat. "This way," she directed me. I had expected to shorten my stride to accommodate her, but found that we matched pace easily. She glanced across at me as we strode away from the merchants' sector of town and headed to the northern outskirts. "You look different today," she informed me. "And it's not just the haircut. You've made up your mind about something." "I have," I agreed with her. "Good," she said warmly, and she took my arm companionably. "I hope it's to trust me." I glanced at her and said nothing. She laughed, but did not release my arm. The wooden walkways of the merchants' section of Blue Lake soon disappeared, and we walked in the street, past houses that huddled against each other as if seeking shelter from the cold. The wind was a constant chill push against us as we strode along cobbled streets that gave way eventually to roads of packed earth that ran past small farmsteads. The road was rutted and muddy from the rains of the last few days. This day, at least, was fair, even if the blustery wind was cold. "Is there much farther to go?" I finally asked of her. "I'm not certain. I'm simply following directions. Watch for 3 stacked rocks at the side of the road." "What do you really know of these smugglers?" I demanded. She shrugged a bit too casually. "I know they are going to the mountains when no one else is, and I know they are taking the pilgrims with them." "Pilgrims?" "Or whatever you wish to call them. They go to honor Ida's shrine at the Mountain Kingdom. They had bought passage on a barge earlier in the summer, but then the King's Guard claimed all the barges for their own use and shut down the borders to the Mountain Kingdom. The pilgrims have been stuck in Blue Lake since then, trying to find a way to continue their journey." We came to the 3 stacked rocks, and a weedy track through a rocky, brambly pasture surrounded by a rock and pole fence. A few horses were grazing disconsolately. I noted, with interest, they were mountain-bred, small and patchy-coated at this time of year. A little house was set well back from the road. It was built of river rock and mortar, with a sod roof. The small outbuilding behind it matched it. A thin trickle of smoke escaped its chimney to be swiftly dispersed by the wind. A man sat on the fence, whittling at something. He lifted his eyes to regard us and, evidently, decided we were no threat. He made no challenge to us as we passed him and went to the door of the cottage. Just outside the cottage, fat pigeons cooed and strutted in a cote. Starling knocked at the door, but the answer came from a man who walked around the corner of the house. He had rough brown hair and blue eyes, and was dressed like a farmer. He carried a brimming bucket of warm milk. "Who do you seek?" he greeted us. "Nick," Starling replied. "I know no Nick," the man said. He opened the door and went into the house. Starling boldly followed him, and I trailed her with less confidence. My sword was at my hip. I put my hand closer to the hilt, but not on it. I didn't want to provoke a challenge. Inside the hut, a driftwood fire burned in the hearth,
Most, but not all of the smoke was going up the chimney. A boy and a spotted kid shared a pile of straw in one corner. He regarded us with wide blue eyes, but said nothing. Smoked hams and sides hung low from the rafters. The man carried the milk to a table where a woman was chopping up fat yellow roots. He set the bucket down beside her and turned to us mildly. "I think you've come to the wrong house. Try down the road a ways. Not the next house. That's where Pelf lives, but beyond, maybe."
"Thank you kindly, we shall."
Starling smiled round at them all and went to the door. "Coming, Tom?" she asked me. I nodded pleasantly at the folk and followed her. We left the house and walked up the lane. When we were well away, I asked her, "Now what?"
"I'm not precisely sure. From what I overheard, I think we go to Pelf's house and ask for Nick."
"From what you overheard?"
"You don't think I have personal knowledge of smugglers, do you? I was in the public baths. 2 women were talking as they bathed. Pilgrims on their way to the mountains. One was saying it might be their last chance at a bath for a while, and the other was saying she didn't care as long as they finally got to leave Blue Lake. Then one told the other where they were supposed to meet the smugglers."
I said nothing. I suppose my expression said it all, for Starling asked me indignantly,
"Do you have any better ideas? This will either work out or it won't."
"It may work out to us with our throats cut."
"Then go back to town and see if you can do better."
I think that if we did that, the man following us would decide we were certainly spies, and do more than just follow us. Let us go on to Pelf and see what comes of it. No, don't look back. We returned to the road and walked to the next farmstead. The wind had become stronger, and I tasted snow on it. If we did not find Nick soon, it was going to be a long, cold walk back to town. Someone had once cared about this next farm. Once there had been a line of silver birches to either side of the drive. Now they were brittle scarecrows of trees, their branches long bare, bark peeling in the wind. A few survivors wept yellow coin leaves in the wind. Exclusive pastures and fields had been fenced, and whatever stock they had held was long gone. The weedy fields went unplanted, the thistly pastures ungrazed. "What happened to this land?" I demanded, as we walked past the desolation.
"Years of drought, then a summer of fire. Out beyond these farmsteads, the riverbanks used to be covered with open oak forests and grazing land. Here, these were dairy farms. But out there, smallholders ran their goats in the free pasturage, and their harrogers scavenged under the oaks for corns. I have heard it was magnificent hunting as well. Then came the fire. It burned for over a month, they say, so that a man could scarcely breathe, and the river ran black with ash. Not just the forests and wild meadows, but hayfields and homes were torched by the flying sparks. After the years of drought, the river was no more than a trickle of itself. There was nowhere to flee from the fire, and after the fire came more hot, dry days. But the winds that blew carried dust now as well as ash. Smaller streams choked with it. It blew until the rains finally came that fall. All the water that folk had prayed for years came in one season, floods of it. And when the water went down, well, you see what was left. Washed out, gravelly soil. I recall hearing something of the sort. It had been a conversation long ago. Someone, Chade, had told me that the people held the king accountable for everything, even droughts and fires. It had meant little to me then, but to these farmers it must have seemed like the end of the world. The house, too, spoke of a loving hand and better times. It was 2 stories, built of timber, but its paint was long faded. Shutters were closed tight over the windows in the upper story. There were 2 chimneys at either end of the house, but one was losing its stones. Smoke rose from the other one. A young girl stood before the door of the house. A fat grey pigeon perched on her hand as she was stroking it lightly. "Good day," she bid us, in a pleasantly low voice as we approached. Her tunic was leather over a loose cream shirt of wool. She wore leather trousers as well, and boots. I put her age at about 12, and knew she was some kin to the folk in the other house by her eyes and hair. "Good day," Starling returned to her. "We are looking for Nick." The girl shook her head. "You have come to the wrong house. There is no Nick here. This is Pelf's house. Perhaps you should seek farther down the road." She smiled at us, no more than puzzlement on her face. Starling gave me an uncertain glance. I took her arm. "We have been given poor directions. Come, let us take ourselves back to town and try again." At that time I hoped no more than to get ourselves out of the situation. "But—" she objected in confusion. I had a sudden inspiration. "Shush. We were warned these are not people to take lightly. The bird must have gone astray, or a hawk taken it. There is nothing more to be done here today." "A bird?" the girl piped suddenly. "Only a pigeon. Good day to you." I put my arm about Starling and turned her firmly. "We did not mean to bother you." "Whose pigeon?" I let my eyes meet hers for a moment. "A friend of Nick's. Do not let it concern you. Come, Starling." "Wait," the girl said suddenly. "My brother is inside. Perhaps he knows this Nick." I would not wish to bother him, I assured her. "No bother." The bird on her hand stretched out his wings as she gestured to the front door with it. "Come inside out of the cold for a bit." "It is a cold day," I conceded. I turned to confront the whittler, just as he was emerging from the line of birches. "Perhaps we should all go inside." "Perhaps." The girl grinned at my shadow's discomfiture. Within the door was a bare entry hall. The fine, inlaid wood of the floor was scuffed and had gone unoiled for some time. Lighter spaces on the walls showed where paintings and tapestries had once hung. A bare staircase led to the upper floor. There was no light save what came in the thick windows. Inside, there was no wind, but it was not much warmer. "Wait here," the girl told us, and entered a chamber to our right, closing the door firmly behind her. Starling stood a bit closer to me than I wished. The whittler watched us expressionlessly. Starling took a breath. "Hush," I told her before she could speak. Instead, she took my arm. I made the excuse of stooping to adjust my boot. As I straightened, I turned and put her on my left side. She immediately took hold of that arm. It seemed a very long time before the door opened. A tall man, brown-haired and blue-eyed, came out. He was dressed like the girl, in leathers. A very long knife hung at his belt. The girl came on his heels, looking petulant. He had rebuked her then. He scowled at us and demanded, "What's this about?" "My mistake, sir," I said immediately. "We were seeking one named Nick, and obviously we have come to the wrong house. Your pardon, sir." He spoke reluctantly. "I've a friend with a cousin named Nick. I could give word of you to him, perhaps." I squeezed Starling's hand for silence. No. We wouldn't wish to trouble you, unless you'd like to tell us where we could find Nick himself. "I could take a message," he offered again, but it was not really an offer. I scratched at my beard and considered. "I've a friend whose cousin wished to send something across the river. He had heard that Nick might know someone who could take it for him. He promised my friend's cousin that he would send a bird, to let Nick know we were coming, for a fee, of course. That was all, a paltry matter." He gave a slow nod. "I've heard of folks hereabouts who do such things. It's dangerous work, yes? Treasonous work, too. They'd pay with their heads if the King's Guard caught them." "That they would," I agreed readily. "But I doubt that my friend's cousin would do business with the kind of folk who'd get caught. That was why he was wishing to speak to Nick." "And who was it sent you here to seek this Nick?" "I forget," I said coolly. "I'm afraid I'm rather good at forgetting names." "Are you?"
The man asked consideringly. He glanced at his sister and gave a small nod. "May I offer you some brandy?" "That would be most welcome," I told him. I managed to pry my arm free of Starling as we entered the chamber. As the door shut behind us, Starling sighed in the welcome warmth. This room was as opulent as the other was bare. Rugs coated the floor, tapestries lined the walls. There was a heavy oak table with a branch of white candles for illumination. A fire blazed in the huge hearth before a half-circle of comfortable chairs. It was to this area our host led us. He snagged a glass decanter of brandy as he passed the table. "Find some cups?" He peremptorily ordered the girl. She seemed to take no offence at it. I guessed his age at about 25. Older brothers are not the kindest of heroes. She handed the whittler her pigeon and gestured both of them out before she went to find cups. "Now, you were saying?" He offered when we were settled before the fire. "Actually, you were saying," I suggested. He was silent as his sister came back with cups. He passed them to us as he filled them, and the four of us raised cups together. "To King Regal," he suggested. "To my king." I offered affably and drank. It was good brandy, one Burrich would have appreciated. "King Regal would see folk like our friend Nick swinging," the man suggested. "Or more likely in his circle," I suggested. I gave a small sigh. It's a dilemma. On the one hand, King Regal threatens his life. On the other hand, without King Regal's embargo on the mountains, what livelihood would Nick pursue? I heard all that his family's holdings grow these days is rocks. The man nodded in commiseration. "Poor Nick. A man must do something to survive." "That he must," I agreed. "And sometimes to survive a man must cross a river, even if his king forbids it." "Must he?" the man asked. "Now that's a bit different from sending something across the river." "Not that different," I told him. "If Nick is good at his trade, the one should no more tax him than the other." And I'd heard Nick was good. "The best," the girl said with quiet pride. Her brother shot her a warning glance. "What would this man be offering to cross?" he asked quietly. "He'd offer it to Nick himself," I said as softly. For a few breaths, the man looked into the fire. Then he stood and extended a hand. "Nick Holdfast. My sister Pelf." "Tom," I said. "Starling," the minstrel added. Nick held his cup aloft again. "To a bargain in the making," he suggested, and again we drank. He sat and asked immediately, "Shall we speak plainly?" I nodded. "The plainest possible." "We had heard that you were taking a group of pilgrims over the river and across the border into the mountain kingdom. We seek the same service." "At the same price," Starling chimed in smoothly. "Nick, I don't like this." Pelf broke in suddenly. "Someone's tongue has been wagging too freely. I knew we should never have agreed to the first lot. How do we know—" "Hush. I'm the one taking the risks. So I'll be the one to say what I will or will not do. You've naught to do but wait here and mind things while I'm gone, and see that your own tongue doesn't wag." He turned back to me. "It will be a gold each up front, and another on the other side of the river, a third at the mountain border." "Ah." The price was shocking. "We can't—" Starling dug her nails suddenly into my wrist. I shut my mouth. "You will never convince me the pilgrims paid that much," Starling said quietly. "They have their own horses and wagons, food supplies too." He cocked his head at us. "But you look to be folk travelling with what's on your backs and no more. And a lot easier to conceal than a wagon and team. We'll give you 1 gold now, and 1 at the mountain border for both of us," Starling offered. He leaned back in his chair and pondered a moment.
Then he poured more brandy all round. "Not enough," he said regretfully, "but I suspect it's all you have." It was more than I had. I hoped, perhaps, it was what Starling had. "Take us over the river for that much," I offered. "From there we're on our own." Starling kicked me under the table. She seemed to be speaking only to me as she said, "He's taking the others to the mountain border and across it. We may as well enjoy the company that far." She turned back to Nick. "It will have to take us all the way to the mountains." Nick sipped at his brandy. He sighed heavily. "I'll see your coin, begging your pardon, before we say it's a bargain." Starling and I exchanged glances. "We'll require a private moment," she said smoothly. "Begging your pardon?" She rose and, taking my hand, led me to the corner of the room. Once there, she whispered, "Have you never bargained before in your life? You give too much too fast. Now, how much coin do you truly have?" For answer, I upended my purse in my hand. She picked through the contents as swiftly as a magpie stealing grain. She hefted the coins in her hand with a practised air. "We're short. I thought you'd have more than this. What's that?" Her finger jabbed at Burridge's earring. I closed my hand around it before she could pick it up. "Something very important to me." "More important than your life?" "Not quite," I admitted. "But close. My father wore it, for a time. A close friend of his gave it to me." "Well, if it must go, I'll see that it goes dearly." She turned away from me without another word and walked back to Nick. She took her seat, tossed the rest of her brandy down and waited for me. When I was seated, she told Nick, "We'll give you what coin we have now. It's not as much as you ask, but at the mountain border, I'll give you all my jewellery as well, rings, earrings, all of it. What do you say?" He shook his head slowly. "It's not enough for me to risk hanging over." "What's the risk?" Starling demanded. "If they discover you with the pilgrims, you'll hang. You've already been paid for that risk, in what they gave you. We don't increase your risk, only your supply burden. Surely it's worth that." He shook his head almost reluctantly. Starling turned and held out her hand to me. "Show it to him," she said quietly. I felt almost sick as I opened my pouch and fingered out the earring. "What I have might not seem like much at first glance," I told him. "Unless a person were knowledgeable about such things, I am. I know what I have and I know what it's worth. It's worth whatever trouble you'd have to go through for us." I spread it out on my palm. The fine silver net trapping, the sapphire within. Then I picked it up by the pin and held it before the dancing fire. It's not just the silver or the sapphire. It's the workmanship. Look how supple is the silver net. See how fine the links. Starling reached one fingertip to touch it. King-in-waiting chivalry once owned it. She added respectfully. Coins are more easily spent. Nick pointed out. I shrugged. If coins to spend are all a man wants, that is true. Sometimes there is pleasure in the owning of something, pleasure greater than coins in the pocket. But when it is yours, you could change it for coins, if you wished. Were I to attempt it now, in haste, I'd get but a fraction of its worth. But a man with your connections and the time to bargain well could get well over 4 golds for it, but if you'd rather, I could go back to town with it and... Greed had kindled in his eyes. I'll take it, he conceded. On the other side of the river, I told him. I lifted the jewellery and restored it to my ear. Let him look at it each time he looked at me. I made it formal. You undertake to get us both safely to the other side of the river, and when we get there, the earring is yours. As your sole payment, Starling added quietly, though we will allow you to hold all our coins until then, as a surety. Agreed. And here's my hand on it, he acknowledged. We shook hands. When do we leave? I asked him.
"When the weather's right," he said. "Tomorrow would be better," I told him. He rose, slowly. "Tomorrow, eh? Well, if the weather's right tomorrow, then is when we'll leave. Now I've a few things I need to attend to. I'll have to excuse myself, but Pelf can see to you here." I had expected to walk back to town for the night, but Starling bargained with Pelf, her songs for a meal for us, and then to prepare us a room for the night. I was a bit ill at ease to sleep among strangers, but reflected it might actually be safer than going back to town. If the food Pelf cooked for us was not as fine as we had enjoyed at Starling's Inn the night before, it was still far better than onion and potato soup. There were thick slices of fried ham and apple sauce, and a cake made with fruits and seeds and spices. Pelf brought us beer to go with it, and joined us at table, speaking casually of general topics. After we'd eaten, Starling played a few songs for the girl, but I found I could scarcely keep my eyes open. I asked to be shown to a room, and Starling said she, too, was weary. Pelf showed us to a chamber above Nick's elaborate room. It had been a very fine room, once, but I doubted it had been regularly used for many years. She had started a fire in the hearth there, but the long chill of disuse and the must of neglect still filled the room. There was an immense bed with a feather bed on it, and greying hangings. Starling sniffed critically at it, and as soon as Pelf left, she busied herself in draping the blankets from the bed over a bench and setting it by the fire. "They will both air and warm that way," she told me knowledgeably. I had been barring the door and checking the latches on the windows and shutters. They all seemed sound. I was suddenly too weary to reply. I told myself it was the brandy, followed by the beer. I dragged one chair to wedge it against the door, while Starling watched me with amusement. Then I came back to the fire and sank down onto the blanket-draped bench and stretched my legs to the warmth. I towed my boots off. Well, tomorrow I'd be on my way to the mountains. Starling came to sit beside me. For a time she didn't speak. Then she lifted a finger and batted at my earring with it. "Was it truly Chivalry's?" she asked me. "For a while. And you'd give it up to get to the mountains? What would he say?" "Don't know, never knew the man." I suddenly sighed. By all accounts he was fond of his little brother. I don't think he'd begrudge me spending it to get to Verity. "Then you do go to seek out your king?"
Of course.
I tried in vain to stifle a yawn. Somehow it seemed foolish to deny it now. I'm not sure it was wise to mention chivalry to Nick. He might make a connection. I turned to look at her. Her face was too close. I couldn't bring her features into focus.
But I'm too sleepy to care.
I added, "You've no head for Mary, Bud." She laughed. "There was no smoke tonight." "In the cake. She told you it was spiced." "Is that what she meant?" "Yes, that's what spiced means all over Farrow."
"Oh. In Buck it means there's ginger. Or citron."
"I know that." She leaned against me and sighed. "You don't trust these people, do you?" "Of course not. They don't trust us. If we trusted them, they'd have no respect for us. They'd think us gullible fools, the sort who get smugglers into trouble by talking too much." "But you shook hands with Nick." "I did. And I believe he will keep his word, as far as it goes." We both fell silent, thinking about that. After a time I started awake again. Starling sat up beside me. "I'm going to bed," she announced.
"Me too,"
I replied. I claimed a blanket and started to roll up in it by the fire. "Don't be ridiculous," she told me. "That bed's big enough for 4. Sleep in a bed while you can, for I bet we aren't going to see another one soon." I took very little persuading.
The feather-bed was deep, if a trifle smelly from damp. We each had a share of the blankets. I knew I should retain some caution, but the brandy and the Marybud had unloosed the knot of my will. I fell into a very deep sleep. Toward morning, I awoke once when Starling threw an arm over me. The fire had burned out and the room was cold. In her sleep she had migrated across the bed and was pressed up against my back. I started to ease away from her, but it was too warm and companionable. Her breath was against the back of my neck. There was a woman smell to her that was not a perfume, but a part of her. I closed my eyes and lay very still. Molly. The sudden, desperate longing I felt for her was like pain. I clenched my teeth to it. I willed myself into sleep again. It was a mistake. The baby was crying, crying and crying. Molly was in her nightrobe with a blanket draped over her shoulders. She looked haggard and weary as she sat by the fire and rocked her endlessly. Molly sang a little song to her over and over, but the tune had long since gone out of it. She turned her head slowly to the door as Burrich opened it. "May I come in?" he asked quietly. She nodded him in. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" she asked him tiredly. "I could hear her crying out there. Is she ill?" He went to the fire and poked it up a little. He added another piece of wood, then stooped to look in the baby's small face. "I don't know, she just cries and cries and cries. She doesn't even want to nurse. I don't know what's wrong with her." There was misery in Molly's voice far past the use of tears. Burrich turned to her. "Let me take her for a while. You go lie down and try to rest a bit, or you'll both be ill. You can't do this night after night." Molly looked up at him without comprehension. "You want to take care of her? You truly do that?" "I may as well," he told her wryly. "I can't sleep through her crying." Molly stood up as if her back ached. "Warm yourself first. I'll make some tea." For answer he took the babe from her arms. "No, you go back to bed for a while. No sense in all of us not sleeping." Molly seemed unable to grasp it. "You truly don't mind if I go back to bed?" "No, go ahead. We'll be fine. Go on now." He settled the blanket about her and then set the infant to his shoulder. She looked very tiny with his dark hands against her. Molly walked slowly across the room. She looked back at Burrich, but he was looking into the baby's face. "Hush now," he told her. "Hush." Molly clambered into bed and pulled the blankets up over herself. Burrich did not sit down. He stood before the fire, rocking slightly on his feet as he patted the baby's back slowly. "Burrich?" Molly called to him quietly. "Yes?" He did not turn to look at her. "There's no sense in your sleeping in that shed in this weather. You should move inside for the winter and sleep by the hearth." "Oh, well, it's not so very cold out there. It's all in what you're used to, you know." A small silence fell. "Burrich, I would feel safer were you closer." Molly's voice was very small. "Oh. Well, then I suppose I shall be. But there's nothing you need fear tonight. Go to sleep now, both of you." He bent his head, and I saw his lips brush the top of the baby's head. Very softly he began to sing to her. I tried to make out the words, but his voice was too deep, nor did I know the language. The baby's wailing became less determined. He began to pace slowly around the room with her, back and forth before the fire. I was with Molly as she watched him until she, too, fell asleep to Burrich's soothing voice. The only dream I had after that was of a lone wolf, running, endlessly running. He was alone as I was. 15. Kettle.
Queen Ketrican was carrying Verity's child when she fled king-in-waiting Regal to return to her mountains. Some have criticized her, saying if she had remained at Buck and forced Regal's hand, the child would have been born safely there. But if she had, Buckkeep Castle would have rallied to her. Perhaps all of Buck Duchy would have presented a more unified resistance to the Out-Islander raiders. Perhaps the coastal duchies would have fought harder if they had had a queen at Buck. So some say. The general belief of those who lived in Buckkeep Castle at the time and were well informed of the internal politics of the Farseer Regency is very different. Without exception, they believed that both Ketrican and her unborn child would have met with foul play. It can be substantiated that even after Queen Ketrican had removed herself from Buckkeep, those who supported Regal as king did all they could to discredit her, even to saying that the child she carried was not Verity's at all, but had been fathered by his bastard nephew, FitzChivalry. Whatever suppositions might be made about what would have happened if Ketrican had remained at Buckkeep are but useless speculations now. The historical fact is that she believed her child would have the best chance of surviving if born in her beloved mountain kingdom. She also returned to the mountains in the hope of being able to find Verity and restore her husband to power. Her search efforts, however, only yielded her grief. She found the battle site of his companions against unidentified attackers. The unburied remains were little more than scattered bones and draggled bits of clothing after the scavengers had finished with them. Among those remains, however, she found the blue cloak Verity had worn when she had last seen him, and his sheath knife. She returned to the royal residence at Jumpe and mourned her husband as dead. More distressing to her was that for months afterwards she received reports of sightings of folk in the garb of Verity's guard in the mountains beyond Jumpe. These individual guards were seen wandering alone by mountain villagers. They seemed reluctant to have conversation with the villagers and, despite their ragged condition, often refused offers of aid or food. Without exception, they were described by those who saw them as pathetic or piteous. Some few of these men trickled into Jumpe from time to time. They seemed unable to answer her questions about Verity and what had become of him coherently. They could not even recall when they had parted company with him or under what circumstances. Without exception, they seemed almost obsessed with returning to Buckkeep. In time, she came to believe that Verity and his guard had been attacked, not only physically but by magic. The ambushers who struck at him with arrow and sword, and the false coterie that disheartened and confused his guard were, she surmised, in the employ of his younger brother, Prince Regal. This is what precipitated her unceasing ill will toward her brother-in-law. I awoke to a hammering at the door. I shouted something back as I sat up, disoriented and cold in the dark. "We leave in an hour," was the reply. I found my way clear of weltering blankets and Starling's sleepy embrace. I found my boots and pulled them on, and then my cloak. I snugged it around me against the chilly room. Starling's only move had been to immediately burrow into the warm place where I had lain. I leaned over the bed. "Starling." When there was no response, I reached down and shook her slightly. "Starling! We leave in less than an hour. Get up!" She heaved a tremendous sigh.
"Go ahead, I'll be ready."
She shouldered deeper into the blankets. I shrugged my shoulders and left her there. Downstairs in the kitchen, Pelf had stacks of griddle cakes, keeping warm by the cooking hearth. She offered me a plate with butter and honey, and I was only too glad to accept. The house, so quiet a place the day before, was now thronged with folk. From the strong resemblance, this was a family business. The small boy with the spotted kid was sitting at a stool by the table, feeding the goat bits of griddle cake. From time to time I caught him staring at me. When I smiled back, the boy's eyes got wide. With a serious expression he arose and carried his plate off, with the goat skittering after him. Nick strode through the kitchen, black wool cloak swirling about his calves. It was dotted with fresh snowflakes. He caught my eye in passing. "Ready to go?" I gave a nod. "Good." He gave me a glance on his way out. "Dress warmly. Storm is just beginning." He grinned. "Perfect travelling weather for you and me." I told myself I had not expected to enjoy the trip. I had finished my breakfast before Starling came down the stairs. When she reached the kitchen, she surprised me. I had expected her to be sleepy. Instead, she was brightly alert, her cheeks flushed and mouth laughing. As she came into the kitchen, she was trading quips with one of the men and getting the best of it. She did not hesitate when she got to the table, but helped herself to a hearty serving of everything. When she looked up from her empty plate, she must have seen the surprise on my face. "Minstrels learn to eat well when food is offered," she said, and held her cup out to me. She was drinking beer with her breakfast. I filled her cup from the pitcher on the table. She had just set her mug down with a sigh when Nick came through the kitchen, looking like a storm cloud. He caught sight of me and stopped in mid-stride. Tom, can you drive a horse?" "Certainly." "Well?" "Well enough," I said quietly. "Good. Then we're ready to go. My cousin Hank was to drive, but he's breathing like a bellows this morning, took a cough in the night. His wife won't let him go, but if you can drive a cart—" "He'll expect you to adjust your fee." Starling broke in instantly. "By driving a horse for you, he saved you the cost of a horse for himself, and what your cousin would have eaten." Nick was taken aback for a moment. He glanced from Starling to me. "Fair is fair," I observed. I tried not to smile. "I'll make it right," he conceded, and hastened out of the kitchen again. In a short time he was back. "The old woman says she'll try you. It's her horse and wagon, you see." It was still dark outside. Torches spluttered in the wind and snow. Folk hurried about, hoods up and cloaks well fastened. There were 4 wagons and teams. One was full of people, about 15 of them. They huddled together, bags on their laps, heads bowed against the cold. A woman glanced toward me. Her face was full of apprehension. At her side, a child leaned against her. I wondered where they had all come from. 2 men loaded a cask into the last wagon, then stretched a canvas over the whole load. Behind the wagon, loaded with passengers, was a smaller 2-wheeled cart. A little old woman, swathed all in black, sat erect in the seat. She was well bundled in cloak, hood, and shawl, and a travelling blanket thrown across her knees as well. Her sharp black eyes watched me carefully as I walked around her rig. The horse was a speckled mare. She didn't like the weather, and her harness was binding her. I adjusted it as best as I could, persuading her to trust me. When I was finished, I looked up to find the old woman watching me closely. Her hair was glistening black where it peeped from her hood, but not all of the white in it was snow. She pursed her lips at me but said nothing, even when I stowed my pack under the seat. I gave her "Good day," as I climbed up on the seat beside her and took up the reins. "I think I'm supposed to be driving for you," I said genially. "You think? Don't you know?" She peered at me sharply. "Hank has been taken ill. Nick asked if I would drive your mare." "My name is Tom." "I don't like changes," she told me, "especially not at the last minute. Changes say you weren't really ready in the first place, and now you're even less ready." I suspected I knew why Hank was suddenly feeling poorly. "My name is Tom." I introduced myself again. "You already said that," she informed me. She stared off into the falling snow. "This old trip was a bad idea," she said aloud, but not to me. "And no good is going to come of it. I can see that right now." She kneaded her gloved hands in her lap. "Damn old bones," she said to the falling snow. "If it weren't for my old bones, I'd not need a one of you. Not a one." I could think of nothing to reply to that, but was saved by Starling. She reined in beside me. "Will you look at what they've given me to ride?" she challenged me.
Her mount shook her black mane and rolled her eyes at me, as if demanding that I look at what she was expected to carry. Looks fine to me. She's mountain stock. They're all like that. But she'll go all day for you, and most of them have sweet tempers. Starling scowled. I told Nick that for what we're paying I expected a proper horse. Nick rode past us at that moment. His mount was no larger than Starling's. He looked at her and then away, as if weary of her tongue. "Let's go," he said in a quietly carrying voice. "It's better not to talk, and it's best to stay close to the wagon in front of you. It's easier to lose sight of each other in this storm than you might think." For all his soft voice, the command was instantly obeyed. There was no shouted commands nor calls of farewell. Instead, the wagons in front of us rolled silently away from us. I stirred the reins and clucked to the horse. The mare gave a snort of disapproval, but stepped out to the pace. We moved forward in near silence through a perpetual curtain of falling snow. Starling's pony tugged relentlessly at her bit until Starling gave her her head. Then she trotted swiftly up to join the other horses at the front of the group. I was left sitting by the silent old woman. I soon found the truth to Nick's warning. The sun came up, but the snow continued to fall so thickly the light seemed milky. There was a mother-of-pearl quality to the swirling snow that both dazzled and wearied the eye. It seemed an endless tunnel of white that we travelled through, with only the tail of the other wagon to guide us. Nick did not take us by the road. We went crunching off across the frozen fields. The thickly fallen snow soon filled in the tracks we left. In no time, there would be no trace of our passage. We travelled cross-country until past noon, with the riders dismounting to take down fence railings and then restoring them in our wake. I glimpsed another farmhouse once through the swirling storm, but its windows were dark. Shortly after midday, a final fence was opened for us. With a creak and a jolt, we came out of the field onto what had once been a road, but was now little more than a trail. The only tracks on it were those we made ourselves, and the snow swiftly erased those. And all that way my companion had been as chilly and silent as the falling snow itself. From time to time I watched her from the corner of my eye. She stared straight ahead, her body swaying to the motion of the wagon. She kneaded her hands restlessly in her lap as if they pained her. With little else to amuse myself, I spied upon her. Buck stock, obviously. The accent of my home was on her tongue still, though faded by many years of travel in other places. Her headscarf was the work of Chalced weavers, but the embroidery along the edges of her cloak, done black on black, was totally unfamiliar to me. "You're a long way from Buck, boy," she observed abruptly. She stared straight ahead as she said it. Something about her tone set my back up. "As are you, old woman," I replied. She turned her whole face to look at me. I was not sure if I glimpsed amusement or annoyance in her bright crow eyes. "That I am." "Years and distance alike, a long way." She paused, then asked abruptly, "Why are you bound for the mountains?" "I want to see my uncle," I replied truthfully. She gave a snort of disdain. "A Buck boy has an uncle in the mountains, and you want to see him enough to put your head at risk?" I looked over at her. "He's my favourite uncle." "You, I understand, go to Ida's shrine." "The others do," she corrected me. "I'm too old to pray for fertility. I seek a prophet." Before I could speak, she added, "He's my favourite prophet." Almost, she smiled at me. "Why don't you travel with the others in the wagon?" I asked her. She gave me a chill look. "They ask too many questions," she replied. "Ah," I said, and grinned at her, accepting the rebuke. After a few moments she spoke again. "I've been a long time on my own, Tom. I like to go my own way and keep my own counsel and decide for myself what I'll eat for my supper. Those ones, they're nice enough folk, but they scratch and peck like a flock of chickens, Left to themselves, not a one of them would make this journey alone. They all need the others to say, yes, this is what we should be doing, it's worth the risk. And now that they've decided it, the decision is bigger than all of them. Not a one of them could turn back on their own." She shook her head at that, and I nodded thoughtfully. She said nothing more for a long time. Our trail had found the river. We followed it upstream, through a scanty cover of brush and very young trees. I could scarcely see it through the steadily falling snow, but I could smell it and hear the rush of its passage. I wondered how far we'd go before we tried to cross it. Then I grinned to myself. I was certain Starling would know when I saw her this evening. I wondered if Nick was enjoying her company. "What are you smirking about?" the old woman demanded suddenly. I was thinking on my friend the minstrel, Starling. "And she makes you smile like that?" "Sometimes." "She's a minstrel, you say. And you? Are you a minstrel?" "No. Just a shepherd, most of the time." "I see." Our talk died off again. Then, as evening began to fall, she told me, "You may call me Kettle." "I'm Tom," I replied. "And that's the third time you've told me," she reminded me. I had expected we would camp at nightfall, but Nick kept us moving. We halted briefly while he took out 2 lanterns and hung them from a couple of the wagons. "Just follow the light," he told me tersely, as he rode past us. Our mare did just that. The light was gone, and the cold getting intense when the wagon in front of us turned off the road and jolted into an opening in the trees by the river. Obediently I turned our mare to follow, and we bumped down off the road with a thud that made Kettle curse. I smiled. There were few Buckkeep guardsmen who could have done better. In a short time we halted. I kept to my seat, wondering, for I could not see a thing. The river was a black, sweeping force somewhere to our left. The wind off it added a new note of damp to the cold. The pilgrims in the wagon ahead of us were shifting restlessly and talking in soft whispers. I heard Nick's voice speaking and saw a man lead his horse past us. He took the lantern from the tail of the wagon as he went by. I followed its passage. In a moment, man and horse had passed into a long, low building that had been invisible in the dark. "Get down, go inside, we'll spend the night here," Nick instructed as he rode past us again. I dismounted and then went to help Kettle down. As I offered her my hand, she looked almost startled. "I thank you, kind sir," she said quietly, as I helped her down. "You're welcome, my lady," I replied. She took my arm as I guided her toward the building. "Pretty damn well-mannered for a shepherd, Tom," she observed in an entirely different voice. She gave a snort of laughter at the door and went inside, leaving me to go back and unhitch the mare. I shook my head at myself, but had to smile. I liked this old woman. I slung my pack over my shoulder and led the mare into the building where the others had gone. As I lifted her harness from her, I glanced around. It was one long, open room. A fire had been kindled in a hearth at one end. The low-ceilinged building was of river rock and clay, with an earthen floor. The horses were at one end, crowding around a manger full of hay. As I turned our mare in with the others, one of Nick's men came bringing buckets of water to fill a trough. The depth of manure at that end of the room told me this building was frequently used by the smugglers. "What was this place originally?" I asked Nick as I joined the others around the hearth. "Sheep camp," he told me. "The shelter was for the early lambing. Then later, we'd shear here, after we'd washed the sheep in the river." His blue eyes were afar for a time. Then he gave a harsh laugh. "That was a long time ago. Now there's not enough feed for a goat, let alone sheep like we had." He gestured at the fire. "Best eat and sleep while you can, Tom. Morning comes early for us." His glance seemed to linger on my earring as he passed me. Food was simple: bread and smoked fish, porridge, hot tea. Most of it was from the pilgrims' supplies, but Nick put in enough that they did not object to feeding his men and Starling and me. Kettle ate by herself, from her own stores, and brewed her own pot of tea. The other pilgrims were polite to her, and she was courteous in return, but there was plainly no bond between them, save that they were all going to the same place. Only the 3 children of the party seemed unafraid of her, begging dried apples and stories from her, until she warned them they would all be sick. The shelter soon warmed, from the horses and folk in it as much as from the hearth. Door and window shutters were closed tight, to keep in light and sound as well as warmth. Despite the storm and lack of other travellers on our path, Nick was taking no chances. I approved of that in a smuggler. The meal had given me my first good look at the company. 15 pilgrims, of mixed age and gender, not counting Kettle. About a dozen smugglers, of whom 6 had enough resemblance to Nick and Pelf that they were at least cousins. The others looked like a mixed bunch, professionally tough and watchful. At least 3 were on watch at all times. They spoke little and knew their tasks well enough that Nick directed them very little. I found myself feeling confident that I would see at least the other side of the river, and probably the mountain border. It was the most optimistic I'd felt in a long time. Starling showed to her best advantage in such company. As soon as we had eaten, she took out her harp, and despite Nick's frequent cautions to us to speak softly, he did not forbid the soft music and song she gave us. For the smugglers, she sang an old ballad about Heft the highwayman, probably the most dashing robber that Buck had ever known. Even Nick was smiling at that song, and Starling's eyes flirted with him as she sang. To the pilgrims she sang about a winding river road that carried folk home, and finished with a lullaby for the 3 children in our midst. By then, more than just the children were stretched out on bedrolls. Kettle had peremptorily sent me out to fetch hers from the back of her cart. I wondered when I had been promoted from driver to servant, but said nothing as I fetched it for her. I supposed there was something about me that made all elderly folk assume my time was at their disposal. I unrolled my own blankets next to Kettle's and lay down to seek sleep. Around me, most of the others were already snoring. Kettle curled in her blankets like a squirrel in its nest. I could imagine how much her bones ached with the cold, but there was little I could do for her. Over by the hearth, Starling sat talking to Nick. From time to time her fingers wandered lightly over her harp strings, their silvery notes a counterpoint to her low voice. Several times she made Nick laugh. I was almost asleep. My brother! My whole body jerked with the shock of it. He was near. Night Eyes? Of course. Amusement. Or do you have another brother now? Never. Only you, my friend. Where are you? Where am I? Outside. Come to me. I rose hastily and redonned my cloak. The man guarding the door frowned at me, but asked me no questions. I walked into the darkness, beyond the pulled-up wagons. The snow had ceased, and the blowing wind had cleared a patch of starlit sky. Snow silvered the branches of every bush and tree. I was casting about for his presence when a solid weight hit me in the back. I was flung face first in the snow, and would have cried out, save that my mouth was full of snow. I managed to roll over and was trampled several times by a joyous wolf. How did you know where to find me? How do you know where to scratch when it itches? I suddenly knew what he meant. I was not always aware of our bond, but to think of him now and to find him was suddenly no more difficult than to bring my 2 hands together in the dark. Of course I knew where he was. He was a part of me. You smell like a female. You have taken a new mate? No, of course not. But you share a den. We travel together as a pack. It is safer so. I know. For a time,
We sat in stillness of mind and body, simply adjusting to one another's physical presence again. I felt whole once more. I had peace. I had not known I had worried so much about him until the sight of him put my mind at rest. I sensed his unwilling agreement to that. He knew I had faced hardship and dangers alone. He had not thought I could survive them. But he had also missed me. He had missed my form of thinking, the sorts of ideas and discussions that wolves never share amongst themselves. "Is that why you came back to me?" I asked him. He stood up suddenly and shook himself all over. "It was time to come back," he replied evasively. Then he added, "I ran with them. They finally allowed me to be part of their pack. We hunted together, we killed together, we shared meat. It was very good. But I wanted to be the leader." He turned and looked at me over his shoulder, his tongue lolling out. "I am used to being the leader, you know." "Are you? And they would not accept you?" "Black Wolf is very large and quick. I am stronger than he is, I think, but he knows more tricks. It was much like when you fought Heart of the Pack." I laughed quietly, and he spun on me, lifting his lips in a mock snarl. "Be easy," I said quietly, warding him off with open hands. "So, what happened?" He flung himself down beside me. "He is still the leader. He still has the mate and the den." He considered, and I sensed him wrestling with the concept of the future. "It could be different. Another time." "It could be," I agreed. I scratched him gently behind the ear, and he all but fell over in the snow. "Will you go back, then, some day?" He was having difficulty focusing on my words while I scratched his ears. I stopped and asked him again. He cocked his head to one side and regarded me with amusement. "Ask me on the Sunday, and I will be able to answer." "One day at a time." I agreed with him. "I am glad you are here. But I still don't understand why you came back to me. You could have stayed with the pack." His eyes met mine, and even in the darkness they gripped me. "You are called, are you not? Did not your king howl to you, 'Come to me'?" I nodded unwillingly. "I am called." He stood suddenly, shook himself all over. He looked off into the night. "If you are called, I am called too." He did not admit it, willingly. "You do not have to come with me. This call from my king binds me, not you." "In that you are wrong. What binds you binds me." "I do not understand how that could be," I said carefully. "Nor do I, but it is so. 'Come to me,' he called to us, and for a time I could ignore it. But no more." "I am sorry." I groped for a way to express it. "He has no right to you, I know that. I do not think he intended to call you. I do not think he intended to bind me, but it happened, and I must go to him." I stood up and dusted off the snow that was starting to melt on me. I felt ashamed. Verity, a man whom I trusted, had done this to me. That was bad enough. But through me it was imposed on the wolf. Verity had no right to put any demands on Night Eyes. For that matter, I had no right to put any demands on him. What had been between us had always been entered into voluntarily, a mutual giving on both sides with no laying on of obligations. Now, through me, he was entrapped as surely as if I had caged him. "We share a cage, then." I wish it were otherwise. I wish there were some way I could free you of this. But I do not even know how to free myself. Not knowing how you are bound, I do not know how to loose you. You and I, we share the wit. Verity and I share the skill.
How could his skill sending have gone through me to seize you? You were not even with me when he summoned me." Night Eyes sat very still in the snow. The wind had come up, and in the faint starlight I could see it ruffling his coat. "I am always with you, brother. You may not always be aware of me, but I am always with you. We are one." "We share many things," I agreed. Uneasiness itched at me. "No." He turned to face me squarely, met my eyes as no wild wolf would have. "We do not share. We are one. I am no longer a wolf. You are no longer a man. What we are together I have no name for. Perhaps the one who spoke to us of the old blood would have a word to explain it." He paused. "See how much a man I am, that I speak of having a word for an idea. No word is needed. We exist, and we are whatever we are. I would set you free if I could." "Would you?" "I would not part from you." "That is not what I meant. I meant I would have for you a life of your own." He yawned, then stretched. "I will have for us a life of our own. We shall win it together. So, do we travel by night or by day?" "We travel by day." He sensed what I meant. "You will stay with this huge pack to travel? Why not break free of it and run with me? We shall go faster." I shook my head. "It is not that simple. To travel where we must I will need shelter, and I have none that is mine alone. I need the aid of this pack to survive in this weather." There followed a difficult half-hour, as I tried to explain to him that I would need the support of the others in the caravan to reach the mountains. Had I had a horse and provisions of my own, I would not have hesitated to trust to luck and strike out with the wolf. But on foot, with only what I could carry myself, facing the deep snows and deeper cold of the mountains, not to mention a river crossing, I would not be that great a fool. "We could hunt," Night Eyes insisted. "We could curl together in the snow at night." He could take care of me as he always had. With persistence I was able to convince him that I must continue to travel as I did. "Then I shall have to continue to sneak along like a stray dog, following all these folk." "Tom! Tom, are you out there?" There was irritated annoyance and worry in Nick's voice. "Right here." I stepped out of the bushes. "What were you doing?" he demanded suspiciously. "Pissing," I told him. I made a sudden decision. "And my dog has followed me from town and caught up with us here. I left him with friends, but he must have chewed his rope. Here, boy, come to heel." "I'll chew your heel off for you," Night Eyes offered savagely, but he came, following me out into the cleared yard. "Damn big dog," Nick observed. He leaned forward. "Looks more than half a wolf to me." "Some in Pharaoh have told me that. It's a buck breed. We use them for herding sheep." "You will pay for this, I promise you." In answer, I leaned down to pat his shoulder and then scratch his ears. "Wag your tail, Night Eyes." "He's a loyal old dog. I should have known he wouldn't be left behind." "The things I endure for you." He wagged his tail. Once. "I see. Well, you'd best get yourself inside and get some sleep, and next time don't go off by yourself for anything. At least not without letting me know first. When my men are on watch, they get jumpy. They might cut your throat before they knew you." "I understand." I walked right past two of them. "Nick, you don't mind, do you? The dog, I mean." I tried to act affably abashed. "He can stay outside. He's a real good watchdog, actually." "Just don't expect me to feed him for you," Nick growled. "And don't let him be any trouble to us." "Oh, I'm sure he won't. Will you, boy?" Starling chose that moment to come to the door. "Nick? Tom?" "We're right here." "You were right. He was just pissing," Nick said quietly.
He took Starling's arm and began to guide her back into the shed. "What's that?" she demanded, sounding almost alarmed. I suddenly had to wager everything on her quick wits and our friendship. "Just the dog," I said quickly. Night Eyes must have chewed his rope. I warned Crease to watch him when I left him there, that he'd want to follow me, but Crease didn't listen, and here he is. I guess I'll have to take him to the mountains with us after all. Starling was staring at the wolf. Her eyes were as wide and black as the night sky above us. Nick tugged at her arm, and she finally turned back to the door. "I suppose so," she said faintly. I suddenly thanked Ida and any other god that might be listening. To Night Eyes I said, "Stay in guard. There's a good fellow. Enjoy it while you can, little brother." He flung himself down by the cart. I doubted that he'd stay there for more than a few heartbeats. I followed Starling and Nick inside. Nick shut the door firmly behind us and dropped the bolt in place. I pulled off my boots and shook out my snow-laden cloak before I wrapped myself in my blankets. Sleep was suddenly very close as I grasped the full relief I felt. Night Eyes was back. I felt whole, safe, with the wolf at the door. "Night Eyes, I'm glad you're here." "You've an odd way of showing it," he replied, but I could sense he was more amused than upset. "Black Rolf sent me a message. Regal seeks to turn those of old blood against us. He offers them gold to hunt us down for him. We should not speak overly much." "Gold? What is gold to us or those like us? Do not fear, little brother. I am here to take care of you again." I closed my eyes and sank into sleep, hoping he was right. For an instant, as I teetered on the edge of wakefulness, I noticed that Starling had not spread her blankets by mine. She sat on her blankets on the other side of the room, by Nick. Heads together, they spoke softly about something. She laughed. I could not hear the words she next said, but the tone was a teasing challenge. I almost felt a pang of jealousy. I rebuked myself for it. She was a companion, no more. What was it to me how she spent her nights? Last night she had slept against my back. This night she would not. I decided it was the wolf. She couldn't accept it. She was not the first. Knowing I was witted was not the same thing as confronting my bond animal. Well, that was how it was. I slept. Sometime in the night I felt a gentle groping. It was the barest brushing of the skill across my senses. I came alert, but still. Waiting. I felt nothing. Had I imagined it, dreamed it? A more chilling thought came to me. Perhaps it was Verity, too weakened to do more than reach for me. Perhaps it was Will. I lay still, longing to reach out and fearing to. I wanted so badly to know that Verity was all right. Since he had blasted Regal's coterie that night, I had felt nothing of him. "Come to me," he had said. What if that had been his dying wish? What if all my seeking would yield me were bones? I pushed the fear away and tried to be open. The mind I felt brush mine was Regal's. I had never skilled to Regal, had only suspected he was able to skill. Even now I doubted what I sensed. The strength of the skill seemed Will's, but the feel of the thoughts was Regal's. "And you have not found the woman either?" The skilling was not meant for me. He reached for someone else. I grew bolder, venturing closer. I tried to be open to his thoughts without reaching for them. "Not as of yet, my king." Burl, hiding his trembling behind formality and courtesy. I knew Regal could sense it as clearly as I could. I even knew that he enjoyed it. Regal had never been able to grasp the difference between fear and respect. He had no belief in a man's respect for him unless it was tainted with fear.
I had not thought he would extend that to his own coterie. I wondered what the threat was that he held over them.
"And nothing of the bastard?"
Regal demanded. There was no mistaking it now. Regal skilled, using Will's strength. Did that mean he could not skill by himself? Burl steeled himself.
"My king, I have found no sign of him. I believe he is dead, truly dead this time. He cut himself with a poisoned blade. The despair he felt at that moment of decision was absolute. No man could have pretended it."
"Then there should be a body, should there not?"
"Somewhere, my king, I am sure there is. Your guards have simply not found it yet."
This from Carid, who did not tremble with fear. He hid his fear even from himself, pretending it was anger. I understood how he might need to do that, but doubted the wisdom of it. It forced him to stand up to Regal. Regal did not appreciate a man who spoke his mind.
"Perhaps I should put you in charge of riding the roads looking for it," Regal suggested pleasantly. "At the same time, you might find the man who killed Bolt and his patrol."
"My lord king," Carid began, but
"Silence!"
Regal overrode him. He drew freely on Will's strength to do it. The effort cost him nothing.
"I believed him dead once before, and my trust in the word of others nearly got me killed. This time I will see him hacked in pieces before I rest." Will's feeble attempt to trap the bastard into betraying himself failed miserably.
"Perhaps because he is already dead," Carid ventured foolishly. Then I witnessed a thing I wished I had not. A needle of pain, hot and piercing, he sent to Carid with Will's skill. In that sending, I finally glimpsed the whole of what they had become. Regal rode Will, not like a man rides a horse to be thrown by the horse in anger, but as a tick or a leech bites into its victim and clings and sucks life from him. Waking or asleep, Regal was with him always, had access always to his strength, and now he spent it viciously, caring nothing for what it would cost Will. I had not known pain could be inflicted with skill alone. A numbing blast of strength such as Verity had spent upon them, that I knew. But this was different. This was no show of force or temper. This was a display of purest vindictiveness. Somewhere I knew Carid fell to the floor and thrashed in wordless agony. Linked as they were, Burl and Will must have shared a shadow of that pain. It surprised me that a member of the coterie was even capable of doing that to another. But then, it was not Will who sent the pain. It was Regal. It passed after a time. Perhaps in reality it only lasted an instant. For Carid, it certainly lasted long enough. I sensed from him a faint mental whimpering. He was capable of no more than that just now.
"I do not believe the bastard died. I dare not believe it until I've seen his body. Someone killed Bolt and his men. So find his body and bring it to me, whether alive or dead. Burl, remain where you are and redouble your efforts. I am certain he is bound that way. Let no traveller pass you unchallenged, Carid. I think perhaps you should join Burl. An indolent life does not seem to agree with your temperament. Be on your way tomorrow, and as you travel, do not be lazy. Keep your minds upon your task. We know that Verity lives. He proved that to all of you, most effectively. The bastard will try to get to him. He must be stopped before he does so, and then my brother must be eliminated as a threat. These are the only tasks I have given you. Why cannot you do them? Have you no thought for what will become of us should Verity succeed? Search for him, with skill and men. Do not let folk forget what I have offered for his capture. Do not let them forget the punishment for aiding them. Am I understood?
"Of course, my Lord King, I shall spare no effort." Burl was quick to reply.
"Cared? I hear nothing from you, Cared." The threat of punishment hung over them all.
"Please, my lord, I shall do everything, alive or dead. I shall find him for you, I shall."
Without even an acknowledgment, Will and Regal's presence vanished. I felt Cared collapse. Burl lingered a moment longer. Did he listen? Did he grope back toward my presence? I let my thoughts float free, my concentration dissipate. Then I opened my eyes and lay staring at the ceiling, thinking. The skilling had left me queasy and trembling.
"I am with you, my brother,"
Night Eyes assured me, "and I am glad that you are." I rolled over and tried to find sleep. 16. Bolt Hole. In many of the old legends and tales of the wit, it is insisted that a wit user eventually takes on many traits of his bond animal. Some of the most frightening tales say that eventually a witted one becomes capable of assuming the guise of that animal. Those who know intimately of such magic have assured me it is not so. It is true that a witted one may, without realizing it, assume some of the physical mannerisms of his bond animal, but one bonded to an eagle will not sprout wings, nor will one bonded to a horse begin to neigh. As time goes by, a witted one grows in understanding of the bond beast, and the longer a human and an animal are bonded, the greater will be the similarity of their mannerisms. The bond animal is as likely to assume the mannerisms and traits of the human as the human is to adopt those of his beast. But this only happens over a long period of intense contact. Nick agreed with Burrich's idea of when mornings began. I awoke to the sound of his men leading the horses out. A cold wind blew in the open door. Around me, in the darkness, the others were stirring. One of the children was crying at being awakened so early. Her mother shushed her. Molly, I thought with sudden longing. Somewhere hushing my child.
"What's this?"
My mate bore a cub. Far away. Immediate concern.
"But who will hunt meat to feed them? Should we not return to her?"
Heart of the Pack watches over her.
"Of course. I should have known that."
That one knows the meaning of pack, no matter how he denies it. All is well, then. As I rose and bundled my blankets together, I wished I could accept it as blithely as he did. I knew Burrich would care for them. It was his nature. I recalled all the years he had watched over me as I had grown. Often I had hated him then. Now, I could not think of anyone else I would prefer to care for Molly and my baby. Save myself. I would much rather it was I watching over them, even rocking a crying babe in the middle of the night. Though I rather wished, just now, that the pilgrim woman would find a way to quiet her child. I was paying for my skill spying of the night before with a savage headache. Food seemed to be the answer, for when the girl had a piece of bread and some honeycomb, she soon quieted. It was a hasty meal we shared, the only hot item being tea. I noticed Kettle was moving very stiffly and took pity on her. I fetched her a cup of hot tea to wrap her twisted fingers around, while I rolled up her blankets for her. I had never seen hands so distorted by rheumatism. They reminded me of bird claws. An old friend of mine said that sometimes the sting of nettles actually relieved his hands when they ached. I suggested to her as I tied her bundle. "You find me nettles growing under the snow, and I'll try them, boy," she replied peevishly. But a few moments later she was offering me a dried apple from her small store. I accepted it with thanks. I loaded our things onto the cart and harnessed the mare while she finished her tea.
I glanced about but saw nothing of Night Eyes. "Hunting," came the reply. "I wish I were with you. Good luck. Aren't we supposed to speak but little, lest Regal hear us?" I didn't reply. It was a clear, cold morning, almost shockingly bright after yesterday's snow. It was colder than it had been the day before. The wind off the river seemed to cut right through my garments, finding the gaps at cuffs and collars to poke its cold fingers through. I helped Kettle mount the cart, and then tucked one of her blankets around her in addition to her wraps. "Your mother trained you well, Tom," she said with genuine kindness. I still winced at that remark. Starling and Nick stood talking together until everyone else was ready to go. Then she mounted her mountain pony and took a place beside Nick at the head of our procession. I told myself that it was likely Nick Holdfast would make a better ballad than FitzChivalry anyway. If he could persuade her to go back with him at the mountain border, my life would only be simpler. I gave my mind to the task. There was really little to it, other than to keep the mare from lagging too far behind the pilgrim's wagon. I had time to see the country we traversed. We regained the little-used road we had been on the day before and continued to follow the river upstream. Along the river, it was sparsely treed, but a short distance away from the riverbank it became a rolling, treeless terrain of brush and scrub. Gullies and washes cut our road on their way to the river. It seemed that at some time water had been plentiful here, perhaps in spring. But now the land was dry, save for the crystal snow that blew loosely across it, like sand, and the river in its bed. "Yesterday the minstrels made you smile to yourself. For whom is the frown today?" Kettle asked quietly. "I was thinking it a shame to see what this rich land has come to." "Were you?" she asked dryly. "Tell me of this sneer of yours," I said, mostly to change the subject. "He is not mine," she said with asperity. Then she relented. "It is probably a fool's errand I go on. He whom I seek may not even be there, and yet what better use do I have for these years than to chase a chimera?" I kept silent. I was beginning to find it was the question she answered best. "Do you know what's in this cart, Tom?" "Books, scrolls and writings, ones I've collected for years. I have gathered them in many lands, learned to read in many tongues and letterings. In so many places I found mention over and over again of the white prophets. They appear at the junctures of history and shape it. Some say they come to set history on its proper course. There are those who believe, Tom, that all of time is a circle, all of history a great wheel, turning inexorably, just as seasons come and go, just as the moon moves endlessly through her cycle. So does time. The same wars are fought, the same plagues descend, the same folk, good or evil, rise to power. Humanity is trapped on that wheel, doomed endlessly to repeat the mistakes we have already made. Unless someone comes to change it. Far to the south, there is a land where they believe that for every generation, somewhere in the world, there is a white prophet. He or she comes, and if what is taught is heeded, the cycle of time moves on to a better course. If it is ignored, all time is pushed into a darker path." She paused, as if waiting for me to say something. "I know nothing of such teachings," I admitted. "I would not expect you to. It was in a far place I first studied such things. There they held that if such prophets fail again and again, the repeating history of the world will grow more and more evil until the entire cycle of time, hundreds of thousands of years, becomes a history of misery and wrong." "And if the prophet is heeded?" "Each time one succeeds, it is easier for the next one. and when an entire cycle passes in which every prophet succeeds, time itself will finally stop.
So they work for the end of the world to come?
Not the end of the world, Tom, the end of time, to free humanity of time. For time is the great enslaver of us all, time that ages us, time that limits us. Think how often you have wished to have more time for something, or wished you could go back a day and do something differently. When humanity is freed of time, old wrongs can be corrected before they are done.
She sighed.
I believe this is the time for such a prophet to come, and my readings lead me to believe that this generation's white prophet shall arise in the mountains.
But you are alone on your quest. Do no others agree with you?
Many others, but few, very few, go to seek a white prophet. It is the folk the prophet is sent to who must heed him. Others should not interfere, lest they set all time awry forever.
I was still puzzling over what she had said about time. It seemed to make a knot in my thinking. Her voice fell silent. I stared forward between the mare's ears and pondered. Time to go back and be honest with Molly. Time to follow Fedrin the scribe instead of being an assassin's apprentice. She had given me much to think about. Our talk lapsed for some time. Night Eyes reappeared shortly after noon. He came trotting purposefully out of the trees to fall into place beside our wagon. The mare gave him several nervous glances as she tried to puzzle out wolf smell and dog behavior. I quested toward her and reassured her. He had been for some time at my side of the cart before Kettle caught sight of him. She leaned forward to look past me, then sat back again.
"There's a wolf beside our cart,"
she observed. "He's my dog, though he has some wolf blood in him," I admitted casually. Kettle leaned forward to look at him again. She glanced up at my placid expression, then she sat back.
"So, they herd sheep with wolves in buck these days?"
She nodded, and said no more about him. We pushed on steadily for the rest of the day. We saw no folk save ourselves, and only one small cabin sending up a trail of smoke in the distance. The cold and the blowing wind were a constant, but not one that became easier to ignore as the day went on. The faces of the pilgrims in the wagons in front of us became paler, noses redder, lips almost blue on one woman. They were packed together like fish in brine, but all their closeness seemed to be no protection against the cold. I moved my feet inside my boots to keep my toes awake, and shifted the reins from one hand to the other as I took turns warming my fingers under my arm. My shoulder ached, and the ache ran down my arm until even my fingers throbbed with it. My lips were dry, but I dared not wet them lest they crack. Few things are as miserable to confront as constant cold. As for Kettle, I did not doubt it tortured her. She did not complain, but as the day went by she seemed to get smaller within her blanket as she curled closer on herself. Her silence seemed but further evidence of her misery. We were still short of darkness when Nick turned our wagons away from the road and up a long trail nearly obscured by the blown snow. The only sign of it I could make out was that less grass stuck up above the snow, but Nick seemed to know it well. The mounted smugglers broke trail for the wagons. It was still heavy going for Kettle's little mare. I looked back behind us once to see the sweeping hand of the wind smoothing our trail out to no more than a ripple in the snowy landscape. The land we crossed seemed featureless, but it undulated gently. We eventually crested the long rise we had ascended and looked down into a huddle of buildings that had been invisible from the road. Evening was drawing on,
A single light shone in a window. As we wended our way down toward it, other candles were lit, and Night Eyes caught a trace of wood smoke on the wind. We were expected. The buildings were not old. They looked as if they had been recently completed. There was an ample barn. Wagons and all, we led the horses down into it, for the earth had been dug away so that the barn was half underground. The low profile was why we had not seen this place from the road, and I didn't doubt that was the reason for it. Unless a man knew this place was here, he'd never find it. The earth from the digging had been heaped up around the barn and other buildings. Inside the thick walls with the doors shut, we could not even hear the wind. A milk cow shifted in her stall as we unhitched the horses and put them in stalls. There was straw and hay, and a trough of fresh water. The pilgrims had got out of the wagon, and I was helping Kettle down when the barn door opened again. A lithe young woman with a mass of red hair piled on her head came storming in, fists on her hips. She confronted Nick. "Who are all these people, and why have you brought them here? What good is a bolt hole if half the countryside knows of it?" Nick handed his horse to one of his men and turned to her. With a word, he swept her into his arms and kissed her. But a moment later, she pushed him away. "What are you?" "They've paid well. They've their own food and can make do in here for the night. Then they'll be on their way to the mountains tomorrow. Up there, no one cares what we do. There's no danger, Till. You worry too much." "I have to worry for two, for you haven't the sense to. Our food ready, but not enough for all this lot. Why didn't you send a bird to warn me?" "I did. Didn't it get here? Maybe the storm delayed it." "That's what you always say when you don't think to do it." "Let it go, woman. I've got tidings for you. Let's go back to your house and talk." Nick's arm rested easily about her waist as they left. It was up to his men to settle us. There was straw to sleep in and plenty of space to spread it. There was a dug well with a bucket outside for water. There was a small hearth at one end of the barn. The chimney smoked badly, but it sufficed to cook on. The barn was not warm, save in comparison to the weather outside, but no one complained. Night Eyes had stayed outside. "They've a coop full of chickens," he told me. "And a pigeon coop, too." "Leave them alone," I warned him. Starling started to leave with Nick's men when they went up to the house, but they stopped her at the door. "Nick says all of you are to stay inside tonight in one place." The man shot a meaningful glance at me. In a louder voice he called, "Get your water now, for we'll be bolting the door when we leave. It keeps the wind out better." No one was fooled by his comment, but no one challenged it. Obviously, the smuggler felt the less we knew of his bolt hole, the better. That was understandable. Instead of complaining, we fetched water. Out of habit, I replenished the animal's trough. As I hauled the fifth bucket, I wondered if I would ever lose the reflex of seeing to the beasts first. The pilgrims had devoted themselves to seeing to their own comfort. Soon, I could smell food cooking on the hearth. Well, I had dried meat and hard bread. It would suffice. "You could be hunting with me. There's game here. They had a garden this summer, and the rabbits are still coming for the stalks." He sprawled in the lee of the chicken house, the bloody remnants of a rabbit across his forepaws. Even as he ate, he kept one eye on the snow-covered garden patch, watching for other game. I chewed a stick of dry meat glumly, while I heaped up straw for Kettle's bed in the stall next to her horse. I was spreading her blanket over it when she returned from the fire, carrying her teapot. "Who put you in charge of my bedding?" she demanded. As I took a breath to reply, she added, "Here's tea if you've a cup to your name. Mine's in my bag on the cart. There's some cheese and dried apples there as well. Fetch it for us, there's a good lad."
As I did so, I heard Starling's voice and harp take up a tune, singing for her supper, I didn't doubt. Well, it was what minstrels did, and I doubted she'd go hungry. I brought Kettle's bag back to her, and she portioned me out a generous share while eating lightly herself. We sat on our blankets and ate. During the meal she kept glancing at me, and finally declared, "You've a familiar cast to your features, Tom. What part of Buck did you say you were from?" "Buckkeep Town," I replied without thinking. "Ah. And who was your mother?" I hesitated, then declared, "Sal Flatfish." She had so many children running around Buckkeep Town, there was probably one named Tom. "Fisher folk? How did a fisherwoman's son end up a shepherd?" My father herded," I extemporized. "Between the two trades we did well enough." "I see. And they taught you courtly courtesies to old women, and you've an uncle in the mountains. Quite a family." "He took to wandering at an early age and settled there." The badgering was beginning to make me sweat a little. I could tell she knew it too. "What part of Buck did you say your family came from?" I asked suddenly. "I didn't say," she replied with a small smile. Starling suddenly appeared at the door of the stall. She perched on the edge of it and leaned over. "Nick said we'd cross the river in 2 days," she offered. I nodded but said nothing. She came around the end of the stall and casually tossed her pack down beside mine. She followed it to sit leaning against it, her harp on her lap. "There are 2 couples down by the hearth, squabbling and bickering. Some water got into their travel bread, and all they can think to do is spit about whose fault it is. And one of the children is sick and puking. Poor little thing. The man who is so angry about the wet bread keeps going on about it's just a waste of food to feed the boy until he stops being sick. That would be Raleigh. A more conniving, tight-fisted man I never met," Kettle observed genially. "And the boy, Selk. He's been sick on and off since we left Chalced, and before, like as not. I think his mother thinks Ida's shrine can cure him. She's grasping at straws, but she has the gold to do so. Or did." It started off a round of gossiping between the two. I leaned in the corner and listened with half an ear, and dozed. 2 days to the river, I promised myself. And how much longer to the mountains? I broke in to ask Starling if she knew. "Nick says there's no way to tell that. It all depends on the weather. But he told me not to worry about it." Her fingers wandered idly over the strings of her harp. Almost instantly, 2 children appeared in the door of the stall. "Are you going to sing again?" asked the girl. She was a spindly little child of about 6, her dress much worn. There were bits of straw in her hair. "Would you like me to?" For answer, they came bounding in to sit on either side of her. I had expected Kettle to complain at this invasion, but she said nothing, even when the girl settled comfortably against her. Kettle began to pick the straw from the child's hair with her twisted old fingers. The little girl had dark eyes and clutched a poppet with an embroidered face. When she smiled up at Kettle, I could see they were not strangers. "Sing the one about the old woman and her pig," the boy begged Starling. I stood up and gathered my pack. I need to get some sleep. I excused myself. I suddenly could not bear to be around the children. I found an empty stall nearer the door of the barn and bedded down there. I could hear the mutter of the pilgrims' voices at their hearth. Some quarrelling still seemed to be going on. Starling sang the song about the woman, the stile, and the pig. And then a song about an apple tree. I heard the footsteps of a few others as they came to sit and listen to the music. I told myself they'd be wiser to sleep, and closed my eyes. All was dark and still,
when she came to find me in the night. She stepped on my hand in the dark, and then near dropped her pack on my head. I said nothing, even when she stretched out beside me. She spread her blankets out to cover me as well, then wiggled in under the edge of mine. I didn't move. Suddenly, I felt her hand touch my face questioningly. "Fitz?" she asked softly in the darkness. "What? How much do you trust Nick?" "I told you." "Not at all. But I think he'll get us to the mountains, for his own pride if nothing else." I smiled in the dark. "A smuggler's reputation must be perfect among those who know of it. He'll get us there. Were you angry at me earlier today?" When I said nothing, she added, "You gave me such a serious look this morning. Does the wolf bother you?" I asked her as bluntly. She spoke quietly. "It's true, then?" "Did you doubt it before?" "The witted part?" "Yes. I thought it an evil lie they had told about you, that the son of a prince would be witted. You did not seem a man who would share his life with an animal." The tone of her voice left me no doubt as to how she regarded such a habit. "Well, I do." A tiny spark of anger made me forthright. "He's everything to me, everything. I have never had a truer friend, willing without question to lay his life down for me, and more than his life. It is one thing to be willing to die for another. It is another to sacrifice the living of one's life for another. That is what he gives me. The same sort of loyalty I give to my king." I had set myself to thinking. I'd never put our relationship in those terms before. A king and a wolf. Starling said quietly. More softly she added, "Do you care for no one else?" "Molly." "Molly?" "She's at home, back in Buck." "She's my wife." A queer little tremor of pride shivered through me as I said the words. My wife. Starling sat up in the blankets, letting in a draught of cold air. I tugged at them vainly as she asked, "A wife? You have a wife?" "And a child. A little girl." Despite the cold and the darkness, I grinned at those words. "My daughter," I said quietly, simply to hear how the words sounded. "I have a wife and a daughter at home." She flung herself down in the darkness beside me. "No, you don't!" She denied it with an emphatic whisper. "I'm a minstrel, Fitz. If the bastard had married, the word would have gone round. In fact, there were rumours you were for Celerity, Duke Brondy's daughter." It was done quietly. I told her. "Ah, I see you're not married at all. You've a woman, is what you're trying to say." The words stung me. "Molly is my wife," I said firmly. "In every way that matters to me, she is my wife." "And in the ways that might matter to her, and a child?" Starling asked me quietly. I took a deep breath. "When I go back, that will be the first thing we remedy. It is promised to me by Verity himself that when he is king I should marry whomever I wished." Some part of me was aghast at how freely I was speaking to her. Another part asked what harm could it do for her to know, and there was relief in being able to speak of it. "So you do go to find Verity?" "I go to serve my king, to lend whatever aid I may to Kettricken and Verity's heir-child, and then to go on to beyond the mountains, to find and restore my king, so he may drive the red ships from the Six Duchies coast, and we may know peace again." For a moment, all was silence, save for the slicing wind outside the barn. Then she snorted softly. "Do even half of that, And I shall have my hero song. I have no desire to be a hero, only to do what I must to be free to live my own life. Poor Fitz. None of us is ever free to do that. You seem very free to me. Do I? To me it seems as if every step I take carries me deeper into a mire, and the more I struggle, the more firmly I embed myself. How is that? She gave a choked laugh. Look about you. Here I am, sleeping in straw and singing for my supper, gambling that there will eventually be a way to cross this river and go on to the mountains, and if I get through all that, have I achieved my goal? No. I still must dangle after you until you do something song-worthy. You really needn't, I said in some dismay at the prospect. You could go on your way, making your way as a minstrel. You seem to do well enough at it. Well enough for a travelling minstrel. You've heard me sing, Fitz. I've a good enough voice and nimble enough fingers, but I am not extraordinary, and that is what it takes to win a position as keep minstrel. That's assuming there will be any more keeps in 5 years or so. I've no mind to sing to a red ship audience. For a moment, we were both quiet, considering. You see, she went on after a time, I've no one any more. Parents and brother gone, my old master gone, Lord Bronze gone, who was partial to me mostly for my master's sake. All gone when the keep burned. The raiders left me for dead, you know, or I'd truly be dead. For the first time I heard hints of an old fear in her voice. She was quiet for a time, thinking of all that she would not mention. I rolled to face her. I've only myself to rely on. For now, for always. Only myself. And there's a limit to how long a minstrel can wander about singing for coins in inns. If you wish to be comfortable when you're old, you have to earn a place in a keep. Only a truly great song will do that for me, Fitz, and I've a limited amount of time in which to find one. Her voice grew softer, her breath warm as she said, And so I shall follow you, for great events seem to happen in your wake. Great events? I scoffed. She hitched herself closer to me. Great events. The abdication of the throne by Prince Chivalry, the triumph against the red ships at Antler Island. Were not you the one who saved Queen Ketrican from forged ones the night she was attacked, right before the Vixen Queen's hunt? Now there's a song I wish I had written. To say nothing of precipitating the riots the night of Prince Regal's coronation. Let's see, rising from the dead, making an attempt on Regal's life right inside Tradeford Hall, and then escaping unscathed. Killing 6 of his guards single-handedly while manacled. I had a feeling I should have followed you that day, but I'd say I've a good chance of witnessing something noteworthy if I but held on to your shirt-tail from now on. I'd never have thought of those events as a list of things I'd caused. I wanted to protest that I had not caused any of them, that I had merely been caught up in the grinding wheels of history. Instead, I just sighed. All I want to do is go home to Molly and our little daughter. She probably longs for the same thing. It can't be easy for her, wondering when you'll come back. Or if. She doesn't wonder. She already believes me dead. After a time, Starling said hesitantly, Fitz, she thinks you dead? How can you believe she will be there waiting for you when you return, that she won't find someone else? I had played a dozen scenes in my head, that I might die before I returned home, or that when I returned Molly would see me as a liar and a witted one, that she would be repelled by my scars. I fully expected her to be angry at me for not letting her know I was alive, but I would explain that I had believed she had found another man and was happy with him. And then she'd understand and forgive me. After all, she was the one who had left me. Somehow I had never imagined returning home to find she had replaced me with someone else. Stupid. How could I have not foreseen that might happen, simply because it was the worst possible thing I could imagine? I spoke more to myself than Starling. I suppose I'd better get word to her. Send her a message somehow. But I don't know exactly where she is, nor who I'd trust with such a message. "How long have you been gone?" she demanded to know. From Molly? Almost a year. "A year? Men!" Starling muttered softly to herself. "They go off to fight or to travel, and they expect their lives to be waiting for them when they get back. You expect the women who stay behind to keep the fields and raise the children and patch the roof and mind the cow so that when you walk back in the door you can find your chair still by the fire and hot bread on the table. Yes, and a warm, willing body in your bed, still waiting for you." She was beginning to sound angry. "How many days have you been gone from her?" "Well, that's how many days she has had to cope without you. Time doesn't stop for her just because you're gone. How do you think of her? Rocking your baby beside a warm hearth? How about this? The baby is inside, crying and untended on the bed, while she's out in the rain and wind trying to split wood for kindling because the fire went out while she was walking to and from the mill to get a bit of meal ground." I pushed the image away. No, Burrich wouldn't let that happen. In my mind I see her in many ways. Not just in good times, I defended myself. And she isn't completely alone. A friend of mine is looking after her. "Ah, a friend," Starling agreed smoothly. "And is he handsome, spirited, and bold enough to steal any woman's heart?" I snorted. "No. He's older. He's stubborn and cranky, but he's also steady and reliable and thoughtful. He always treats women well, politely and kindly. He'll take good care of both her and the child." I smiled to myself, and knew the truth of it as I added, "He'll kill any man that even looks a threat at them. Steady, kind, and thoughtful? Treats women well?" Starling's voice rose with feigned interest. "Do you know how rare a man like that is? Tell me who he is. I want him for myself, if your Molly will let him go." I confess I knew a moment's unease. I remembered a day when Molly had teased me, saying I was the best thing to come out of the stables since Burrich. When I had been sceptical as to whether that was a compliment, she had told me that he was well regarded among the ladies, for all his silences and aloof ways. Had she ever looked at Burrich and considered him? No. It was I she had made love with that day, clinging to me although we could not be wed. No. She loves me. Only me. I had not intended to say the words out loud. Some note in my voice must have touched a kinder place in Starling's nature. She gave over tormenting me. "Oh, well then, I still think you should send her word. So she has hope to keep her strong?" "I will," I promised myself, as soon as I reached Jumpy. Kettricken would know some way by which I could get word back to Burrich. I could send back just a brief written message, not too plainly worded in case it was intercepted. I could ask him to tell her I was alive and I would return to her. But how would I get the message to him? I lay silently musing in the dark. I did not know where Molly was living. Lacey would possibly know, but I could not send word via Lacey without Patience finding out. No, neither of them must know. There had to be someone we both knew, someone I could trust. Not Chade. I could trust him, but no one would know how to find Chade, even if they knew him by that name. Somewhere in the barn, a horse thudded a hoof against a stall wall. "You're very quiet," Starling whispered. "I'm thinking. I didn't mean to upset you." "You didn't. You just made me think." "Oh." A pause. "I am so cold." "Me too. But it's colder outside." That doesn't make me the least bit warmer. Hold me."
It was not a request. She burrowed into my chest, tucking her head under my chin. She smelled nice. How did women always manage to smell nice? Awkwardly, I put my arms around her, grateful for the added warmth, but uneasy at the closeness. "That's better," she sighed. I felt her body relax against mine. She added, "I hope we get a chance to bathe soon." "Me too." "Not that you smell that bad." "Thank you," I said a bit sourly. "Mind if I go back to sleep now?" "Go ahead." She put a hand on my hip and added, "If that's all you can think of to do." I managed to draw a breath. Molly, I told myself. Starling was so warm and near, smelling so sweet. Her minstrel's ways made nothing of what she suggested. To her. But what was Molly, truly, to me? "I told you. I'm married." It was hard to speak. And she loves you, and you obviously love her. But we are the ones who are here and cold. If she loves you that much, would she begrudge you an added bit of warmth and comfort on such a cold night?" It was difficult, but I forced myself to think about it a bit, then smiled to myself in the darkness. She wouldn't just begrudge me. She'd knock my head off my shoulders. "Ah." Starling laughed softly into my chest. "I see." Gently she drew her body away from mine. I longed to reach out and pull her back to me. "Perhaps we'd better just go to sleep then." "Sleep well, Fitz." So I did. But not right away, and not without regrets. The night brought us rising winds, and when the barn doors were unbolted in the morning, a fresh layer of snow greeted us. I worried that if it got much deeper, we'd have serious problems with the wagons. But Nick seemed confident and genial as he loaded us up. He bid a fond farewell to his lady, and we set forth again. He led us away from the place by a different trail from the one we had followed to get there. This one was rougher, and in a few places the snow had drifted deep enough that the wagon bodies gouged a path through it. Starling rode beside us for part of the morning, until Nick sent a man back to ask her if she'd come to ride with them. She thanked him cheerily for the invitation, and promptly went to join them. In the early afternoon, we came back to the road. It seemed to me that we had gained little by avoiding the road for so long, but doubtless Nick had had his reasons. Perhaps he simply did not want to create a beaten track to his hiding place. That evening our shelter was crude, some tumble-down huts by the riverbank. The thatched roofs were giving way, so there were fingers of snow on the floors in places, and a great plume of snow that had blown in under the door. The horses had no shelter at all, other than the lee of the cabins. We watered them at the river, and they each got a portion of grain, but no hay awaited them here. Night Eyes went with me to gather firewood, for while there was enough by the hearths to start a fire for a meal, there was not enough to last the night. As we walked down to the river to look for driftwood, I mused on how things had changed between us. We spoke less than we once had, but I felt that I was more aware of him than I had ever been before. Perhaps there was less need to speak. But we had also both changed in our time apart. When I looked at him now, I sometimes saw the wolf first, and then my companion. "I think you have finally begun to respect me as I deserve." There was teasing, but also truth in that statement.
He appeared suddenly in a patch of brush on the riverbank to my left, loped easily across the snow-swept trail, and somehow managed to vanish in little more than snow dunes and leafless, scrubby brushes. "You're no longer a puppy, that's true." "Neither of us are cubs any more. We've both discovered that on this journey. You no longer think of yourself as a boy at all." I trudged wordlessly through the snow and pondered that. I did not know quite when I had finally decided I was a man and not a boy any longer. But Night Eyes was right. Oddly, I felt a moment of loss for that vanished lad with the smooth face and easy courage. I think I made a better boy than I do a man, I admitted ruefully to the wolf. "Why not wait until you've been at it a bit longer and then decide?" he suggested. The track we followed was barely a cart wide, and visible only as a swatch where no brush poked up above the snow. The wind was busy sculpting the snow into dunes and banks. I walked into the wind, and my forehead and nose soon burned with its rough kiss. The terrain was little different from what we had passed for the last few days, but the experience of moving through it, with only the wolf, silently, made it seem a different world. Then we came to the river. I stood on top of the bank and looked across. Ice frosted the edges in places, and occasional knots of driftwood washing down the river sometimes carried a burden of dirty ice and clinging snow. The current was strong, as the swiftly bobbing driftwood showed. I tried to imagine it frozen over and could not. On the far side of that rushing flood were foothills dense with evergreens that gave onto a plain of oaks and willows that came right down to the water's edge. I suppose the water had stopped the fires spread those years ago. I wondered if this side of the river had ever been as thickly treed as that. "Look!" Night Eyes growled wistfully. I could feel the heat of his hunger as we eyed a tall buck that had come down to the river to water. He lifted his antlered head, sensing us, but regarded us calmly, knowing he was safe. I found my mouth watering with Night Eyes' thoughts of fresh meat. "Hunting will be much better on the other side." "I hope so." He leaped from the bank to the snow-swathed gravel and rock of the river edge and padded off upriver. I followed him less gracefully, finding dry sticks as I went. The walking was rougher down here, and the wind crueler, laden as it was with the river's cold. But it was also more interesting walking, somehow laden with more possibility. I watched Night Eyes range ahead of me. He moved differently now. He had lost a lot of his puppyish curiosity. The deer skull that once would have required a careful sniffing now got no more than a swift flipping over to be sure it was truly bare bones before he moved on. He was purposeful as he checked tangles of driftwood to see if game might be sheltering underneath it. He watched the undercut banks of the river as well, sniffing for game sign. He sprang upon and devoured a small rodent of some kind that had ventured out of a den under the bank. He dug briefly at the den's entrance, then thrust his muzzle in to snuff thoroughly. Satisfied there were no other inhabitants to dig out, he trotted on. I found myself watching the river as I followed him. It became more daunting, not less, the more I saw of it. The depth of it and the strength of its current were attested to by the immense snaggle-rooted logs that swung and turned as the waters rushed them along. I wondered if the windstorm had been worse upriver to tear loose such giants, or if the river had slowly eaten away their foundations until the trees had tottered into the water. Night Eyes continued to range ahead of me. Twice more I saw him leap and pin a rodent to the earth with his teeth and paws. I was not sure what they were. They did not look like rats, exactly, and the sleekness of their coats seemed to indicate they'd be at home in the water. Meat doesn't really need a name," Night Eyes observed wryly, and I was forced to agree with him. He flipped his prey gleefully into the air and caught it again as it somersaulted down. He worried the dead thing fiercely, and then launched it once more, dancing after it on his hind legs. For a moment, his simple pleasure was contagious. He had the satisfaction of a successful hunt, meat to fill his belly, and time to eat it unmolested. This time it went winging over my head, and I leaped up to catch the limp body and then fling it up higher still. He sprang after it, all 4 legs leaving the ground. He seized it cleanly, then crouched, showing it to me, daring me to chase him. I dropped my armload of wood and sprang after him. He evaded me easily, then looped back to me, daring me, rushing past me just out of arm's reach as I flung myself at him.
"Hey!"
We both halted in our play. I got up slowly from the ground. It was one of Nick's men, standing far up the riverbank and staring at us. He carried his bow.
"Get some wood and come back now,"
he ordered me. I glanced about but could see no reason for the edgy tone to his voice. Nevertheless, I gathered my scattered armload of wood and headed back to the huts. I found Kettle squinting at a scroll by the firelight, ignoring those who were trying to cook around her. "What are you reading?" I asked her. "The writings of Kabul the White, a prophet and seer of Kimoalan times." I shrugged. The names meant nothing to me. "Through his guidance, a treaty was wrought that put an end to 100 years of war. It enabled 3 folk to become one people. Knowledge was shared. Many kinds of foods that once grew only in the southern valleys of Kimoala came into common usage, ginger, for instance, and Kim oats." "One man did that?" "One man. Or 2, perhaps, if you count the general he persuaded to conquer without destroying. Here, he speaks of him. A catalyst was Dar Ales for his time, a changer of hearts and lives. He came not here to be hero, but to enable the hero in others. He came not to fulfill prophecies, but to open the doors to new futures. Such is ever the task of the catalyst. Above, he has written that it is in every one of us to be a catalyst in our own time. What do you think of that, Tom?" "I'd rather be a shepherd." I answered her truthfully. Catalyst was not a word I cherished. That night, I slept with Night Eyes at my side. Kettle snored softly not far from me, while the pilgrims huddled together in one end of the hut. Starling had chosen to sleep in the other hut with Nick and some of his men. For a time, the sound of her harp and voice were occasionally borne to me on gusts of wind. I closed my eyes and tried to dream of Molly. Instead, I saw a burning village in Buck as the red ships pulled away from it. I joined a young lad as he put on sail in the dark to ram his dory into the side of a red ship. He flung a burning lantern on board her and followed it with a bucket of cheap fish oil such as poor folk burned in their lamps. The sail blazed up as the boy sheered away from the burning ship. Behind him, the curses and cries of the burning men rose with the flames. I rode with him that night and felt his bitter triumph. He had nothing left, no family, no home, but he had spilled some of the blood that had spilled his. I understood the tears that wet his grinning face, only too well.
17. River Crossing. The Out-Islanders have always spoken mockingly of the Six Duchies folk, declaring us slaves of the earth, farmers fit only for grubbing in the dirt. Ida
The mother goddess, who is thanked for plentiful crops and multiplying flocks, is disdained by the out-islanders as a goddess for a settled folk who have lost all spirit. The out-islanders themselves worship only El, the god of the sea. He is not a deity to offer thanks to, but a god to swear by. The only blessing he sends his worshippers are storms and hardships to make them strong. In this, they misjudged the people of the Six Duchies. They believed folk who planted crops and raised sheep would soon come to have no more spirit than sheep. They came amongst us, slaughtering and destroying, and mistook our concern for our folk for weakness. In that winter, the small folk of Buck and Bairns, Ripon and Shokes, the fisher folk and herders, goose girls and pig boys, took up the war that our wrangling nobles and scattered armies waged so poorly, and made it their own. The small folk of the land can only be oppressed so long before they rise up in their own defence, be it against out-islanders or an unjust lord of their own. The others grumbled the next morning about the cold and the need for haste. They spoke longingly of hot porridge and hearth cakes. There was hot water, but little more than that to warm our bellies. I filled Kettle's teapot for her, and then went back to fill my cup with hot water. I squinted my eyes against the pane as I dug in my pack for my elf-bark. My skill dream of the night before had left me feeling sick and shaky. The very thought of food made me ill. Kettle sipped her tea and watched as I used my knife to scrape shavings from a lump of bark into my mug. It was hard to make myself wait for the liquid to brew. The extreme bitterness of it flooded my mouth, but almost immediately I felt my headache ease. Kettle abruptly reached a claw-like hand to pluck the chunk of bark from my fingers. She looked at it, sniffed it, and, "Elf-bark!" she exclaimed. She gave me a look of horror. "That's a vicious herb for a young man to be using." "It calms my headaches," I told her. I took a breath to steel myself, then drank off the rest of the mug. The gritty remnants of the bark stuck to my tongue. I forced myself to swallow them, then wiped out my mug and returned it to my pack. I held out my hand, and she gave back the chunk of bark, but reluctantly. The look she was giving me was very strange. "I've never seen anyone just drink it down like that. Do you know what that stuff is used for in Chalcid?" "I've been told they feed it to galley slaves to keep their strength up." "Strength up, and hopes down. A man on elf-bark is easily discouraged, easier to control. It may dull the pain of a headache, but it dulls the mind as well. I'd be wary of it. Were I you?" I shrugged. "I've used it for years," I told her, as I put the herb back in my pack. "All the more reason to stop now," she replied tartly. She handed me her pack to put back in the wagon for her. It was mid-afternoon when Nick ordered our wagons to halt. He and 2 of his men rode ahead, while the others assured us all was fine. Nick went ahead to ready the crossing place before we arrived there. I did not even need to glance at Night Eyes. He slipped away to follow Nick and his men. I leaned back on the seat and hugged myself, trying to stay warm. "Hey, you! Call your dog back!" One of Nick's men commanded me suddenly. I sat up and made a show of looking around for him. "He's probably just scented a rabbit. He'll be back. Follows me everywhere, he does." "Call him back now!" the man told me threateningly. So I stood up on the wagon seat and called Night Eyes. He did not come. I shrugged an apology at the man and sat down again. One continued to glare at me, but I ignored him. The day had been clear and cold, the wind cutting. Kettle had been miserably silent all day. Sleeping on the ground had awakened the old pain in my shoulder to a constant jab. I did not even want to imagine what she was feeling.
I tried to think only that we would soon be across the river, and that after that the mountains were not far. Perhaps, in the mountains, I would finally feel safe from Regal's coterie. Some men pull ropes by the river. I closed my eyes and tried to see what Night Eyes did. It was difficult, for he directed his eyes at the men themselves, while I wished to study the task they did. But just as I discerned they were using a guideline to re-string a heavier rope across the river, two other men on the far side began energetically digging through a pile of driftwood in the curve of a bank. The concealed barge was soon revealed, and the men went to work, chopping away the ice that had formed on it. "Wake up!" Kettle told me irritably, and gave me a poke in the ribs. I sat up to see the other wagon already in motion. I stirred the mare's reins and followed the others. We travelled a short way down the river road before turning off it, onto an open section of bank. There were some burned-out huts by the river that had apparently perished in the fires years ago. There was also a crude ramp of logs and mortar, much decayed now. On the far side of the river, I could see the remains of the old barge, half sunken. Ice covered parts of it, but dead grass also stuck up from it. It had been many seasons since it had floated. The huts on the other side were in as poor repair as the ones over here, for their thatched roofs had collapsed completely. Behind them rose gentle hills, covered in evergreens. Beyond them, towering in the distance, were the peaks of the mountain kingdom. A team of men had attached the revealed barge and were working it across the river to us. The bow was pointed into the current. The barge was tightly bridled to the pulley line. Even so, the angry river strove to tear it loose and wash it downstream. It was not a large vessel. A wagon and team was going to be a snug fit. There were railings down the side of the barge, but other than that, it was simply a flat, open deck. On our side, the ponies that Nick and his men had been riding had been harnessed to pull on the barge's tow line, while on the other side a team of patient mules backed slowly toward the water. As the barge came slowly toward us, her bow rose and fell as the river pushed against it. The current foamed and churned around its sides, while an occasional dip of the bow allowed a surge of water to fly up and over. It was not going to be a dry ride across. The pilgrims muttered amongst themselves anxiously, but one man's voice suddenly rose to quell them. "What other choice do we have?" he pointed out. Thereafter, silence fell. They watched the barge come toward us with dread. Nick's wagon and team were the first load across. Perhaps Nick did it that way to give the pilgrims courage. I watched as the barge was brought up snug to the old ramp and secured, stern in. I sensed the displeasure of his team, but also that they were familiar with this. Nick himself led them into the barge and held their heads while two of his men scrambled about and tied the wagon down to the cleats. Then Nick stepped off and waved his hand in signal. The two men stood, one by each horse's head, as the mule team on the other side took up the slack. The barge was cast off and moved out into the river. Laden, it sat more deeply in the water, but it did not bob as freely as it had. Twice the bow lifted high and then plunged back deeply enough to take a wash of water over it. All was silence on our side of the river as we watched the barges passing. On the other side, it was pulled in and secured, bow first. The wagon was unfastened, and the men drove it off and up the hill. "There, you see? Nothing to worry about." Nick spoke with an easy grin, but I doubted that he believed his own words. A couple of men rowed the barge back as it came across. They did not look happy about it. They clung to the railings and winced away from the flying spray off the river. Nevertheless, they were both soaked by the time the barge reached our side, and they stepped off.
One man gestured Nick to one side and began to confer with him angrily, but he clapped him on the shoulders and laughed loudly, as if it were all a fine joke. He held out his hand and they passed him a small pouch. He hefted it approvingly before hanging it from his belt. "I keep my word," he reminded them, and then strode back to our group. The pilgrims went across next. Some of them wished to cross in the wagon, but Nick patiently pointed out that the heavier the load, the lower the barge rode in the river. He herded them onto the barge and made sure that each person had a good place to grip along the rail. "You two," he called, motioning to Kettle and Starling. "I'll go across with my cart," Kettle declared. But Nick shook his head. "Your mare isn't going to like this. If she goes crazy out there, you don't want to be on the barge. Trust me. I know what I'm doing." He glanced at me. "Tom, you mind riding across with the horse? You seem to handle her well." I nodded, and Nick said, "There now. Tom'll see to your mare. You go on now." Kettle scowled, but had to own the sense of that. I helped her down, and Starling took her arm and walked her to the barge. Nick stepped onto the barge and spoke briefly to the pilgrims, telling them to simply hold on and not fear. 3 of his men boarded the barge with them. One insisted on holding the smallest pilgrim child himself. "I know what to expect," he told the anxious mother. "I'll see she gets across. You just have a care to yourself." The little girl began to cry at that, and her shrill wailing could be heard even over the rushing of the river water as the barge was pulled out onto the river. Nick stood beside me, watching them go. "They'll be fine," he said, as much to himself as to me. He turned to me with a grin. "Well, Tom, a few more trips and I'll be wearing that pretty earring of yours." I nodded to that, silently. I'd given my word on the bargain, but I was not happy about it. Despite Nick's words, I heard him sigh with relief when the barge reached the other side. The drenched pilgrims scuttled off even as the men were securing it. I watched Starling help Kettle off, and then some of Nick's men hurried them up the bank and into the shelter of the trees. Then the barge was coming back to us again, bearing 2 more men. The pilgrims' empty wagon went next, along with a couple of ponies. The pilgrims' horses were not at all pleased. It took blindfolds and 3 men tugging to get them onto the barge. Once there and tied down, the horses still shifted as much as they could, snorting and shaking their heads. I watched them cross. On the other side, the team needed no urging to get the wagon swiftly off the barge. A man took the reins and the wagon rattled up the hill and out of sight. The 2 men who rode back that time had the worst crossing yet. They were halfway across the river when an immense snag came in sight, bearing directly down on the barge. The clawing roots looked like a monstrous hand as the log bobbed in the fierce current. Nick shouted at our ponies, and all of us sprang to help them haul on the rope. But even so, the log struck the barge a glancing blow. The men on board yelled as the impact shook them from their grips on the railing. One was nearly flung off, but managed to catch a second post and hung on for dear life. Those 2 came off glaring and cursing, as if they suspected the mishap had been deliberate. Nick had the barge secured and himself checked all the lines fastening her to the pulley rope. The impact had knocked one railing loose. He shook his head over that and warned his men about it as they drove the last wagon aboard. Its crossing was no worse than any of the others. I watched with some trepidation, knowing that my turn was next. "Fancy a bath, Night Eyes?" "It will be worth it if there's good hunting on the other side," he replied, but I could sense he shared my nervousness. I tried to calm myself and Kettle's mare as I watched them fasten the barge to the landing. I spoke soothingly to her as I led her down, doing all I could to assure her that she would be fine. She seemed to accept it, stepping calmly onto the scarred timbers of the deck. I led her out slowly, explaining it all as I went. She stood quietly as I tied her to a ring set in the deck. 2 of Nick's men roped the cart down fast. Night Eyes leaped on, then sank down belly low, his claws digging into the wood. He didn't like the way the river tugged at the barge greedily. Truth to tell, neither did I. He ventured over to crouch beside me, feet splayed. "You go on across with Tom and the cart," Nick told the soaked men, who had already made one trip. "Me and my boys will bring our ponies on the last trip. Stay clear of that mare now, in case she decides to kick." They came aboard warily, eyeing Night Eyes almost as distrustfully as they watched the mare. They clustered at the back of the cart and held on there. Night Eyes and I remained on the bow. I hoped we'd be out of reach of the mare's hooves there. At the last moment, Nick declared, "I think I'll ride this one over with you." He cast the barge off himself with a grin and a wave at his men. The mule team on the other side of the river started up, and with a lurch, we moved out into the river. Watching something is never the same as doing it. I gasped as the first slashing spray of river water struck me. We were suddenly a toy in the clutches of an unpredictable child. The river rushed past us, tearing at the barge and roaring its frustration that it could not drag us free. The furious water near deafened me. The barge took a sudden plunge, and I found myself gripping the railing as a surge of water flowed over the deck and clutched at my ankles in passing. The second time, a plume of water smacked up from the bow and drenched us all. The mare screamed. I let go of my grip of the railing, intending to take hold of her headstall. 2 of the men seemed to have the same idea. They were working their way forward, clinging to the cart. I waved them away and turned to the mare. I will never know what the man intended, perhaps to club me with the pommel of his knife. I caught the motion from the corner of my eye and turned to face him just as the barge gave another lurch. He missed me and staggered forward against the mare. The horse, already anxious, panicked into a frenzy of kicking. She threw her head wildly, slamming it against me so that I staggered away. I had almost caught my balance when the man made another flailing try at me. On the back of the cart, Nick was struggling with another man. He angrily shouted something about his word and his honor. I ducked my attacker's blow just as a crash of water came over the bow. The force of it washed me toward the center of the barge. I caught hold of a cartwheel and clung there, gasping. I clawed my sword half free just as someone else grabbed me from behind. My first attacker came at me, grinning, his knife blade first this time. Suddenly, a wet, furry body streaked past me. Night Eyes hit him squarely in the chest, slamming him back against the railing. I heard the crack of the weakened post, slowly, so slowly. Wolf, man, and railing went tipping toward the water. I lunged after them, dragging my assailant with me. As they went in, I managed to catch both the shattered remains of the post and Night Eye's tail. I sacrificed my sword to do it. My grip was only on the end of his tail, but I held on. His head came up, his front paws scrabbled frantically against the edge of the barge. He started to climb back on. Then a booted foot came down with a smash on my shoulder. The dull ache in it exploded. The next boot caught me in the side of the head. I watched my fingers fly open, saw Night Eyes spun away from me, snatched by the river, and borne off. "My brother!" I cried aloud. The river swallowed my words, and the next slosh of water over the deck drenched me and filled my mouth and nose. When the water passed, I tried to get to my hands and knees.
The man who had kicked me knelt beside me. I felt the press of his knife against my neck. "Just stay where you are and hold on," he suggested grimly. He turned and yelled back at Nick, "I'm doing this my way!" I did not answer. I was questing out savagely, putting all my strength into reaching after the wolf. The barge surged under me, the river roared past, and I was drenched by spray and waves. Cold. Wet. Water in my mouth and nose, choking. I couldn't tell where I ended, and Night Eyes began. If he still existed at all. The barge scraped suddenly against the ramp. They were clumsy in getting me to my feet on the other side. The one removed his knife before the second man had a good grip on my hair. I came up, fighting, caring nothing for anything else they might do to me now. I radiated hate and fury, and the panicky horses followed my lead. One man went down close enough to the mare that one of her hooves stove in his ribs. That left two. Or so I thought. I shouldered one into the river. He managed to catch hold of the barge and clung there while I choked his companion. Nick shouted what sounded like a warning. I was squeezing his throat and bashing his head on the deck when the others fell on me. These ones wore their brown and gold openly. I tried to make them kill me, but they didn't. I heard other cries from far up the hillside and thought I recognized Starling's voice, raised in anger. After a time, I lay trussed on the snowy riverbank. A man stood guard over me with a drawn sword. I didn't know if he threatened me, or if he was charged with keeping the others from killing me. They stood in a circle, staring down at me avidly, like a pack of wolves who had just brought down a deer. I didn't care. Frantically I quested out, caring nothing for anything they might do to me. I could sense that somewhere he fought for his life. My sense of him grew fainter and fainter as he put all his energies into simply surviving. Nick was suddenly flung down beside me. One of his eyes was starting to puff shut, and when he grinned at me, blood stained his teeth. "Well, here we are, Tom. On the other side of the river. I said I'd bring you here, and here we are. I'll take that earring now, as we agreed." My guard kicked him in the ribs. "Shut up!" he growled. "This wasn't in the agreement." Nick insisted when he could take a breath. He looked up at them all, tried to choose one to speak to. "I had to deal with your captain. I told him I'd bring him this man, and in return he offered me gold and safe passage, for me and the others." The sergeant gave a bitter laugh. "Well, it wouldn't be the first deal Captain Mark made with a smuggler. Odd. Not a one of them ever profited us, eh, boys? And Captain Mark, he's down the river away now, so it's hard to tell just what he promised you. Always liked his glory shows, did Mark. Well, now he's gone. But I know what my orders are, and that's to arrest all smugglers and bring them back to Moon's Eye. I'm a good soldier, I am." The sergeant stooped down and relieved Nick of the pouch of gold, and his own pouch as well. Nick struggled, and lost some blood in the process. I did not bother watching much of it. He'd sold me to Regal's guards. And how had he known who I was? Pillow talk with Starling, I told myself bitterly. I had trusted, and it had brought me what it always did. I did not even turn to look when they dragged him away. I had but one true friend, and my foolishness had cost him. Again, I stared up at the sky and reached out of my body, threw my sense as wide as I could, questing. I found him. Somewhere his claws scrabbled and scratched at a steep and icy bank. His dense coat was laden with water, heavy with it, so he could scarcely keep his head up. He lost his purchase. The river seized him again, and once more he spun around in it. It pulled him under and held him there, then threw him suddenly to the surface. The air he gasped in was laden with spray. He had no strength left. "Try," I commanded him. "Keep trying." And the fickle current flung him again against a riverbank. But this one was a tangle of dangling roots. His claws caught in them, and he hauled himself high, scrabbling at them as he choked out water and gasped in air. His lungs worked like bellows. "Get out! Shake off!" He gave me no answer at all, but I felt him haul himself out. Little by little, he gained the brushy bank. He crawled out like a puppy, on his belly. Water ran from him, forming a puddle around him where he cowered. He was so cold. Frost was already forming on his ears and muzzle. He stood up and tried to shake. He fell over. He staggered to his feet again and tottered a few more steps from the river. He shook again, water flying everywhere. The action both lightened him and stood his coat up. He stood, head down, and gagged out a gush of river water. "Find shelter. Curl up and get warm," I told him. He was not thinking very well. The spark that was Night Eyes had almost winked out. He sneezed violently several times, then looked around himself. "There," I urged him, "under that tree." Snow had bent the evergreen's fronds almost to the ground. Beneath the tree was a little hollow, thickly floored with shed needles. If he crept in there and curled up, he might get warm again. "Go on," I urged him. "You can make it. Go on." "I think you kicked him too hard. He's just staring at the sky." "Did you see what that woman did to Skeff? He's bleeding like a pig. He popped her a good one back." "Where'd the old one go? Did anyone find her?" "She won't get far in this snow, so don't worry about it. Wake him up and get him on his feet." "He's not even blinking his eyes. He's hardly even breathing." "I don't care. Just take him to the skill wizard. After that, he's not our problem." I knew guards dragged me to my feet. I knew I was walked up the hill. I paid no attention to that body. Instead, I shook myself again, and then crept under the tree. There was just room to curl myself up. I put my tail over my nose. I flicked my ears a few times to shake the last of the water from them. "Go to sleep now. Everything's fine. Go to sleep." I closed his eyes for him. He was still shivering, but I could feel a hesitant warmth creeping through him again. Gently, I drew myself clear. I lifted my head and looked out of my own eyes. I was walking up a trail with a tall Pharaoh guard on either side of me. I didn't need to look back to know that others followed. Ahead of us, I saw Nick's wagons, pulled up in the shelter of the trees. I saw his men sitting on the ground with their hands bound behind them. The pilgrims, still dripping, huddled around a fire. Several guards stood around their group as well. I didn't see Starling or Kettle. One woman clutched her child to her and wept noisily over his shoulder. The boy did not appear to be moving. A man met my eyes, then turned aside to spit on the ground. "It's the witted bastard's fault we've come to this," I heard him say loudly. "Ida scowls upon him. He tainted our pilgrimage." They marched me to a comfortable tent, pitched in the lee of some great trees. I was shoved through the tent flaps and pushed down onto my knees on a thick sheepskin rug on an elevated wooden floor. One guard kept a firm grip on my hair as the sergeant announced, "Here he is, sir. The wolf got Captain Mark, but we got him." The fat brazier of coals gave off a welcome heat. The interior of the tent was the warmest place I'd been in days. The sudden heat almost stupefied me. But Burl did not share my opinion. He sat in a wooden chair on the other side of the brazier, his feet outstretched toward it. He was robed and hooded and covered over with furs, as if there were nothing else between him
and the night cold. He had always been a large-framed man. Now he was heavy as well. His dark hair had been curled in imitation of Regal's. Displeasure shone in his dark eyes. "How is it that you aren't dead?" he demanded of me. There was no good answer to that question. I merely looked at him, expression bland, walls tight. His face flushed suddenly red, and his cheeks appeared swollen with his anger. When he spoke, his voice was tight. He glared at the sergeant. "Report properly." Then, before the man could begin, he asked, "You let the wolf get away?" "Not let him, no, sir. He attacked the captain. He and Captain Mark went into the river together, sir, and were carried off. Water that cold and swift. Neither had a chance to survive, but I've sent a few men down river to check the bank for the captain's body. I'll want the wolf's body as well. If it's washed up, be sure your men know that." "Yes, sir." "Did you secure the smuggler Nick, or did he get away as well?" Burl's sarcasm was heavy. "No, sir. We have the smuggler and his men. We have those travelling with him as well, though they put up more of a fight than we expected. Some ran off in the woods, but we got them back. They claimed to be pilgrims seeking Ida's shrine in the mountains." "That concerns me not at all. What matters why a man broke the king's law after he has broken it? Did you recover the gold the captain paid the smuggler?" The sergeant looked surprised. "No, sir. Gold got paid to a smuggler. There were no signs of that. I wonder if it went down river with Captain Mark. Perhaps he hadn't given it to the man." "I am not a fool. I know more of what goes on than you think I do. Find it, all of it, and return it here." "Did you capture all the smugglers?" The sergeant took a breath and decided on the truth. "There were a few with the pony team on the far side when we took down Nick. They rode off before—" "Forget them. Where is the bastard's accomplice?" The sergeant looked blank. I believe he did not know the word. "Did not you capture a minstrel, Starling?" Burl demanded again. The sergeant looked uncomfortable. "She got a bit out of control, sir. When the men were subduing the bastard on the ramp, she lit into the man holding her and broke his nose. It took a bit to get her under control." "Is she alive?" Burl's tone left no doubt of his contempt for their competence. The sergeant flushed. "Yes, sir, but—" Burl silenced them with a look. "Were your captain still alive, he would wish he were dead now. You have no concept of how to report or of how to retain control of a situation. A man should have been sent to me immediately to inform me of these events as they happened. The minstrel should not have been permitted to see what was happening, but secured immediately. And only an idiot would have tried to subdue a man on a barge in the middle of a strong current, when all he had to do was wait for the barge to land. He'd have had a dozen swords at his command there. As for the smuggler's bribe, it will be returned to me, or you shall go unpaid, until it is made up. I am no fool." He glared around at everyone in the tent. "This has been bungled. I will not excuse it." He folded his lips tightly. When he spoke again, he spat out the words, "All of you, go!" "Yes, sir." "Sir, the prisoner?" "Leave him here. Leave 2 men outside, swords drawn, but I wish to speak to him alone." The sergeant bowed and hastened out of the tent. His men followed him promptly. I looked up at Burl and met his eyes. My hands were bound tightly behind me, but no one held me on my knees any more. I got to my feet and stood, looking down on Burl. He met my gaze unflinchingly. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. It made his words all the more threatening. "I repeat to you what I told the sergeant. I am not a fool. I do not doubt that you already have a plan to escape. It probably includes killing me. I have a plan as well.
and it includes my surviving. I am going to tell it to you. It's a simple plan, bastard. I have always preferred simplicity. It is this. If you give me any troubles at all, I shall have you killed. As you have no doubt deduced, King Regal wishes you brought to him alive, if possible. Don't think that will prevent me from killing you if you become inconvenient. If you are thinking of your skill, I will warn you my mind is well warded. If I even suspect you of trying it, we will try your skill against my guard's sword. As for your wit, well, it seems my problems are solved there as well. But should your wolf materialize, he, too, is not proof against a sword. I said nothing. Do you understand me? I gave a single nod. That is as well. Now, if you give me no problems, you will be treated fairly, as will the others. If you are difficult at all, they too will share your privations. Do you understand that as well? He met my gaze, demanding an answer. I matched his quiet tone. Do you truly think I'd care if you spilled Nick's blood, now that he's sold me to you? He smiled. It turned me cold, for that smile had once belonged to the carpenter's genial apprentice. A different Burl now wore his skin. You're a wily one, bastard, and have been since I've known you. But you've the same weakness of your father and the Pretender. You believe even one of those peasants' lives to be worth the equal of yours. Be any trouble to me, and they all pay to the last drop of blood. Do you understand me? Even Nick. He was right. I had no stomach to visualize the pilgrims paying for my daring. I quietly asked, And if I am cooperative? What becomes of them then? He shook his head over my foolishness and caring. 3 years' servitude. Were I a less kindly man, I'd take a hand from each one of them, for they have directly disobeyed the king's orders in attempting to cross the border and deserve to be punished as traitors. 10 years for the smugglers. I knew few of the smugglers would survive. And the minstrel? I do not know why he answered my question, but he did. The minstrel will have to die. You know that already. She knew who you were, for Will questioned her back in Blue Lake. She chose to help you, when she could have served her king instead. She is a traitor. His words ignited the spark of my temper. In helping me, she serves the true king. And when Verity returns, you will feel his wrath. There will be no one to shield you or the rest of your false coterie. For a moment, Burl only looked at me. I caught control of myself. I had sounded like a child, threatening another with his big brother's wrath. My words were useless, and worse than useless. Guards! Burl did not shout. He scarcely lifted his voice at all, but the two were inside the tent instantly, swords drawn and pointed at my face. Burl behaved as if he did not notice the weapons. Bring the minstrel to us here, and see that she does not get out of control this time. When they hesitated, he shook his head and sighed. Go on now, both of you. Send your sergeant to me as well. When they had departed, he met my eyes and made a face of discontent. You see what they give me to work with? Moon's Eye has ever been the refuse pile for Six Duchies soldiery. I have the cravens, the fools, the discontents, the connivers, and then I must face my king's displeasure when every task given them is botched. I think he actually expected me to commiserate with him. So Regal has sent you here to join them, I observed instead. Burl gave me a strange smile. As King Shrewd sent your father and Verity here before me. That was true. I looked down at the thick sheepskin covering the floor. I was dripping on it. The warmth from the brazier was seeping into me, causing me to shiver as if my body were giving up cold it had hoarded. For an instant I quested away from myself. My wolf slept now, warmer than I was. Burl reached to a small table beside his chair and took up a pot. He poured a steaming cup of beef broth for himself and sipped at it. I could smell its savour. Then he sighed and leaned back in his chair. "We've come a long ways from where we began, haven't we?" He almost sounded regretful. I bobbed my head. He was a cautious man, Burl, and I did not doubt that he would carry out his threats. I had seen the shape of his skill, and seen, too, how Galen had bent and twisted it into a tool that Regal would use. He was loyal to an upstart prince. That Galen had forged into him. He could no longer separate it from his skill. He had ambitions for power, and he loved the indolent life his skill had earned him. His arms no longer bulged with the muscles of his work. Instead, his belly stretched his tunics, and the jowls of his cheeks hung heavy. He seemed a decade older than I was, but he would guard his position against anything that threatened it. Guard it savagely. The sergeant reached the tent first, but his men came with Starling shortly afterward. She walked between them and entered the tent with dignity, despite her bruised face and swollen lip. There was an icy calm to her as she stood straight before Burl and gave him no greeting at all. Perhaps only I sensed the fury she contained. Of fear, she showed no sign at all. When she stood alongside me, Burl lifted his eyes to consider us both. He pointed one finger at her. "Minstrel. You are aware that this man is FitzChivalry, the witted bastard." Starling made no response. It was not a question. "In Blue Lake, Will of Galen's coterie, servant of King Regal, offered you gold, good honest coin, if you could help us track down this man. You denied all knowledge of where he was." He paused, as if giving her a chance to speak. She said nothing. "Yet, here we have found you, travelling in his company again." He took a deep breath. "And now he tells me that you, in serving him, serve Verity the Pretender, and he threatens me with Verity's wrath. Tell me, before I respond to this, do you agree with this? Or has he misspoken on your behalf?" We both knew he was offering her a chance. I hoped she'd have the sense to take it. I saw Starling swallow. She did not look at me. When she spoke, her voice was low and controlled. "I need no one to speak for me, my lord. Nor am I any man's servant. I do not serve FitzChivalry." She paused, and I felt dizzying relief. But then she took breath and went on. "But if Verity Farseer lives, then he is true king of the Six Duchies, and I do not doubt that all who say otherwise will feel his wrath, if he returns." Burl sighed out through his nose. He shook his head regretfully. He gestured to one of the waiting men. "You. Break one of her fingers, I don't care which one." "I am a minstrel!" Starling objected in horror. She stared at him in disbelief. We all did. It was not unheard of for a minstrel to be executed for treason. To kill a minstrel was one thing. To harm one was entirely another. "Did you not hear me?" Burl asked the man when he hesitated. "Sir, she's a minstrel." The man looked stricken. "It's bad luck to harm a minstrel." Burl turned away from him to his sergeant. "You will see he receives 5 lashes before I retire this night. 5, mind you, and I wish to be able to count the separate welts on his back." "Yes, sir," the sergeant said faintly. Burl turned back to the man. "Break one of her fingers. I don't care which one." He spoke the command as if he had never uttered the words before. The man moved toward her like a man in a dream. He was going to obey, and Burl was not going to stop the order. "I will kill you." I promised Burl sincerely. Burl smiled at me serenely. "Guardsman, make that 2 of her fingers. I do not care which ones." The sergeant moved swiftly, drawing his knife and stepping behind me. He set it to my throat and pushed me to my knees. I looked up at Starling. She glanced at me once, her eyes flat and empty, then looked away. Her hands, like mine, were bound behind her. She stared straight ahead at Burl's chest. Still and silent she stood, going whiter and whiter, until he actually touched her. She cried out, a hoarse, guttural sound, as he gripped her wrists. Then she screamed. But her cry could not cover the 2 small snaps her fingers made as the man bent them backward at the joints. "Show me," Burl commanded. As if angry with Starling that he had had to do this, the man thrust her down on her face. She lay on the sheepskin before Burl's feet. After the scream, she had not made a sound. The 2 smallest fingers on her left hand stood out crazily from the others. Burl looked down at them and nodded, satisfied. "Take her away. See she is well guarded. Then come back and see your sergeant. When he is finished with you, come to me." Burl's voice was even. The guard seized Starling by her collar and dragged her to her feet. He looked both ill and angry as he prodded her out of the tent. Burl nodded to the sergeant. "Let him up now." I stood, looking down at him, and he looked up at me. But there was no longer the slightest doubt as to who was in control of the situation. His voice was very quiet as he observed, "Earlier you said you understood me. Now, I know that you do. The journey to Moon's Eye can be swift and easy for you, FitzChivalry, and for the others. Or it can be otherwise. It is entirely up to you." I made no reply. None was needed. Burl nodded to the other guardsmen. He took me from Burl's tent to another one. 4 other guards inhabited it. He gave me both bread and meat and a cup of water. I was docile as he retied my hands in front of me so I could eat. Afterward, he pointed me to a blanket in a corner, and I went like an obedient dog. They bound my hands behind me again and tied my feet. They kept the brazier burning all night, and always there were at least 2 watching me. I did not care. I turned away from them and faced the wall of the tent. I closed my eyes and went, not to sleep, but to my wolf. His coat was mostly dry, but still he slept in exhaustion. Both the cold and the battering of the river had taken their toll on him. I took what small comfort was left to me. Night Eyes lived, and now he slept. I wondered on which side of the river. 18. Moon's Eye. Moon's Eye is a small but fortified town on the border between the Six Duchies and the Mountain Kingdom. It is a provisioning town and traditional stopping place for trade caravans using the Chalaika Trail to the Wide Vale Pass and the lands beyond the Mountain Kingdom. It was from Moon's Eye that Prince Chivalry negotiated his last great treaty with Prince Rurisk of the Mountain Kingdom. On the heels of finalizing this treaty came the discovery that Chivalry was father to an illegitimate son conceived with a woman from that area, and already some 6 years old. King-in-waiting Chivalry concluded his negotiations and immediately rode home to Buck Keep, where he offered his queen, father, and subjects his deepest apologies for his youthful failure, and abdicated the throne to avoid creating any confusion as to the line of succession. Burl kept his word. By day I walked, flanked by guards, my hands bound behind me.
I was housed in a tent by night and my hands unbound, that I might feed myself. No one was unnecessarily cruel to me. I do not know if Burl had ordered that I be strictly left alone, or if enough tales of the witted, poisoning bastard had been spread that no one ventured to bother me. In any case, my trek to Moonseye was no more unpleasant than foul weather and military provisions made it. I was sequestered from the pilgrims, so I knew nothing of how Kettle, Starling, and the others fared. My guards did not talk among themselves in my presence, so I had not even camp gossip for rumors. I dared not ask after any of them. Even to think of Starling and what they had done to her made me ill. I wondered if anyone would pity her enough to straighten and bind her fingers. I wondered if Burl would allow it. It surprised me how often I thought of Kettle and the children of the pilgrims. I did have night eyes. My second night in Burl's custody, after a hasty feeding of bread and cheese, I was left alone in a corner of a tent that housed 6 men-at-arms as well. My wrists and ankles were well bound, but not cruelly tight, and a blanket flung over me. My guards soon became engrossed in a game of dice by the candle that lit the tent. It was a tent of good leather, and they had floored it with cedar boughs for their own comfort, so I did not suffer much from cold. I was aching and weary, and the food in my belly made me drowsy. Yet I struggled to stay awake. I quested out toward Night Eyes, almost fearful of what I might find. I had had only the barest traces of his presence in my mind since I had bid him sleep. Now I reached for him and was jolted to feel him quite close by. He revealed himself as if stepping through a curtain, and seemed amused at my shock. "How long have you been able to do that?" "A while. I had been giving thought to what the bear man told us, and when we were apart, I came to know I had a life of my own. I found a place of my own in my mind." I sensed a hesitancy to his thought, as if he expected me to rebuke him for it. Instead, I embraced him, wrapping him in the warmth I felt for him. "I feared you would die. I fear the same for you now." Almost humbly he added, "But I lived, and now at least one of us is free, to rescue the other. I am glad you are safe, but I fear there is little you can do for me, and if they catch sight of you, they will not rest until they have killed you." "They shall not catch sight of me," he promised lightly. He carried me off hunting with him that night. The next day it took all of my concentration to stay on my feet and moving. A storm blew up. We attempted a military pace despite the snowy trails we followed and the shrieking winds that constantly buffeted us with threats of snow. As we moved away from the river and up into the foothills, the trees and underbrush were thicker. We heard the wind in the trees above us, but felt it less. The cold became drier and more bitter at night the higher we went. The food I was given was enough to keep me on my feet and alive, but little more. Burl rode at the head of his procession, followed by his mounted guard. I walked behind in the midst of my guards. Behind us came the pilgrims flanked by regulars. Behind all that trailed the baggage train. At the end of each day's march, I was confined to a swiftly pitched tent, fed, and then ignored until the next day's rising. My conversations were limited to accepting my meals and to nighttime thought-sharing with Night Eyes. The hunting on this side of the river was lush compared to where we had been. He found game almost effortlessly and was well on his way to rebuilding his old strength. He found it no trouble at all to keep pace with us and still have time to hunt. Night Eyes had just torn into a rabbit's entrails on my 4th night as a prisoner, when he suddenly lifted his head and sniffed the wind. "What is it?" "Hunters. Stalkers." He abandoned his meat and stood. He was on a hillside above Burl's camp, moving toward it. Slipping from tree to tree were at least 24 shadowy figures.
A dozen carried bows. As Night Eyes watched, 2 crouched in the cover of a dense thicket. In a few moments, his keen nose caught the scent of smoke. A tiny fire glowed dully at their feet. They signaled the others, who spread out, noiseless as shadows. Archers sought vantage points while the others slipped into the camp below. Some went toward the picket lines of the animals. With my own ears, I heard stealthy footsteps outside the tent where I lay trussed. They did not pause. Night Eyes smelled the stench of burning pitch. An instant later, 2 flaming bolts went winging through the night. They struck Burl's tent. In a moment, a great cry arose. As sleeping soldiers stumbled out of their tents and headed toward the blaze, the archers on the hillside rained arrows down on them. Burl stumbled out of the burning tent, wrapping his blankets around himself as he came, and bellowing orders. "They're after the bastard, you fools! Guard him at all costs!" Then an arrow went skipping past him over the frozen ground. He cried out and flung himself flat into the shelter of a supply wagon. A breath later, 2 arrows thudded into it. The men in my tent had leaped up at the first commotion. I had largely ignored them, preferring Night Eye's view of the events. But when the sergeant burst into the tent, his first order was, "Drag him outside before they fire the tent. Keep him down. If they come for him, cut his throat." The sergeant's orders were followed quite literally. A man knelt on my back, his bared knife set to my throat. 6 others surrounded us. All about us, in the darkness, other men scrambled and shouted. There was a second outcry as another tent went up in flames, joining Burl's, which now blazed merrily and lit his end of the camp well. The first time I tried to lift my head and see what was happening, the young soldier on my back slammed my face back into the frozen ground energetically. I resigned myself to ice and gravel and looked through the wolf's eyes instead. Had not Burl's guard been so intent on keeping me and on protecting Burl, they might have perceived that neither of us were the targets of this raid. While arrows fell about Burl and his blazing tent, at the dark end of the camp, the silent invaders were freeing smugglers and pilgrims and ponies. Night Eye's spying had shown me that the archer who had fired Burl's tent wore the holdfast features as clearly as Nick did. The smugglers had come after their own. The captives trickled out of the camp like meal from a holed sack, while Burl's men guarded him and me. Burl's assessment of his men had been correct. More than one man-at-arms waited out that raid in the shadow of a wagon or a tent. I did not doubt that they'd fight well if personally attacked, but no one ventured to lead a sortie against the archers on the hill. I suspected then that Captain Mark had not been the only man to have an arrangement with the smugglers. The fire they did return was ineffective, for the blazing tent and the camp had ruined their night vision, whereas the fire made silhouettes and targets of the archers, who stood to return the smugglers' fire. It was over in a remarkably short time. The archers on the hill continued to loose arrows down on us as they slipped away, and that fire held the attention of Burl's men. When the rain of missiles abruptly ceased, Burl immediately roared for his sergeant, demanding to know if I had been kept. The sergeant looked warningly about at his men, and then called back that they'd held them off me. The rest of that night was miserable. I spent a good part of it face down in the snow, while a half-dressed Burl snorted and stamped all around me. The burning of his tent had consumed most of his personal supplies. When the escape of the pilgrims and smugglers was discovered, it seemed to be of secondary importance to the fact that no one else in camp had clothing of a size that would fit Burl. 3 other tents had been fired. Burl's riding horse had been taken in addition to the smugglers' ponies. For all Burl's bellowed threats of dire vengeance, he made no effort to organize a pursuit. Instead, he contented himself with kicking me several times. It was nearly dawn before he thought to ask if the minstrel too had been taken.
She had. And that, he declared, proved that I had been the true target of the raid. He tripled the guard around me for the rest of that night, and for the next 2 days' journey to Moon's Eye. Not surprisingly, we saw no more of our attackers. They had got all they wished and vanished into the foothills. I had no doubt that Nick had bolt holes on this side of the river as well. I could not feel any warmth toward the man who had sold me, but I confessed to myself a grudging admiration that he had carried off the pilgrims with him when he escaped. Perhaps Starling could make a song of that. Moon's Eye seemed a small town hidden in a fold of the mountain's skirts. There were few outlying farmsteads, and the cobbled streets began abruptly just outside the wooden palisade that surrounded the town. A sentry issued a formal challenge to us there from a tower above the walls. It was only after we had entered it that I appreciated what a thriving little city it was. I knew from my lessons with Fedrin that Moon's Eye had been an important military outpost for the Six Duchies before it had become a stopping place for caravans bound for the other side of the mountains. Now, traders in amber and furs and carved ivory passed through Moon's Eye on a regular basis and enriched it in their passing. Or so it had been in the years since my father had succeeded in negotiating an open pass treaty with the Mountain Kingdom. Regal's new hostilities had changed all that. Moon's Eye had reverted to the military holding it had been in my grandfather's day. The soldiers that moved through the streets wore Regal's golden brown instead of Buck's blue. But soldiers are soldiers. The merchants had the weary, wary air of men rich only in their sovereign's scrip, and wondering how redeemable it would prove in the long run. Our procession attracted the attention of the locals, but it was a surreptitious curiosity they showed us. I wondered when it had become bad luck to wonder too much about the king's business. Despite my weariness, I looked about the town with interest. This was where my grandfather had brought me to abandon me to Verity's care, and where Verity had passed me on to Burrich. I had always wondered if my mother's folk had lived near Moon's Eye, or if we had travelled far to seek out my father. But I looked in vain for any landmark or sign that would awaken some memory of my lost childhood in me. Moon's Eye looked to me both as strange and as familiar as any small town I had ever visited. The town was thick with soldiers. Tents and lean-tos had been thrown up against every wall. It looked as if the population had recently increased a great deal. Eventually, we came to a courtyard that the animals in the baggage train recognized as home. We were drawn up and then dismissed with military precision. My guard marched me off to a squat, wooden building. It was windowless and forbidding. Inside was a single room where an old man sat on a low stool by a wide hearth, where a welcoming fire burned. Less welcoming were 3 doors with small barred windows on them that opened off that room. I was shown into one, my bonds summarily cut, and then I was left alone. As prisons go, it was the nicest one I'd ever been in. I caught myself in that thought and bared my teeth to it in something that was not quite a grin. There was a rope-laced bedstead with a bag of straw on it for a mattress. There was a chamber pot in the corner. Some light came in from the barred window and some warmth. Not much of either, but it was still a great deal warmer than outside. It had not the severity of a serious prison. I decided it was a holding area for drunk or disruptive soldiers. It felt odd to take off my cloak and mittens and set them aside. I sat down on the edge of the bed and waited. The only remarkable thing that happened that evening was that the meal offered meat and bread and even a mug of ale. The old man opened the door to pass me the tray. When he came to take the tray back, he left 2 blankets for me. I thanked him, and he looked startled. Then he shocked me by observing, "You've your father's voice as well as his eyes." Then he shut the door in my face rather hastily. No one spoke further to me, and the only conversation I overheard were the curses and jibes of a dice game. From the voices,
I decided there were 3 younger men in the antechamber as well as the old keyholder. As evening came on, they gave up their dice for quiet talk. I could make out little of what was said over the shrilling of the wind outside. I arose soundlessly from my bed and ghosted to the door. When I peered out of its barred window, I saw no less than 3 sentries on duty. The old man was asleep on his own bed in the corner, but these 3 in Regal's gold and brown took their duties seriously. One was a beardless boy, probably no more than 14. The other 2 moved like soldiers. One had a face more scarred than mine. I decided he was a brawler. The other wore a neatly trimmed beard and was obviously in command of the other 2. All were awake, if not exactly alert. The brawler was teasing the boy about something. The boy's face was sullen. Those 2, at least, did not get along. From teasing the lad, the brawler went to endlessly complaining about Moonseye. The liquor was bad, there were too few women, and those there were as cold as the winter itself. He wished the king would cut their leash and let them loose on the mountain whore's thieving cutthroats. He knew they could cut a path to Jumpy and take that tree fort down in a matter of days. Where was the sense in waiting? On and on he ranted. The others nodded to it, as to a litany they knew well. I slipped away from the window and returned to my bed to think. Nice cage. At least they feed me well. Not as well as I fed myself. A little warm blood in your meat is what you need. Will you escape soon? As soon as I work out how. I spent some time carefully exploring the limits of my cell. Walls and floors of hewn plank, old and hard as iron to my fingers. A tightly planked ceiling I could barely brush with my fingertips, and the wooden door with the barred window. If I were getting out, it would have to be through the door. I returned to the barred window. "Could I have some water?" I called out softly. The youngster startled rather badly, and the brawler laughed at him. The 3rd guard looked at me, then went silently to take a dipper of water from a barrel in the corner. He brought it to the window and passed only the bowl of it through the bars. He let me drink from it, then withdrew it and walked away. "How long are they going to hold me here?" I called after him. "Till you're dead," the brawler said confidently. "We're not to speak to him," the boy reminded him, and "Shut up," ordered their sergeant. The command included me. I stayed at the door, watching them, gripping the bars. It made the boy nervous, but the brawler regarded me with the avaricious attention of a circling shark. It would take very little baiting to make that one want to hit me. I wondered if that could be useful. I was very tired of being hit, but it seemed the one thing I did well lately. I decided to press a little to see what would happen. "Why are you not to speak to me?" I asked curiously. They exchanged glances. "Get away from that window and shut up," the sergeant ordered me. "I just asked a question." I objected mildly. "What can be the harm in speaking to me?" The sergeant stood up, and I immediately backed away obediently. "I'm locked up and there's 3 of you. I'm bored, that's all. Can't you at least tell me what you know about what's to become of me?" "They'll do with you what should have been done the first time they killed you. Hanged over water and chopped into quarters and burned. Bastard," the brawler offered me. His sergeant rounded on him. "Shut up! He's baiting you, you idiot! No one says another word to him, not one. That's how a witted one gets you into his power, by drawing you into talk. That's how he killed Bolt and his troop." The sergeant shot me a savage look, then turned it on his men as well. They resumed their posts. The brawler gave me a sneering smile. "I don't know what they've told you about me, but it's not true," I offered. No one replied. "Look, I'm no different from you."
If I had some great magical power, do you think I'd be locked up like this? No. I'm just a scapegoat, that's all. You all know how it's done. If something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame for it, and I'm the one who's landed in the shit. Well, look at me, and think of the stories you've heard. I knew Bolt when he was with Regal at Buckkeep. Do I look like a man who could take Bolt down? I kept it up for the better part of their watch. I did not really think I could convince them I was an innocent man, but I could convince them that my talking, or their replying, was nothing to be feared. I told tales of my past life and misfortunes, certain that they would be repeated all over the camp. Though what good that did me I did not know. But I stood at the door, gripping the bars at the window, and with very tiny motions twisted at the bars I gripped. Back and forth I worked them against their settings. If they moved, I could not detect it. The next day dragged for me. I felt that each hour that passed was one that brought danger closer to me. Burl had not come to see me. I felt sure he was holding me, waiting for someone to come and take me off his hands. I feared it would be Will. I did not think Regal would trust me to anyone else to transport. I did not want another encounter with Will. I did not feel I had the strength to withstand him. My work for the day consisted of jimmying at my bars and watching my captors. By the end of that day I was ready to take a chance. After my evening meal of cheese and porridge, I lay down on my bed and composed myself to skill. I lowered my walls cautiously, fearing to find Burl waiting for me. I reached out of myself and felt nothing. I composed myself and tried again, with the same results. I opened my eyes and stared up into blackness. The unfairness of it sickened me. The skill dreams could come and take me at their will, but now, when I sought that skill river, it eluded me completely. I made 2 more efforts before a throbbing headache forced me to give it up. The skill was not going to help me get out of here. That leaves the wit, Night Eyes observed. He felt very near. I don't really see how that is going to help me either, I confided to him. Nor do I. But I have dug out a spot under the wall in case you are able to get out of your cage. It was not easy, for the ground is frozen, and the logs of the wall were buried deep, but if you can get out of the cage, I can get you out of the city. That is wise planning, I praised him. At least one of us was doing something. Do you know where I den tonight? There was suppressed merriment in the thought. Where do you den? I asked obediently. Right under your feet. There was just space enough for me to crawl under here. Night Eyes, this is foolish boldness. You may be seen, or the marks of your digging discovered. 12 dogs have been here before me. No one will mark my coming and going. I have used the evening to see much of this men's warren. All of the buildings have spaces beneath them. It is very easy to slip from one to the other. Be careful, I warned him, but could not deny there was comfort in knowing him so close. I passed an uneasy night. The 3 guards were careful always to keep a door between us. I tried my charms on the old man the next morning when he passed me a mug of tea and 2 pieces of hard bread. So you knew my father? I observed, as he maneuvered my food through the bars. You know, I have no memories of him. He never spent any time with me. Count your blessings, then, the old man replied shortly. Knowing the prince was not the same as liking him. Stiff as a stick he was. Rules and orders for us, while he was out making bastards. Yes, I knew your father. I knew him too well for my comfort. And he turned away from the bars, dashing any hope I had of making him an ally. I retired to sit on my bed with my bread and tea and stare hopelessly at the walls. Another day had ticked endlessly by. I was sure it brought Will another day's journey closer to me, another day closer to being dragged back to Tradeford, one day closer to death. In the cold and dark of the night, Night Eyes awoke me. Smoke, a lot of it. I sat up in my bed. I went to the barred window and peered out. The old man was asleep in his cot. The boy and the brawler were playing at dice, while the other man carved at his nails with his belt knife. All was calm. Where is the smoke coming from? Shall I go see? If you would. Be careful. When am I not? A time passed, during which I stood to one side of my cell door and watched my guards. Then Night Eyes reached me again. It's a big building smelling of grain. It burns in 2 places. Does no one cry an alarm? No one. The streets are empty and dark. This end of town is asleep. I closed my eyes and shared his vision. The building was a granary. Someone had set 2 fires against it. One only smouldered, but the other was licking well up the dry wooden wall of the building. Come back to me. Perhaps we can use this to our advantage. Wait. Night Eyes moved purposefully up the street, slipping from building to building as he went. Behind us, the granary fire began to crackle as it gained strength. He paused, sniffed the air, and changed his direction. Soon he was looking at another fire. This one was eating eagerly into a covered pile of hay at the back of a barn. Smoke rose lazily, wisping up into the night. Suddenly, a tongue of flame leaped up, and with an immense whoosh, the whole pile was suddenly ablaze. Sparks rode the heat into the night sky. Some still glowed as they settled onto roofs nearby. Someone is setting those fires. Come back to me now. Night Eyes came swiftly. On his way to me, he saw another fire nibbling at a pile of oily rags stuffed under the corner of a barracks. An errant breeze encouraged it to explore. The flames licked up a piling supporting the building and curled eagerly along the bottom of the floor. Winter had dried the wooden town with its harsh cold as thoroughly as any heat of summer. Lean-tos and tents spanned the spaces between the buildings. If the fires burned undetected much longer, all of Moonseye would be a cinder by morning, and I with it. If I were still locked in my cell. How many guard you? 4, and a locked door. One of them will have the key. Wait. Let us see if our odds get better, or they may open the door to move me. Somewhere in the cold town, a man raised his voice in a shout. The first fire had been spotted. I stood inside my cell, listening with Night Eyes' ears. Gradually the outcry increased, until even the guards outside my door stood, asking one another, "What's that?" One went to the door and opened it. Cold wind and the smell of smoke coiled into the room. The brawler drew his head back in and announced, "Looks like a big fire at the other end of town." In an instant, the other 2 men were leaning out the door. Their tense conversation woke the old man, who also came to have a look. Outside, someone ran past in the street, shouting, "Fire! Fire! Down by the granary! Bring buckets!" The boy looked to the officer. "Shall I go and see?" For a moment, the man hesitated, but the temptation was too much. "No, you stay here while I go. Stay alert." He snatched up his cloak and headed out into the night. The boy looked disappointedly after him. He remained standing at the door, staring out into the night. Then, "Look! There's more flames over there!" he exclaimed. The brawler swore, then snatched up his cloak. "I'm going to go and have a look." "But we were told to stay and guard the bastard." "You stay. I'll be right back. I just want to see what's going on." He called the last words over his shoulder as he hurried away. The boy and the old man exchanged glances. The old man went back to his bed and lay down, but the boy continued to hang out the door. From my cell door I could see a slice of the street.
A handful of men ran by, then someone drove a team and wagon past at a fast clip. Everyone seemed headed toward the fire. "How bad does it look?" I asked. "Well, I can't see much from here. Just flames beyond the stables, a lot of sparks flying up." The boy sounded disappointed to be so far from the excitement. He suddenly recalled whom he was speaking to. He abruptly drew in his head and shut the door. "Don't talk to me," he warned me, and then went to sit down. "How far from here is the granary?" I asked. He refused to even glance at me, but sat stony-eyed, staring at the wall. "Because," I went on conversationally, "I just wondered what you were going to do if the fires spread this far. I wouldn't care to burn alive. They did leave you the keys, didn't they?" The boy glanced immediately toward the old man. His hand made an involuntary twitch toward his pouch, as if to be sure he had them still, but neither made a reply. I stood by the barred window and watched him. After a time, the boy went to the door and peered out again. I saw his jaw clench. The old man went to look over his shoulder. "It's spreading, isn't it? A winter fire is a terrible thing, everything dry as bones." The boy would not reply, but he turned to look at me. The old man's hand stole down to the key in his pouch. "Come and bind my hands now and take me out of here. None of us wants to be in this building if the flames come this far." A glance from the boy. "I'm not stupid," he told me. "I won't be the one to die for letting you go free." "Burn where you stand, bastard, for all I care," the old man added. He craned his neck out the door again. Even from afar I could hear the sudden whoosh as some building vanished in an eruption of fire. The wind brought the smell of the smoke strongly now, and I saw tension building in the boy's stance. I saw a man run past the open door, shouting something to the boy about fighting in the market square. More men ran past in the street, and I heard the jangle of swords and light armor as they ran. Ash rode on the winds now, and the roaring of flames was louder than the gusting winds. Drifting smoke grayed the air outside. Then, suddenly, boy and man came tumbling back into the room. Night Eyes followed them, showing every tooth he had. He filled the door and blocked their escape. The snarl he let loose was louder than the crackling of the flames outside. "Unlock the door of my cell, and he won't hurt you," I offered them. Instead, the boy drew his sword. He was good. He did not wait for the wolf to come to him, but charged at him, weapon leveled, forcing Night Eyes back out of the door. Night Eyes avoided the blade easily, but he no longer had them cornered. The boy followed up his advantage, stepping out into the darkness to follow the wolf. The second the door was no longer blocked, the old man slammed it. "Are you going to stay in here and burn alive with me?" I asked him conversationally. In an instant, he had decided. "Burn alone!" He spat at me. He flung the door open again and raced outside. "Night Eyes, he's the one with the key, the old one who runs away." "I'll get it." I was alone in my prison now. I half expected the boy to come back, but he did not. I grabbed the bars of the windows and shook the door against its latch. It barely budged. One bar felt slightly loose. I wrenched at it, bracing my feet against the door to lever at it with all my weight. An eternity later, one end twisted free. I bent it down and worked it back and forth until it came out in my hand. But even if all the bars came out, the opening would still be too small for me to get through. I tried, but the loose bar I gripped was too thick to get into the cracks around the door to pry at it. I could smell smoke everywhere now, thick in the air. The fire was close. I slammed my shoulder against the door, but it didn't even shiver. I reached through the window and groped down. My straining fingers encountered a heavy metal bar. I worked my fingertips across it until I came to the lock that secured it in place. I could brush my fingers against it, but no more.
I couldn't decide if the room was truly getting warmer or if I were imagining it. I was blindly bashing my iron bar against the lock and the braces that supported it, when the outer door opened. A guard in golden brown strode into the room, calling, "I've come for the bastard!" Then her glance took in the empty room. In a moment, she pushed back her hood and became starling. I stared at her in disbelief. "Easier than I'd hoped," she told me with a stark grin. It looked ghastly on her bruised face, more like a snarl. "Maybe not," I said faintly. "The cell's locked." Her grin became a look of dismay. "The back of this building is smouldering." She snatched my bar with her unbandaged hand. Just as she lifted it to smash at the lock, Night Eyes appeared in the door. He padded into the room and dropped the old man's pouch on the floor. Blood had darkened the leather. I looked at him, suddenly aghast. "You killed him?" "I took from him what you needed. Hurry. The back of this cage burns." For a moment I could not move. I looked at Night Eyes and wondered what I was making of him. He had lost some of his clan wildness. Starling's eyes went from him to me, to the pouch on the floor. She did not move. "And some of what makes you a man is gone from you. We have no time for this, my brother. Would not you kill a wolf if it would save my life?" I didn't need to answer that. "The key is in that pouch," I told Starling. For a moment, she just stared down at it. Then she stooped and fumbled the heavy iron key out of the leather pouch. I watched her fit it into the keyhole, now praying that I had not dented the mechanism too badly. She turned the key, jerked loose the hasp, and then lifted the bar from the door. As I came out, she ordered me, "Bring the blankets, you'll need them. The cold outside is fierce." As I snatched them up, I could feel the heat radiating from the back wall of my cell. I grabbed up my cloak and mittens. Smoke was beginning to slink in between the planks. We fled with the wolf at our heels. No one took any notice of us outside. The fire was beyond battling. It held the town and raced wherever it willed. The people I saw were engaged in the selfish business of salvage and survival. A man trundled a barrow of possessions past us with no more than a warning look. I wondered if they were his. Down the street, I could see a stable fire. Frantic grooms were dragging horses out, but the screams of the panicked animals still within were shriller than the wind. With a tremendous crash, a building across the street collapsed, wheezing hot air and ash toward us in a terrible sigh. The wind had spread the fire throughout all Moon's Eye. The fire sped from building to building, and the wind carried burning sparks and hot ash beyond the walls of the forest above. I wondered if even the deep snows would be enough to stop it. "Come on!" Starling yelled angrily, and I realized I had been standing and gawking. Clutching the blankets, I followed her wordlessly. We ran through the winding streets of the burning town. She seemed to know the way. We came to a crossroads. Some sort of struggle had taken place there. 4 bodies sprawled in the street, all in pharaoh colors. I paused to stoop over a soldier and take the fallen woman's knife and the pouch at her belt. We neared the gates of the town. Suddenly a wagon rattled up beside us. The 2 horses drawing it were mismatched and lathered. "Get on!" Someone shouted at us. Starling leaped into the wagon without hesitation. "Kettle?" I asked. And "Hurry up!" was her reply. I climbed in and the wolf leaped easily up beside me. She did not wait to see us settled, but slapped the reins on the horses. The wagon plunged forward with a lurch. Ahead of us were the gates. They were opened and unmanned, swinging on their hinges in the wind from the fire. To one side I caught a glimpse of a sprawled body. Kettle did not even slow the team. We were through the gates without a backward glance and rattling down the dark road to join others fleeing the destruction with carts and barrows. Most seemed bound toward the few outlying homesteads to seek shelter for the night, but Kettle kept our horses moving. As the night about us grew darker and folk fewer, Kettle stirred the horses to a faster clip. I peered ahead into the darkness. I realized Starling was looking back behind us. "It was only supposed to be a diversion," she said in an awestruck voice. I turned to look back. An immense orange glow silhouetted the palisade of Moon's Eye and back. Sparks rose thick as swarming bees into the night sky above it. The roar of the flames was like storm winds. As we watched, a building caved in, and another wave of sparks rose into the air. A diversion? I peered at her through the darkness. "You did all that? To free me?" Starling shot me an amused glance. "Sorry to disappoint you, no. Kettle and I came along for you, but that was not what this was about. Most of that is the work of Nick's family. Revenge against those who broke faith with them. They went in to find them and kill them. Then they left." She shook her head. "It's too complicated to explain it all right now, even if I understood it. Evidently the King's Guard at Moon's Eye has been corrupt for years. They've been well paid to see nothing of the holdfast smugglers, and the smugglers have seen to it that the men posted here enjoyed some of the better things in life. I gather that Captain Mark enjoyed the best of the profits. He was not alone, but neither was he generous about sharing. Then Burl was sent here. He knew nothing of the arrangement. He brought a huge influx of soldiers with him and tried to impose military discipline here. Nick sold you to Mark. But when Nick was selling you to Mark, someone saw a chance to sell Mark and his arrangement to Burl. Burl saw a chance to take you and clean up a ring of smugglers. But Nick Holdfast and his clan had paid well for safe passage for the pilgrims. Then the soldiers broke faith with them, and the Holdfast promise to the pilgrims was broken." She shook her head. Her voice went tight. "Some of the women were raped. One child died of the cold. One man will never walk again because he tried to protect his wife." For a time, the only sounds were the noises of the wagon and the distant roaring of the fires. Her eyes were very black as she looked back at the burning town. "You've heard of honor among thieves? Well, Nick and his men have avenged theirs." I was still staring back at the destruction of Moon's Eye. I cared not a whit for Burl and his Pharaohman, but there had been merchants there and traders, families and homes. The flames were devouring them all, and Six Duchies soldiers had raped their captives as if they were lawless raiders instead of King's guards. 6 Duchies soldiers serving a 6 Duchies king. I shook my head. Shrewd would have hanged them all. Starling cleared her throat. "Don't blame yourself," she told me. "I learned long ago not to blame myself for evil done to me. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't even your fault. You were just the catalyst that started the chain of events. Don't call me that," I begged her. The wagon rumbled on, carrying us deeper into the night. 19. Pursuit. The place between the 6 Duchies and the Mountain Kingdom was relatively new at the time of King Regal's reign. For decades, the Mountain Kingdom had controlled all trade through the passes, with as tight a grip as the 6 Duchies had on all trade on the Cold and Buck rivers. Trade and passage between the two regions had been capriciously managed by both powers, to the detriment of both. But during the reign of King Shrewd, mutually beneficial trade agreements were worked out between King-in-Waiting Chivalry of the 6 Duchies and Prince Rurisk of the Mountains. The peace and prosperity of this arrangement was secured further when, over a decade later, The mountain princess Kettricken became the bride of king-in-waiting Verity. Upon the untimely death of her older brother, Rorisk, on the very eve of her wedding, Kettricken became the sole heir to the mountain crown. Thus, it appeared for a time that the Six Duchies and the Mountain Kingdom might share a monarch, and eventually become one land. Circumstances put all such hope to ruin, however. The Six Duchies were threatened from without by the raiders, and torn within by the bickering of princes. King Shrewd was murdered. King-in-waiting Verity disappeared while on a quest, and when Prince Regal claimed the throne for his own, his hatred for Kettricken was such that she felt obliged to flee to her native mountains for the sake of her unborn child. Self-proclaimed King Regal saw this somehow as a reneging on a promised surrender of territory. His initial endeavors to move troops into the Mountain Kingdom, ostensibly as guards for trading caravans, were repulsed by the mountain folk. His protestations and threats prompted the closing of the mountain borders to Six Duchies trade. Thwarted, he embarked on a vigorous campaign of discrediting Queen Kettricken and building patriotic hostility toward the Mountain Kingdom. His eventual goal seemed obvious: to take, by force if necessary, the lands of the Mountain Kingdom as a Six Duchies province. It seemed a poor time for such a war and such a strategy. The lands he justly possessed were already under siege by an outside enemy, one he seemed unable or disinclined to defeat. No military force had ever conquered the Mountain Kingdom, and yet this was what he seemed intent upon doing. Why he so desperately desired to possess this territory was a question that initially baffled everyone. The night was clear and cold. The bright moonlight was enough to show us where the road ran, but not more than that. For a time I simply sat in the wagon, listening to the crunching of the horses' hooves on the road and trying to absorb all that had happened. Starling took the blankets we had brought from my cell and shook them out. She gave me one and draped one across her own shoulders. She sat huddled and apart from me, looking out the back of the wagon. I sensed she wanted to be left alone. I watched the orange glow that had been Moon's Eye dwindle in the distance. After a time, my mind started working again. "Kettle," I called over my shoulder. "Where are we going?" "Away from Moon's Eye," she said. I could hear the weariness in her voice. Starling stirred and glanced at me. "We thought you would know. Where did the smugglers go?" I asked. I felt, more than saw, Starling shrug. "They wouldn't tell us. They said if we went after you, we had to part company with them. They seemed to believe Burl would send soldiers after you, no matter how badly Moon's Eye had been hit." I nodded, more to myself than to her. "He will. He's going to blame the whole raid on me. And it will be said that the raiders were actually from the Mountain Kingdom, soldiers sent to free me." I sat up, easing away from Starling. "And when they catch us, they'll kill you both." "We didn't intend that they should catch us," Kettle observed. "And they won't," I promised. "Not if we act sensibly. Pull up the horses." Kettle scarcely needed to stop them. They had slowed to a weary walk long ago. I tossed my blanket at Starling and went around the team. Night Eyes launched himself from the wagon and followed me curiously. "What are you doing?" Kettle demanded, as I unbuckled harness and let it fall to the snowy ground. "Changing this over so they can be ridden. Can you ride bareback?" I was using the guard's knife to hack through the reins as I spoke. She'd have to ride bareback, whether she could or not. We had no saddles. "I suppose I'll have to," she observed grumpily as she clambered down from the wagon. "But we aren't going to get very far very fast, doubled on these horses." You and Starling will do fine, I promised her. Just keep going. Starling was standing in the bed of the wagon, looking down at me. I didn't need the moonlight to know there was disbelief on her face. You're leaving us here? After we came back for you? That wasn't how I'd seen it. You are leaving me here, I told her finally. Jampe is the only large settlement. Once you've turned your back on Moon's Eye and headed toward the Mountain Kingdom, ride steadily. Don't go directly to Jampe. That's what they'll expect us to do. Find one of the smaller villages and hide there for a time. Most of the mountain folk are hospitable. If you hear no rumors of pursuit, go on to Jampe. But get as far as you can as fast as you can before you stop to ask for shelter or food. What are you going to do? Starling asked in a low voice. Night Eyes and I are going our own way, as we should have a long time ago. We travel fastest alone. I came back for you, Starling said. Her voice was close to breaking at my betrayal, despite all that had happened to me, despite my hand and everything else. He's drawing them off our trail, Kettle suddenly said. Do you need help to mount? I asked Kettle quietly. We don't need any help from you, Starling declared angrily. She shook her head. When I think of all I've been through following you, and all we did to free you, you'd have burned alive in that cell back there, but for me... I know. There was no time to explain all of it to her. Goodbye, I said quietly. And I left them there, walking away from them into the forest. Night Eyes walked at my side. The trees closed in around us, and they were soon lost to sight. Kettle had seen quickly to the heart of my plan. As soon as Burl had the fires under control, or perhaps before, he would think of me. They'd find the old man killed by a wolf, and never believe I had perished in my cell. There would be a pursuit. They'd send out riders on all the roads into the mountains, and they'd soon catch up with Kettle and Starling, unless the hunters had another, more difficult trail to follow, one that cut cross-country, headed directly to Jampe. Due west. It would not be easy. I had no specific knowledge of what lay between me and the capital city of the Mountain Kingdom, no towns, most likely, for the Mountain Kingdom was sparsely populated. The folk were mostly trappers, hunters, and nomadic herders of sheep and goats, who tended to live in isolated cabins or tiny villages surrounded by ample hunting and trapping range. There would be little chance for me to beg or steal food or supplies. What worried me more was that I might find myself on the edge of an unscalable ridge, or having to ford one of the many swift, cold rivers that swept fiercely down the ravines and narrow valleys. Useless to worry until we find ourselves blocked, Night Eyes pointed out. If it happens, then we must simply find a way around it. It may slow us down, but we will never get there at all if we stand still and worry. So we hiked the night away, Night Eyes and I. When we came to clearings, I studied the stars and tried to travel as close to due west as I could. The terrain proved every bit as challenging as I had expected it to be. Deliberately, I chose routes kinder to a man and wolf afoot than to men on horseback. We left our trail up brushy hillsides and through tangled thickets in narrow gorges. I comforted myself as I forged through such places by imagining Starling and Kettle making good time on the roads. I tried not to think that Burl would send out enough trackers to follow more than one trail. No. I had to get a good lead on them, and then lure Burl to send them after me in full force. The only way I could think of to do that was to represent myself as a threat to Regal, one that must be dealt with immediately. I lifted my eyes to the top of a ridge. 3 immense cedars stood together in a clump. I would stop there, build a tiny fire and try to skill. I had no elf bark, I reminded myself. so I would have to make provisions to rest well afterward. "I will watch over you," Night Eyes assured me. The cedars were huge, their reaching branches interweaving overhead so thickly that the ground beneath was bare of snow. The soil was thickly carpeted with fragrant bits of cedar frond that had fallen over time. I scraped myself up a couch of them to keep my body off the cold earth, and then gathered a good supply of firewood. For the first time I looked inside the pouch I had stolen. There was a fire flint, also 5 or 6 coins, some dice, a broken bracelet, and folded up in a scrap of fabric, a lock of fine hair. It summarized too neatly a soldier's life. I scraped away a bit of earth and buried the hair, the dice, and the bracelet together. I tried not to wonder if it was a child or a lover that she had left behind. Her death was none of my doing, I reminded myself. Still, a chill voice whispered the word, "Catalyst," in the back of my mind. But for me, she would still be alive. For a moment, I felt old and weary and sick. Then I forced myself to set both the soldier and my own life aside. I kindled the fire and fed it up well. I stacked the rest of my firewood close to hand. I wrapped myself in my cloak and lay back on my cedar frond bed. I took a breath, closed my eyes, and skilled. It was as if I tumbled into a swift river. I had not been prepared to succeed so easily, and was nearly swept away. Somehow, the skill river seemed deeper and wider and stronger here. I did not know if it was a waxing of my own abilities or something else. I found and centered myself and resolutely firmed my will against the temptations of the skill. I refused to consider that from here I might fling my thoughts to Molly and our child, might see as with my own eyes how she was growing, and how they both fared. Nor would I reach for Verity, much as I longed to. The strength of this skilling was such, I had no doubt I could find him, but that was not what I was here for. I was here to taunt an enemy and must be on my guard. I set every ward I could that would not seal me off from the skill, and turned my will toward Burl. I extended myself, feeling for him cautiously. I was ready to fling up my walls in an instant if attacked. I found him easily, and was almost startled at how unaware of my touch he was. Then his pain jolted through me. I drew back, faster than a startled sea anemone in a tide pool. I shocked myself by opening my eyes and staring up into cedar boughs burdened with snow. Sweat slicked my face and back. "What was that?" Night Eyes demanded. "You know as much as I do," I told him. It had been purest pain, pain independent of an injury to the body, pain that was not sorrow or fear, total pain, as if every part of the body, inside and out, were immersed in fire. Regal and Will were causing it. I lay shaking in the aftermath, not of the skilling, but Burl's pain. It was a monstrosity larger than my mind could grasp. I tried to sort out all I had sensed in that brief moment. Will, and perhaps some shadow of Carad's skill, immobilizing Burl for this punishment. From Carad, there had been poorly masked horror and distaste for this task. Perhaps he feared it would someday be turned upon him again. Will's strongest emotion had been wrath that Burl had had me in his power and somehow let me slip away. But beneath the wrath was a sort of fascination with what Regal was doing to Burl. Will did not take any pleasure in it. Not yet. But Regal did. There had been a time when I had known Regal. Never well, it was true. Once he had been simply the younger of my uncles, the one who did not like me at all. He had vented it boyishly. in shoves and clandestine pinches, in teasing and tattling. I had not liked it. I had not liked him, but it had been almost understandable. It had been a boy's jealousy that the favoured eldest son had created yet another rival for King Shrewd's time and attention. At one time, he had been simply a pampered young prince, envious that his elder brothers were in line for the throne ahead of him. He had been spoiled and rude and selfish. But he had been human. What I had felt from him just now was so far beyond what I could understand in terms of cruelty that it was almost incomprehensible. Forged ones had lost their humanity, but in their emptiness was the shadow of what they had been. Had Regal opened his breast and showed me a nest of vipers, I could not have been more shocked. Regal had thrown humanity aside to embrace something darker. And this was the man the Six Duchies, now called king. This was the man who would send troops after Starling and Kettle. "I'm going back," I warned Night Eyes, and did not give him time to object. I closed my eyes and flung myself into the Skill River. I opened myself wide to it, drawing its cold strength into me, without thought that too much of it would devour me. At the instant Will became aware of me, I spoke to them. "You will die at my hand, Regal, as certainly as Verity will reign again as king." Then I smashed that gathered power against them. It was almost as instinctive as a clenched fist. I did not plan it, but suddenly I understood. This was what Verity had done to them back in Tradeford. There was no message, nothing but a furious unleashing of strength upon them. I opened wide to them and showed myself. Then, when they turned to me, I willed myself to blast them with every bit of skill I had gathered. Like Verity, I held back nothing of my strength. I believe if there had been only one, I would have succeeded in burning the skill right out of him. Instead, they shared the jolt. I will never know what effect it had on Burl. Perhaps he was grateful for my savagery, for it shattered Will's concentration and released him from Regal's sophisticated torture. I felt Carad's shriek of terror as he broke off his skilling. I think Will might have stood and challenged me had not Regal feebly commanded him, "Break it off, you fool! Do not risk me for your vengeance!" In the blinking of an eye, they were gone. The day was strong when I was next aware. Night Eyes was lying almost on top of me, and there was blood on his coat. I pushed feebly at him, and he moved immediately. He stood up and sniffed my face. I smelled my own blood with him. It was revolting. I sat up suddenly, and the world spun around me. I became slowly aware of the clamour of his thoughts. "Are you all right? You were trembling, and then you began to bleed from your nose. You have not been here. I have not been able to hear you at all."
"I'm all right,"
I soothed him hoarsely.
"Thanks for keeping me warm."
My fire was down to a few embers. I reached carefully for my wood and added a few sticks to the fire. It seemed as if my hands were a long way away from me. When I had the fire burning, I sat and warmed myself. Then I stood and staggered a few steps to where the snow began. I rubbed a handful across my face to cleanse it of the taste and smell of blood. I put a bit of clean snow in my mouth, for my tongue felt thick and clotted. "Do you need to rest? Do you need food?" Night Eyes asked me anxiously.
"Yes, and yes. But most of all we need to flee."
I had no doubt that what I had done would bring them after me. I had done what I wanted, and beyond all my expectations. It had been real. I had given them a reason to fear me. Now, they would never rest until they'd destroyed me. I had also shown them plainly where I was. They'd have a feel for where to send their men. I must not be here when they arrived. I went back to my fire and kicked earth onto it
I stamped it to be sure it was out. Then we fled. We travelled as swiftly as I could manage. There was no question that I held Night Eyes back. He would look at me pityingly as I toiled up a hill, hip-deep in snow, that he but spread toes and ran lightly over. It was not unusual that when I begged for a rest and stopped to lean against a tree, he would range ahead, searching out the best trail. When both light and my strength were near exhausted, and I would stop to build a fire for the night, he would disappear and return with meat for both of us. Most often it was white snow hares, but once it was a fat beaver that had ventured too far from its iced-over pond. I made pretense to myself that I cooked my meat, but it was a very brief searing over a fire. I was too tired and too hungry to do more. The meat diet put no fat on my flesh, but it did keep me alive and moving. I had little of true sleep, for I had to constantly replenish my fire to keep from freezing, and rise several times a night to stamp feeling back into my feet. Endurance. That was what it was all about. Not swiftness or great strength, but a miserly eking out of my ability to force myself to keep moving every day. I kept my skill walls up tight, but even so I was aware of Will's battling against them. I did not think he could track me as long as I guarded myself. But I was not certain of that. The constant mental wariness was yet another draw on my strength. Some nights I longed simply to drop all my guards and let him in, to finish me off, once and for all. But at such times all I had to do was recall what Regal was now capable of doing. Without fail, it put a bolt of terror through me and inspired me to push myself all the harder to increase the distance between us. When I arose on the 4th dawn of our travelling, I knew we were deep within the mountain kingdom. I had seen no sign of pursuit since we had left Moon's Eye. Surely this deep within Kettrican's own land we were safe. How much farther is this Jumpe, and what shall we do when we get there? I don't know how much farther, and I don't know what we shall do. For the first time, I considered it. I forced myself to think of all that I had not permitted myself to consider before. I knew nothing truly of what had become of Kettrican since the time I had sent her from the king's side to flee into the night. She had had no word from me, or about me. Kettrican would have borne the child by now. By my reckoning, her babe would be close in age to my own daughter. I suddenly found myself very curious. I could hold that babe and say to myself, "This must be how it feels to hold my daughter." Except that Kettrican believed me dead, executed by Regal and long buried, would be what she had heard. She was my queen and Verity's wife. Surely I could reveal to her how I had survived. But to tell the truth to her would be like dropping a pebble in a pond. Unlike Starling or Kettle, or anyone else who had deduced who I was, Kettrican had known me before. It would not be rumour or legend, not a wild tale of someone who had glimpsed me for a moment, but a fact. She could say to others who had known me, "Yes, I saw him, and he truly lives." How? Why, by his wit, of course. I trudged along behind Night Eyes through the snow and cold and thought, what would that mean to Patience when word reached her? Shame? Or joy? Hurt that I had not revealed myself to her? Through Kettrican, word could be sent to spread to those I had known. Eventually, it would reach Molly and Burridge. What would it do to Molly to hear it from afar like that? Not only that I was alive and had not returned to her, but that I was tainted with the wit. It had cut me to the heart to know she had kept from me the knowledge that she carried our child. That had been my first true glimpse of how betrayed and hurt she must have felt by all the secrets I had kept from her over the years. To have one more and one of such magnitude pushed in her face might end whatever feelings she might still have for me. My chances of rebuilding a life with her were small enough. I could not bear for them to dwindle further. And all the others,
The stable folk I had known, the men I had rode and fought alongside, the common soldiers of Buck Keep would find out as well. However I might feel about the wit, I had already seen the disgust in one friend's eyes. I had seen how it had changed even Starling's attitude toward me. What would folk think of Burridge? That he had had a witted one in his stable and tolerated me? Would he be discovered as well? I gritted my teeth. I would have to remain dead. Better, perhaps, to bypass Jompay altogether, and press on to find Verity, save that, without supplies, I had as much chance of that as Night Eyes had of passing himself off as a lapdog. And there was one other small matter. The map. When Verity had departed Buck Keep, it had been on the strength of a map. It was an old one that Kettricken had unearthed in the Buck Keep libraries. It had been faded and ancient, made in the days of King Wisdom, who had first visited the Elderlings and enlisted them to the aid of the Six Duchies. The detail of the map had faded, but both Kettricken and Verity had been convinced that one of the marked trails led to where King Wisdom had first encountered these elusive beings. Verity had left Buck Keep, determined to follow the map into the regions beyond the Mountain Kingdom. He had taken with him the fresh copy of the map he had made. I had no idea what had become of the older map. Probably carried off to Tradeford, where Regal had looted Buck Keep's libraries. But the style of the map and the unusual characteristics of the bordering had made me long suspect that the map was a copy of yet an older map. The bordering was in the mountain style. If the original were to be found anywhere, it would be in the libraries of Jompay. I had had some access to them in the months of my convalescence in the mountains. I knew their library was both extensive and well kept. Even if I did not find the original of that particular map, I might perhaps find others that covered the same area. During my time in the mountains, I had also been impressed with what a trusting folk they were. I had seen few locks and no guards, such as we had at Buck Keep. It would be no trick to get into the royal residence. Even if they had enlisted a practice of setting guards, the walls were only made of layers of bark cloth that had been plastered over with clay and painted. I felt confident I could get in one way or another. Once I was within, it would not take me long to rifle through their library and steal what I needed. I could resupply at the same time. I had the grace to be ashamed of that thought. I also knew that shame would not keep me from doing it. Once again, I had no choice. I slogged up yet another ridge through the snow, and it seemed to me my heart beat out that phrase over and over again, no choice, no choice, no choice. Never any choice about anything. Fate had made me a killer, a liar, and a thief, and the harder I tried to avoid those roles, the more firmly I was pushed into them. Night Eyes padded at my heels and fretted about my black mood. So distracted were we that we crested the ridge and both of us stood, foolishly outlined in full view of the troop of horsemen on the road below us. The yellow and brown of their jackets stood out against the snow. I froze like a startled deer. Even so, we might have escaped their notice were it not for the pack of hounds with them. I took it in at a glance. 6 hounds, not wolf-hounds, thank Ida, but short-legged rabbit-hounds, unsuited to this weather or terrain. There was one long-legged dog, a gangly, curly-blacked mongrel. He and his handler moved separately from the pack. The pursuit was using whatever it had to find us. There were a dozen men on horseback, however. Almost instantly the mongrel threw his head up and bayed. In an instant the hounds took it up, milling, heads raised to snuff, and giving cry as they found our scents. The huntsman controlling the hounds lifted a hand and pointed up at us as we took to our heels. The mongrel and his handler were already racing toward us. I didn't even know there was a road there. I panted apologetically to Night Eyes as we fled down the hillside. We had a very brief advantage.
We went downhill following our own trail, while the hounds and horsemen in pursuit of us must come up a hill of unbroken snow. I hoped that by the time they reached the ridge we had just left, we could be out of view in the brushy ravine below us. Night Eyes was holding back, loath to leave me behind. The hounds were baying, and I heard the voices of men raised in excitement as they took up the chase. "Run!" I commanded Night Eyes. "I will not leave you." "I'd have small chance if you did," I admitted. My mind worked frantically. "Go to the bottom of the ravine. Lay as much false trail as you can. Loop around. Go downstream, following the ravine. When I get there, we'll flee uphill. It may delay them a while." "Fox tricks," he snorted, and then raced past me in a blur of grey and vanished into the thick brush of the ravine. I tried to drive myself faster through the snow. Just before I reached the brushy ravine's edge, I looked back. Dogs and horsemen were just cresting the ridge. I gained the shelter of the snow-cloaked brush and scrabbled down the steep sides. Night Eyes had left enough tracks there for a whole pack of wolves. Even as I paused for a quick breath, he raced past me in yet another direction. "Let's get out of here!" I did not wait for his reply, but took off up the ravine as fast as my legs would carry me. The snow was shallower at the very bottom, for the overhanging trees and brush had caught and held most of it. I went half doubled over, knowing that if I snagged on the branches they would dump their cold loads upon me. The belling of the hounds rang in the freezing air. I listened to it as I pushed my way on. When I heard their excitement give way to a frustrated canine yelling, I knew they had reached the muddled trail at the bottom of the ravine. Too soon. They were there too soon, and would be coming too fast. "Night Eyes!" "Silence, fool! The hounds will hear you. And that other." My heart near stopped in my chest. I could not believe how stupid I'd been. I flailed on through the snowy brush, my ears straining after what was happening behind us. The huntsmen had liked the false trail Night Eyes had left, and were all but forcing the hounds along it. There were too many men on horseback for the narrowness of the ravine. They were getting in one another's way and perhaps fouling our true trail. Time gained, but only a bit of it. Then, suddenly, I heard alarmed cries and a wild yelping of hounds. I picked up a confused babble of doggy thoughts. A wolf had sprung down on them and raced right through the center of their pack, slashing as he went, dashing off right through the very legs of the horses the men rode behind them. One man was down and having trouble catching his wild-eyed mount. A dog had lost most of one floppy ear and was agonized with it. I tried to shut my mind to his pain. Poor beast. And all for none of your own gain. My legs were like lead and my mouth dry, but I tried to force speed from myself, to use well the time Night Eyes had gained at such risk to himself. I wanted to cry out to him to leave off his taunting, to flee with me, but dared not betray to the pack the true direction of our retreat. Instead, I pushed myself on. The ravine was getting narrower and deeper. Vines and brambles and brush grew from the steepening sides and dangled down. I suspected I walked on top of a winter-frozen stream. I began to look for a way out of it. Behind me the hounds were yelping again, baying out to one another that they had the true trail now. "Follow the wolf! The wolf! The wolf!" I knew then with certainty that Night Eyes had shown himself to them and once more was deliberately drawing them away from me. "Run, boy, run!" He flung the thought to me, uncaring that the hounds would hear him. There was a wild merriment to him, a hysterical stillness to his thought. It reminded me of the night I had chased Justin through the halls of Buck Keep to slaughter him in the great hall before all the guests at Regal's king-in-waiting ceremony. Night Eyes was in a frenzy that had carried him past worrying over his own survival. I plunged on, my heart in my throat for him, fighting the tears that pricked the corners of my eyes. The ravine ended. Before me was a glistening cascade of ice, a memorial to the mountain stream that cut this canyon during the summer months. The ice hung in long, rippled icicles down the face of a rocky crack in the mountain, gleaming with a faint sheen of moving water still. The snow at its base was crystalline. I halted, suspecting a deep pool, one I might unwittingly find under a layer of too thin ice. I lifted my eyes. The walls here were mostly undercut and overgrown. In other places, bare slabs of rock showed through the drapery of snow. Runty saplings and twiggy brush grew in a scattering, leaning out to catch the sunlight from above. None of it looked promising for a climb. I turned to double back on my trail and heard a single howl rise and fall, neither hound nor wolf. It could only be the mongrel dog. Something in the certainty of his cry convinced me he was on my trail. I heard a man shout encouragement, and the dog yelped again. Closer. I turned to the wall of the ravine and started to climb. I heard the man halloo to the others, calling and whistling for them to follow him. He had a man's tracks here. Never mind the wolf. It was just a wit track. In the distance, the hounds suddenly took up a different yelping. In that moment, I knew that Regal had finally found what he had sought. A witted one to hunt me. Old blood had been bought. I jumped and caught at a sapling leaning out from the wall of the ravine. I hauled myself up, got my feet on it, balanced, and reached for another above me. When I put my weight on it, its roots tore loose from the rocky soil. I fell, but managed to catch myself on the first tree again. Up again, I told myself fiercely. I stood on it, and heard it crack under my weight. I reached up to grab handfuls of twiggy brush leaning down from the undercut bank. I tried to go up quickly, to not let my weight hang from any sapling or brush for more than a few moments. Handfuls of twigs broke off in my grip. Tufts of old grasses pulled free, and I found myself scrabbling along the lip of the ravine, but not getting any higher. I heard a shout below me, and against my will I glanced back and down. A man and dog were in the clearing below. As the mongrel bayed up at me, the man was nocking an arrow to his bow. I hung, helpless above them. As easy a shot as a man could wish. "Please," I heard myself gasp, and then heard the tiny, unmistakable sound of a bowstring being released. I felt it hit me. A fist in the back. One of Regal's old tricks from my childhood, and then a deeper, hotter pain inside me. One of my hands had let go. I had not commanded it to. It had simply come unhooked from its grip. I swung from my right hand. I could hear so clearly the yelping of the dog as it smelled my blood. I could hear the rustle of the man's garment as he drew another arrow from his quiver. Pain bit again, deep into my right wrist. I cried out as my fingers let go. In a reflex of terror, my legs scrabbled fiercely against the yielding brush that dangled over the undercut bank. And somehow, I was rising, my face brushing crusty snow. I found my left arm and made vague swimming motions with it. "Get your legs up!" Night Eyes snapped at me. He made not a sound, for his teeth were set firmly in the sleeve and flesh of my right arm as he dragged me up. The chance at living rejuvenated me. I kicked wildly, and then felt solid ground under my belly. I clawed my way forward, trying to ignore the pain that centered in my back, but spread out from there in red waves. If I had not seen the man loose an arrow, I would have believed I had a pole as thick as a wagon axle sticking out of my back. Get up, we have to run!" I don't recall how I got to my feet. I heard dogs scrabbling up the cliff behind me. Night Eyes stood back from the edge and met them as they came up.
His jaws tore them open, and he flung their bodies back down on the rest of the pack. When the curly-backed mongrel fell, there was a sudden lessening in the yelping below. We both knew his agony, and heard the screams of the man below as his bond animal bled to death in the snow. The other huntsman was calling his dogs off, angrily telling the others it would do no good to send them up to be slaughtered. I could hear the men yelling and cursing as they turned their weary horses and started back down the ravine, to try to find a place where they could get up and after us, to try and pick up our trail again. "Run!" Night Eyes told me. We would not speak of what we had just done. There was a sensation of terrible warmth running down my back that was also a spreading coldness. I put my hand to my chest, almost expecting to feel the arrowhead and shaft sticking out there, but no, it was buried deep. I staggered after Night Eyes, my consciousness awash in too much sensation, too many kinds of pain. My shirt and cloak tugged against the arrow shaft as I moved, a tiny wiggling of the wood that was echoed by the arrowhead deep inside me. I wondered how much further damage it was doing. I thought of the times I had butchered arrow-slain deer, of the black, puddingy flesh full of blood that one found around such a wound. I wondered if he'd got my lung. A lung-shot deer didn't go far. Did I taste blood in the back of my throat? "Don't think about it," Night Eyes commanded me savagely. "You weaken us both. Just walk, walk, and keep walking." So he knew as well as I did that I could not run. I walked, and he walked at my side. For a time. Then I was walking blindly forward in the dark, not even caring in which direction I went. And he was not there. I groped for him, but could not find him. Somewhere afar, I heard the yelping of dogs again. I walked on. I blundered into trees. Branches scratched my face, but it was all right, because my face was numb. The shirt on my back was a slushy sheet of frozen blood that moved chafingly against my skin. I tried to pull my cloak more closely around me, but the sudden pain nearly drove me to my knees. Silly me. I had forgotten it would drag against the arrow shaft. Silly me. "Keep walking, boy." I walked on. I bumped into another tree. It released a shower of snow on me. I staggered clear and kept on walking. For a long time. Then I was sitting in the snow, getting colder and colder. I had to get up. I had to keep moving. I walked again. Not for very long, I don't think. Under the shelter of some great evergreens where the snow was shallow. I sank to my knees. "Please," I said. I had not the strength to weep for mercy. "Please." I could not think whom I was asking. I saw a hollow between two thick roots. Pine needles were thick on the ground there. I huddled into the small space. I could not lie down for the arrow sticking out of my back, but I could lean on my forehead against the friendly tree and cross my arms on my chest. I made myself small, folding my legs under me and sinking into the space between the roots. I would have been cold, save I was too tired. I sank into sleep. When I woke up, I'd build a fire and get warm. I could imagine how warm I'd be, could almost feel it. "My brother!" "I'm here," I told him calmly. "Right here." I quested out to touch him reassuringly. He was coming. The ruff around his throat was spiky with frozen saliva, but not a tooth had got through. He had one slash down the side of his muzzle, but it was not bad. He'd led them in circles and then harried their horses from behind, before leaving them plunging through a snow-covered swale of deep grass in the dark. Only 2 of their dogs were left alive, and one of the horses was limping so badly the rider had doubled up with another.
Now he came to find me, surging up the snowy slopes easily. He was tired, yes, but the energy of triumph surged through him. The night was crisp and clean around him. He caught the scent, and then the tiny eye flicker of the hare that crouched beneath a bush, hoping he'd pass by. We did not. A single, sudden, sideways pounce, and the hare was in his jaws. We clutched it by its bony head and snapped its spine with one shake. We trotted on. The meat a welcome dangling weight from his jaws. We would eat well. The night forest was silver and black around us. "Stop, my brother. Do not do this." "Do what?" "I love you, but I do not wish to be you." I hovered where I was. His lungs, working so strongly, drawing in the cold night air past the hare's head in his mouth, the slight sting of the slash down his muzzle, his powerful legs carrying his lean body so well. "You do not wish to be me either, Changer." "Not really." I was not sure he was correct. With his eyes I saw and smelled myself. I had wedged myself into the space between the roots of the great tree and was curled up, as small as an abandoned pup. My blood smell was strong in the air. Then I blinked, and I was looking down into the darkness of my crooked elbow over my face. I lifted my head slowly, painfully. Everything hurt, and all the pain traced back to that arrow, centered in my back. I smelled rabbit guts and blood. Night Eyes stood beside me, feet braced on the carcass as he tore it open. "Eat while it's hot." "I don't know if I can." "Do you want me to chew it for you?" He was not jesting. But the only thing more revolting than eating was the thought of eating disgorged meat. I managed a tiny shake of my head. My fingers were almost numb, but I watched my hand pinch up the small liver and carry it up to my mouth. It was warm and rich with blood. Suddenly, I knew Night Eyes was right. I had to eat because I had to live. He had torn the hare apart. I picked up a portion and bit into the warm meat. It was tough, but I was determined. Without thinking, I had nearly abandoned my body for his, nearly climbed in beside him into that perfect, healthy wolf's body. I had done it once before, with his consent. But now we both knew better. We would share, but we could never become one another. Not without both of us losing. Slowly I sat up. I felt the muscles of my back move against the arrow, protesting the way it snagged them. I could feel the weight of the shaft. When I imagined it sticking out of me, I nearly lost the food I'd eaten. I forced myself to a calm I did not feel. Suddenly, oddly, an image of Burridge came to me. That deadly stillness in his face when he had flexed his knee and watched the old wound pulling open. Slowly, I reached my hand back. I walked my fingers up my spine. It made the muscles pull against the arrow. Finally, my fingers touching the sticky wood of the arrow's shaft. Even that light touch was a new sort of pain. Awkwardly, I closed my fingers around the shaft, closed my eyes and tried to pull on it. Even if there had been no pain involved, it would have been difficult. But the agony rocked the world around me, and when it steadied, I found myself on my hands and knees, with my head hanging down. "Shall I try?" I shook my head, remaining as I was. I was still afraid I'd faint. I tried to think. If he pulled it out, I knew I'd pass out. If the bleeding was bad, I'd have no way to stop it. No. Best to leave it in there. I gathered all my courage.
"Can you break it off?"
He came close to me. I felt his head against my back. He turned his head, maneuvered his jaws so that his back teeth would close on the shaft. Then he closed his jaws. There was a snick, like a gardener pruning a sapling, and a shiver of new pain. A wave of giddiness washed over me, but somehow I reached back and tugged my blood-sodden cloak free of the stub of arrow. I pulled it closer around me, shuddering. I closed my eyes. No, build a fire first. I peeled my eyes open again. It was all too hard. I scraped together all the twigs and sticks within easy reach. Night Eyes tried to help, fetching branches to me, but it still took an eternity before I had a tiny flame dancing. Slowly, I added sticks. About the time I had the fire burning, I realized the day was dawning. Time to move on again. We stayed only to finish eating the rabbit and to let me get my hands and feet thoroughly warm. Then we started off again. Night Eyes leading me, unpityingly onward.
20. Jampe. Jampe, the capital city of the Mountain Kingdom, is older than Buckkeep, just as the ruling line of the Mountain Kingdom is older than the house of Farseer. As a city, Jampe is as far removed in style from the fortress city of Buckkeep as the Farseer monarchs are different from the philosopher guides of the sacrifice lineage that rules the mountains. There is no permanent city, such as we know. There are few permanent buildings. Instead, along the carefully planned and garden-bordered roads are spaces where nomadic folk of the mountains may come and go. There is a designated space for the market, but the merchants migrate in a procession that parallels that of the seasons. A score of tents may spring up overnight, and their inhabitants swell the population of Jampe for a week or a month, only to disappear without a trace when their visiting and trading is over. Jampe is an ever-changing city of tents, populated by the vigorous outdoor dwelling folk of the mountains. The homes of the ruling family and the companions that choose to stay year-round with them are not at all like our castles and halls. Instead, their dwellings center around great trees, living still, their trunks and branches patiently trained over scores of years to provide a framework for the building. This living structure is then draped with a fabric woven of tree bark fibers and reinforced with a latticework. Thus, the walls can take on the gently curving shapes of a tulip bud or the dome of an egg. A clay coating is spread over the fabric layer, and this in turn is painted with a shiny, resinous paint in the bright hues the mountain folk enjoy. Some are decorated with fanciful creatures or patterns, but most are left simple. Purples and yellows predominate, so that to come upon the city growing in the shade of the great mountain trees is like coming upon a patch of crocus in springtime. About these homes and at the intersections of the roads in this nomadic city are the gardens. Each is unique. One may center around an unusually shaped stump, or an arrangement of stones, or a graceful bit of wood. They may contain fragrant herbs or bright flowers, or any combination of plants. One notable one has at its heart a bubbling spring of steaming water. Here grow plants with fleshy leaves and exotically scented flowers, denizens of some warmer clime brought here to delight the mountain dwellers with their mystery. Often, visitors leave gifts in the gardens when they depart, a wooden carving or a graceful pot, or perhaps merely an arrangement of bright pebbles. The gardens belong to no one, and all tend them. At Jampe can also be found hot springs, some of water that can scald a man, others merely a gently bubbling warmth. These have been confined both as public baths and as a source of heat in some of the smaller